From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Rebecca Cook, reading Competition Can Be Murder by Connie Shelton. Now let's begin with Competition Can Be Murder. Chapter 1. The rolling gray waves of the North Atlantic stretched beneath me to the horizon in all directions. For a kid from New Mexico who'd always had a mountain, a rock, or a tree as a focal point, all that gray, shimmering undulation felt a bit unnerving. I glanced again at the waypoint I'd programmed into the GPS and gripped the cyclic a little more firmly. I was right on course. Eyes on the horizon, I refused to think about the water's depth, and my stomach settled back into position. In the distance, between the heavy gray sky and the steel gray water, I thought I could see the tiny dot I was aiming for. It appeared to be too far north. I was going to miss it by a half mile at least, but I resisted the temptation to change course. The main thing I'd learned from Drake during my first lessons was to trust my instincts, not my eyes. I rechecked the GPS heading once again. The two men in the back seat, both burly, rosy-complected Scots, watched the back of my head. They both nodded curtly when I asked over the intercom if they were doing all right back there. The one whose red-checked shirt showed above his survival suit raised the corners of his mouth in what might have been taken for a smile when I glanced over my shoulder at them. The other held his lips in a straight line that made me wonder if he was naturally stern or was struggling to keep his breakfast inside. "Almost there, guys," I announced in the most chipper voice I could manage. The outline of the oil rig was becoming clearer now, its assortment of blocks and protrusions making it look like some kind of tenement apartment building that had collided with a communications tower, all stuck onto a couple dozen stick-like legs coming up out of the water. I approached from the south, eased the right pedals so we made a gentle turn, and circled the rig to come into the wind. The big yellow H on the deck was clear, and I flared slightly and set the Jet Ranger's skids squarely on it. A dark-haired crewman, ducking to avoid the spinning rotor blades, approached and opened the back doors for each of my two passengers. They shook themselves a little, like dogs out of the bath, when their feet touched the solid platform. Gathering a bulky pack each, they headed toward the crew headquarters without a backward glance at me. I tightened down my cyclic stick and removed my headset so I could give the ship a look before taking off again. Improperly latched doors have caused more than one helicopter crash, and I wasn't taking any chances out there over the water. The crewman glared at me from under heavy black eyebrows as I circled, rechecking the doors he'd just handled. I gave him a smile and a nod and made a show of checking the cargo door and fuel cap just to let him know it wasn't personal. He backed away from the ship and stood at the edge of the helipad, hands on hips, waiting for me to leave again. Colin Finney, the crew chief I'd met for the first time yesterday, stepped out of his office and gave me a wave. Several other men waited in the background, talking quietly among themselves. "Anyone going back this trip?" I asked as Finney met me halfway. "Not this time, Charlie. Tell Drake we'll have 5 transfers on Thursday." "Got it." I shook his hand and turned back to my aircraft. As I rechecked my controls and brought up my engine speed, I noticed the other crewman talking behind his hand to Finney. His eyes darted toward the helicopter as he spoke, those black brows dipping ominously. What was that all about, I wondered, as I pulled pitch and lifted off the platform. An hour later, bringing the aircraft in over the Inverness airport, it was still on my mind. I'd have to remember to ask Drake about it when he got back. The warmth inside the tiny office at Air Sea Helicopters hit me with force the second I stepped out of the brisk, cool outdoors. I reached for the zipper on my red survival suit, ready to peel it off. "Drake left you a message, Charlie," Meggie piped up. "He'll be in by 3 and wondered if you'd still be around." Meggie Flannery came with the job, and I was thankful that she knew the ropes and was willing to work with me. We'd taken the summer job in Scotland as a favor to an old friend of Drake's. Brian Swinney had known Drake back in their years of flying tours together in Hawaii. He'd returned to his native Scotland a few years ago and started his own helicopter service, but an illness in the family forced him to London just after he'd received a lucrative contract servicing the oil rigs in the North Sea. Since Drake's fire contract had ended in July, we'd just been able to get away from New Mexico, get to Scotland, and take all the tests and check rides to get our UK licenses by the first week of August. Brian was paying good money, but truthfully, Drake and I were really here for the adventure. Maggie looked at me expectantly, her wide blue eyes and Cupid's bow mouth pursed in question. "Sure, I can wait." I glanced at my watch. It was only another hour. Maybe Drake and I could grab some dinner together at a pub in town before we headed back to our rented cottage. Maggie picked up the radio's microphone and transmitted Drake's call sign, the tail letters for the company's other aircraft. His voice came over the speaker, and I could hear the Eurocopter's turbine whine in the background. I loved the way his voice sounded over the air, calm and professional at all times. "Looks like you're all set then," Maggie said after she signed off with Drake. I slid the padded survival suit off my shoulders and freed my hands. Phew, that thing sure feels good out over the water, but I tell you, it's hotter than blazes indoors. Maggie watched me with something bordering on awe. For all her 21 years, she had that flawless skin that comes only from a lifetime of exposure to cool, moist air, and the pure, blonde, blue-eyed purity handed down from her Nordic ancestors. Still, she hadn't worked with many women pilots, and never one who'd been known to double as a private investigator once in a while. I got the feeling at times that she'd like to adopt me as a big sister. "Can I make you a cup of tea then, Charlie?" Sure, that sounds nice." I tugged the legs of my jeans straight and rolled the sleeves of my plaid shirt past my forearms. "Let me wash up and run a brush through my hair." I remembered something. "Maggie, one other thing." "Sure," she replied. "The flight manual for the Jet Ranger? It's not in the aircraft. Have you seen it around here? I'm not supposed to fly without it on board." "Haven't seen it in here, sorry. But I've got the information on the computer. I can print out another one." "Thanks." She turned her monitor, made a few clicks with the mouse, and the printer began to feed out sheets of paper. 10 minutes later, I was sitting in the spare office chair, feet up on the wastebasket, with a warm mug of tea in one hand and a buttery shortbread cookie in the other. "Karen called," Maggie said. "She says Brian's mother's a wee bit better today." It must be hard on them, watching her go through the chemo and all. "Yes, I think so. I can't imagine me own mum being sick like that. How about you? Your own parents in good health?" I told her how I'd lost my parents very suddenly when I was 15, and Drake only had his mother now. Maggie gave me another of those awestruck looks when she learned I'd basically been on my own since my teen years. "But I have a neighbor who's like a grandmother to me," I assured her. "And 2 brothers. It's about all the family I can handle." The radio crackled, Drake announcing, "I'm beach in, 15 minutes ETA." Now that he'd cleared the coast, I swigged the last of my tea and went outside to tie down the Jet Ranger's rotor blades and get everything secured for the night. I'd just finished my duties when I caught the distinctive sound of the Astor's blades beating the air behind me. A British air flight had just departed 5 minutes earlier, so I assumed Drake would be cleared by the tower for immediate landing. Sure enough, he brought the sleek red and white aircraft in smoothly and set her down on his designated pad. He grinned at me from the right seat as he gently pumped the rotor brake and the turbine engines wound down. As always, my heart did a little skip when I saw his gorgeous smile. Nearly 2 years of marriage haven't dampened things a bit for us. An hour later, we'd secured both aircraft for the night, let Maggie go home, and driven into town in search of a pub and dinner. At the Lantern Wick, I was debating whether to brave it and try the Scottish delicacy haggis, or to go with the less scary roast beef. "You know how they make that haggis, don't you?" Drake teased. "Please, I really don't need the details." I only knew that they used just about everything from the inside of a sheep, but didn't really want the whole play-by-play on how it was made. Every Highlander I'd asked about it simply said that it was very good and very rich. "Okay, I'm hungry tonight. I'm gonna brave it. If I don't like it, I'll get a sandwich to take home." Drake opted for shepherd's pie, which smelled good enough to make my knees weak when it arrived. For a few minutes, we didn't have much to say as we dug into our meals. The haggis did turn out to be very good and very rich, with a warm whiskey gravy and a side dish called clapshot that tasted a lot like mashed potatoes. After I'd rolled my eyes and moaned pleasurably with the first bite, Drake even bravely tried a little. "What's with that attitude I'm sensing out on the oil platform?" I finally asked him after we'd curbed our initial starvation pangs. "Did someone give you a hard time?" "Not really. It's just a sense of hostility I get when I go out there." I told him about the crewman who'd openly glared at me when I landed. Today wasn't the first time. "Brankin. I think that's the guy's name," Drake said. "He's one of the union leaders." Uh-oh. Are we getting into the middle of something nasty here? "I don't know." His face was solemn, and I knew he was trying to be straight with me without alarming me. "Well, let me in on what you do know. I don't want to get hassled out there." "I met a few of the union guys yesterday. I remember Robson, Ewing, Barry, Tolliver, some of them, but I haven't managed to put names and faces together yet." We'd agreed that I'd handle some of the flying in the Jet Ranger, an aircraft I was used to flying at home, while Drake would take the bulk of the time flying the French machine. It was more complicated, with some of the controls operating the opposite ways of those I was accustomed to. The contract called for nearly constant use of that machine, while the secondary one, mine, would probably only be called out once or twice a week. "There's some kind of union squabble going on between the boat operators and the helicopter operators. The oil companies like the convenience of using aircraft, but the boat operators don't want to lose the business. They've got some of the oil crews steamed up against us. A few of the men have refused to fly, wanting to only be transported back and forth to shore aboard the boats, some of the ones you saw today by the sound of it." "But Brian has a contract. Would they actually try to harm us?" "I don't think so. I think the real beef is with the oil company, but Brian's in the middle." "And since he's in the middle, that means you and I are in it too, aren't we?" He nodded and drained his glass of ale. Chapter 2. I rolled over and slowly worked my eyelids open. The window looked out on acres of emerald green lawn, bordered by low heather and tall pine forest. Gray sky gave the room a feeling of pre-dawn gloom, but a glance at the clock told me we were well past that. It was after 8 o'clock. Drake had left sometime before daylight, needing to get to the airport and be ready to fly early. I'd checked Maggie's calendar yesterday afternoon and noticed that even though the oil company didn't have any flights for him today, she'd booked a couple of sightseeing tours for the morning and a recon of a farm later in the afternoon. Rain speckles on the window made me wonder if the weather would end up nixing the day's work. I threw my legs over the edge of the bed, instinctively watching for the dog I was accustomed to seeing asleep on the floor beside me. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring our big red lab, Rusty, with us. The UK's laws on quarantining pets that come into the country made it impractical, which was probably the real point of the law anyway, more so than the supposed one of keeping the country rabies-free. Well, it was only for a couple of months that I'd have to do without canine companionship. After a quick trip to the bathroom and brushing my teeth, I slipped on jeans and a light sweater. A sound outside caught my attention, and I went to the window and peered down. From our second-floor bedroom, I couldn't see the source, so I padded down the stairs in my socks and pulled aside the drape covering the sliding glass door in the living room. The noise had elevated, and I picked out 2 male voices in a heated exchange, although I couldn't make out the words. No one was visible here, on the south side of the cottage, so I went into the kitchen. From the small window over the sink, I could see a young man stalking toward our driveway, 2 border collies trotting along at his heels. His back was to me, and I could only see that he had reddish blonde hair and wore khaki work pants, heavy boots, and a plaid shirt. He carried a long shepherd's crook. The 2 black and white dogs stayed right with him, and I was suddenly overcome with a need to pat a friendly doggy head. I sidestepped quickly to the front door and went out, belatedly realizing that I didn't have shoes on and it was raining a steady light drizzle. The man looked my way as I closed the door behind me, somewhat louder than necessary. "Hi," I ventured. The golden brows, which had been pulled tightly together over an upturned nose, relaxed somewhat, and his expression became a tad less surly. "I'm Charlie Parker," I said, putting more perkiness than necessary into my voice. "We're renting the cottage here for a couple of months." He was gentleman enough not to ignore the hand I extended to him.
"Ian Brodie,"
he replied as he stepped forward. "Are you a neighbor?"
"Near enough."
His head tilted toward the long drive that led to our cottage. Beautiful dogs. I really miss ours. I leaned forward, and the 2 collies came immediately to sniff my hands. I ruffled their ears and patted both heads at once. Ian softened considerably now that I'd gotten down on one knee and was letting the dogs lick my face.
"Aye, I can see that you do."
"We're just here for the rest of the summer," I said. "Not long enough to try to bring him with us." I told him about Rusty and his friendly manner.
"These are working dogs. We run sheep."
"Nearby?"
"Here on the property. We rent from the Dunbars, too."
Something hardened in his face, but I had no clue what caused it. Our landlords were, I guess in the most literal sense, landlords. The family Dunbar went back just about to the dawn of time, and the thousands of acres where we now resided contained a few rental cottages, plenty of farmland, and one real, authentic castle. I could see its turrets from our upper windows, but had caught only the merest glimpse of the whole structure the day we arrived to pick up our keys from the estate manager's office. I told Ian briefly what we were doing here and suggested that he drop by any time and bring the dogs.
"Well, my wife and I are around a lot. You can always find a friendly dog or 2 with us. Our place is the second turn after the bend in the road."
"I thought I heard voices a minute ago," I mentioned. Ian stared pointedly at my feet, which were clad in thoroughly soggy socks now, and shrugged.
"Was nothing."
He turned and gave a sharp whistle to the dogs, who immediately snapped to attention. I stood slowly and watched the 3 of them follow the drive toward the road. Something had sure touched a nerve. Chapter 3. The phone was ringing when I opened the front door. My socks made squishy noises as my feet hit the tile in the entryway. I reached to peel them off, trying to hop toward the kitchen phone, and nearly landed on my face in the effort. It took about 3 giant stumbling steps to recover and reach the telephone. I managed a breathless, "Hello?" as I slid the last 2 feet and knocked one knee into the refrigerator. "Shit!" "Excuse me?" a cultured female voice answered. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was outside." "And this weather, no wonder." She paused a long few seconds. "Is that Charlie Parker, then?" Yes, it is," I stuttered, wondering who on earth had our number here. Maggie was the only female I'd spoken to, and this voice was a few decades older than hers. "Yes, Charlie. It's Sarah Dunbar, up at Dunworthy." "Oh." "Brilliant, Charlie. What a charming answer to the lady of the castle." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Dunbar. I didn't mean to be rude." "Oh, nonsense, girl. The weather's a fright today. I should give you a minute to towel off. Would you like to phone me back later? And please, it's Sarah." "No, Sarah, it's fine. No need to make another call. I'm doing just fine." I was, in fact, toweling off as we spoke, rubbing a kitchen hand towel vainly over my hair in an effort to keep the water from dripping into my eyes. Why hadn't I noticed how wet I was getting while petting the dogs? "Actually, I just phoned to see if you and your husband might be free this afternoon for tea, say around 4. Tea with the gentry? I wondered if she extended this invitation to every renter on the castle grounds. 4 would be lovely," I said, picking up on the few manners I'd once possessed. "I'm not sure what time to expect Drake in, though." "Well, then you come, with or without him. I'm looking forward to meeting you." I replaced the receiver softly and caught a glimpse of myself in the reflection of the microwave oven's small door. Shoulder-length hair hanging in damp strands, bangs pasted to my forehead, no makeup, and my dripping socks had now made sizable puddles on the tile floor. Yes, I'm going to tea at the castle. I couldn't help it. I broke up laughing. I peeled off the socks and squeezed them out over the kitchen sink. 30 minutes later, I'd changed clothes and dried my hair, toasted an English muffin, and switched on the electric fire in the fireplace. It glowed orangely through its fake logs and emitted a surprising amount of warmth. Stretched out in a hugely padded armchair with feet on a matching ottoman, I nibbled my muffin and contemplated my plans for the day. Buying an umbrella or two should definitely be part of that plan, I decided. I'd known, leaving New Mexico, that we would need them, but since we didn't own any, the purchase had been put off. The keys to our rented Vector hung on a hook by the door. Drake had been driving Brian's company vehicle, and I'd been watching the way he handled the right-hand drive and getting a feel for the art of driving on the wrong side of the road. I thought I could handle it, at least for the short ride into the nearby village, where I'd spotted a tiny general store, one gas pump, and the offices of the Royal Mail. Tackling the bigger town of Inverness, where they had traffic lights and everything, would have to wait. The rain abated during the time I'd eaten my breakfast and tidied the kitchen, so I donned boots and pulled a light jacket from the hall closet. The air felt cool and pleasantly damp as I walked the short distance down the cottage's flagstone path to the grassy area beside a stone wall where we'd been directed to park the cars. From habit, I walked to the left side of the car and almost sat in the passenger seat before I caught myself and circled back to slip in behind the wheel. Luckily, no one had seen me. I felt like such a tourist. I took a few minutes to familiarize myself with the controls. Gear shift on the left, pedals the same way I was used to, locating the wiper switch and turn signals. Finally, I felt ready to tackle the driveway. The 3 miles into the village went uneventfully, and I began to get the feel for thinking in drive on the left mode. I pulled into a small dirt parking area beside the one all-purpose building. Inside, the small store was a combination gift shop and general store. Touristy items like mugs, scarves, and ceramic models of Nessie filled the gift shop portion, while the rest of the store clearly catered to locals. Bins of staple food items like potatoes, onions, and other vegetables stood along the wall near the cash register. 3 short aisles carried a surprisingly complete selection of groceries, while high shelves along the walls were filled with household items ranging from extension cords to toasters to lampshades. A portly wood stove in the center of the room told me that this was a year-round operation, frequented by local residents, and not merely a seasonal tourist shop. I browsed the shelves, getting a feel for the stock, and tried hard to resist the smell of the freshly baked bread being set out on the counter by a plump lady in tweed slacks and heather gray sweater. The door creaked open while I was involved with deciding between chicken noodle or tomato soup for lunch. The sound of male boots clumping against the wooden floor and the door swinging shut with a solid thump.
"Believe the price we're given," one of the male voices muttered. "Makes you ill, doesn't it?" the other said. "I'm going broke, I tell you. We don't get wool prices back up. There's no point in doing this."
The 2 sets of boots made their way up to the counter, where the clerk apparently pulled bakery goods as they pointed. I heard the rustle of paper and the clink of coins. When I stepped to the end of the aisle and looked that direction, I noticed both men held some kind of puffy pastry in a slip of bakery tissue. The tall, dark-haired one dropped a few more coins onto the counter, and the woman passed across 2 paper cups of coffee. The man took a large bite of his pastry and picked up the coffee in his other hand. The shorter man was Ian Brodie, the farmer with the collies I'd met this morning. I took 1 step back so he wouldn't see me.
"Aye, it's being dictated to by the government,"
the dark-haired man mumbled an expletive as he stuffed more pastry into his mouth. They had nearly reached the door again.
"Well, I, for one, ain't standing for it,"
Ian agreed.
"Something bad's gonna—"
His words were cut off as the door thumped shut behind him. I stepped to the window in time to see the 2 men approach a dark green Range Rover with a crooked front bumper. Ian brushed powdered sugar from his fingers onto his pant leg before he reached for the door handle. His face was contorted in anger, and he said something to the other man who had climbed into the driver's seat. The vehicle backed sharply out of its parking spot and turned left onto the road. I glanced toward the woman at the counter, but she seemed busy stacking boxes of shortbread and didn't indicate that she'd paid the men any attention. I'd gathered a small basket of grocery items, some cans of soup, fresh fruit, and salad makings, and took them to the counter. "Umbrellas?" I asked.
"Oh, in the gift shop," the woman told me. "Just pick one up. You can pay for it in here with the other things."
I spotted a display spinner and pulled 2 umbrellas from it. "Guess we didn't come very well prepared," I commented to her.
"Staying long?"
"A couple of months. I'm sure I'll become a regular in here over the next few weeks."
"Aye, well, you'll need these then."
She finished totaling my groceries and told me what I owed. As I was struggling to remember the denominations of the strange-looking coins, she spoke again.
"You the couple who's renting out at Dunworthy, those pilots?"
Beauty of a small town. You never have to introduce yourself. I grinned at her. "Yes, we're the ones."
"Amanda Douglas. Think you got some mail here?"
"Mail?" I couldn't imagine what we'd be receiving so soon. Amanda stepped through a doorway that led to the 3rd section of the small building, the post office.
"Yeah, here you go,"
she announced, bringing a small parcel with her.
"Looks like it's from New Mexico, USA."
I looked at the return address. The box was from Elsa Higgins, my surrogate grandmother and neighbor who was watching Rusty for us during our stay in Scotland. What on earth could she be sending? Probably some little item I'd forgotten, something she thought I couldn't live without. Amanda was watching me with frank curiosity.
"Let's see what she sent,"
I suggested. A pair of scissors appeared like magic from below the counter, and Amanda watched as I opened them and used one blade to slit the tape on the package. Beneath a cushion of crumpled newspaper sat 6 small cans of Hatch green chili. I couldn't suppress the laugh that bubbled out of me.
"Whatever?"
Amanda was examining one of the cans, her face screwed up in puzzlement. "It's hard to explain. Guess she knew Drake and I wouldn't last long without a chili fix." She set the can back into the box with the others. "It's a Southwestern thing, I guess. Kind of like if you went to live in the U.S. for a while and couldn't find haggis."
"Ah."
She nodded in complete agreement.
"Like that."
Chapter 4. The sky had lightened considerably now that I owned 2 umbrellas, and by the time I got back to the cottage there were patches of blue showing. I puttered around, organizing our few belongings, and rearranging a couple of pieces of furniture in the living room until it was more to my liking. I spent the afternoon exploring the tiny garden that surrounded our little home and getting some exercise walking through the forest. After a quick shower, I donned a pair of slacks and cashmere sweater, hoping the outfit would be casual enough for afternoon tea and dressy enough for my first visit to a real castle. I envisioned the lady of the manor wearing a Chanel suit and pearls, tasteful black pumps, and little button earrings. I arrived promptly at 4, guiding my rented Vector down a storybook lane flanked by rows of trees whose trunks were close to 4 feet in diameter and whose branches had become so entwined with time that the overhead canopy was nearly solid. I emerged into an open area and spotted 2 other vehicles, a brand-new Land Rover and a 50-year-old Bentley, sitting to the side of a circular drive. I pulled to the side, staying a respectful distance from the Land Rover. The castle itself towered 5 stories above me, a tasteful gray stone edifice with turrets pasted to its sides in seemingly random fashion. Wings extended from either side of the central structure, and archways led to unseen courtyards and other mysterious places. Turning my attention the other direction, I noticed that I had in fact crossed an old moat, which was now a grassy swale with precision-manicured lawns extending at least 15 or 20 acres before thick forest took over. An English-style box hedge formed a maze to my left and led the eye upward to a rock garden with plantings of brilliant flowers. A rose garden, easily 50 feet in length, grew along the side of the castle itself, with bushes that reached the lower edges of the first-floor windows. I was just noticing how small all the windows were, narrowed slits in some cases, when a commotion behind me caught my attention.
"Ruffy! Ruffy, get over here!"
a woman's voice shouted. Bounding toward me came a small furball, some kind of terrier, with white hair that dragged the ground and a high-pitched bark that sounded like a midget with the croup. Behind Ruffy, a blonde woman trotted with a dangling leash in her hand. She wore a baggy pair of tweed slacks with a large mud stain on one knee and a brown sweater whose cowl collar lay askew over one shoulder. One sleeve was pushed up nearly to her elbow, while the other flopped down around her wrist. She tugged at it while vainly trying to catch up with the dog. "She won't bite," the woman called. "She's just a bit exuberant." I knelt down, keeping my knees off the wet lawn, and extended a hand to Ruffy. As soon as I reached out, she came to a halt, planting her tiny feet and staring suspiciously at my hand. The nose wriggled, but at least the barking had stopped. "I'm so sorry," the woman said, breathless from her dash across the lawn. "I just reached down to attach her leash when your car pulled up. Once she saw you, there was no stopping her." "It's okay, I love dogs." I didn't mention that yipping little ones weren't usually my favorites. We'd see how Ruffy decided to treat me before making that judgment. For the moment, the dog was keeping her distance, so I stood up. "You must be Charlie," the woman said. "I'm Sarah Dunbar. I'm dreadfully sorry to greet you this way, Charlie. I'd meant to be done with the gardening and walking the dog, and planned to have put on something a bit more decent before you got here." "Would another time be—" I began. The picture of Pink Chanel's suit blipped out of my mind instantly. This woman was completely down to earth with her mud-smeared knee and the blonde hair tossed out of place. I guessed her age to be somewhere in her 60s, although her slightly thickened torso and a few spots on her hands were the only things that gave it away. Her complexion was smooth, with the texture of a baby peach, and none of the sun damage so common in our part of the world. "Oh, no, not a bit. Let's just go on in." She ushered me toward a massive wooden door. I noticed the family crest carved in stone above the lintel, a shield shape with some kind of animal entwined with something else. My quick glance didn't reveal much. We stepped into a narrow vestibule that opened immediately into a larger hall. Sarah draped the dog leash over a wooden peg on the wall where coats and hats had been deposited. She knelt and caught Ruffy by the collar. "Molly," she called out. "Molly, can you bring a towel for Ruffy?" A plump girl in a house dress and apron appeared with a small towel, and she set to wiping the dog's tiny paws and blotting the dampness from the fur that had trailed in the grass. "Pesky bit," Sarah commented, fluffing her own hair in front of the hall mirror. "I don't know why we don't just shave her down so we aren't constantly minding that thick fur." I stood aside, unsure what to say. "You can set your bag here if you don't want to carry it." Sarah indicated an empty peg, and I deposited my shoulder bag there. "Now, let's see about that tea." She bustled through the hall, past a set of double doors, and into a huge modern kitchen, cautioning me to mind the step as the uneven floor dipped downward. "There we go now," she said after filling a kettle with water and setting it over the gas flame on the stove. She took a deep breath and surveyed the spacious kitchen. "Heavens, Charlie, take a seat, just there, while I find something to go along with this." I perched myself on a stool at the long counter that edged one side of a center island made of butcher block. "This kitchen is probably the biggest one I've ever seen," I told her. "Oof, can be a damn nuisance when you're hiking from one end to the other just cooking for two," she snorted. "But it's nice when we entertain, and I guess it came in handy in the old days." "So are there only two of you here now?" "Usually just Robert and me for dinner anymore. The children, well, they're in their 40s, hardly children. They've gone to the bigger cities. One in London, one in Edinburgh. Grandchildren are scattered all over. The nearest one's Richie, going to school just outside Inverness. He's still on the summer holiday and he pops in. He and two chums are here now. You'll probably see them all hanging about while you're here." "But doesn't it take a huge staff to keep a place this size?" Sarah bustled around the big kitchen, pulling a cake under a glass dome from a pantry, a box of chocolate cookies from a cupboard. She cut several narrow slices of the cake and arranged them, along with some of the cookies, on a crystal plate. "Oh, goodness, yes. We're lucky that the farm still supports us all. So many of our friends have resorted to opening their homes to tourists just to cover their taxes. It's a burden, that's sure." The water boiled just then, and I watched Sarah expertly pour from kettle to teapot, steep the leaves, warm the cups, and set everything on a silver tray. "Let's do have a civilized tea in the drawing room," she said, lifting the large tray. "Get that smaller tray with the cake, would you?" I picked up the second tray and followed as she butted a swinging door open at the far side of the room. It opened into a narrow hall, which led directly to a lovely room furnished in celery green and persimmon. Soft upholstered chairs flanked a fireplace that had been freshly stoked, so that a warm glow lit the room. We set the trays on a huge ottoman that stood between the chairs, and Sarah poured tea while I eyed the cake. "There now, that's better," she said after sinking into one of the deep chairs and taking her first sip of tea. "This land has been in your family forever, I'd imagine." I pressed my fork into the raspberry filling between the delicate layers of white cake. "Since the 11th century. Scotland has such a rich history. You could study for years and not get it all. I'm foggy on many of the details myself, and I've had this fed to me from the cradle." She chuckled at the memory of early school years. "I guess my interests always lie with the gardens and the animals. Didn't care much which clan killed which, or which king held power at what time." She set her cup back on the tray. "Have you any Scottish kin, Charlie?" "I'm not sure," I confessed. "I guess I haven't taken the time to study much of our family history either." She patted my knee. "Well, I can't hold that against you. But if you're interested, I have a book. What's your family name?" "Well, Parker on my father's side. My mother's maiden name was Davidson." "Oh, Davidson!" Her face lit up. "Now that one's an old Scottish name. Want to take a look?" I set my cup down and she led the way through two more connecting rooms to a library. Shelves filled two sides of the room, floor to ceiling, and most of the books were bound in leather and appeared very old. Sarah opened one of the glass doors on the front of a section and pulled out two books. One, a small paperback modern book titled Scots, Kith and Kin, and a thick leather-bound edition of another. "This little one's available at all the tourist shops. Just gives an overview, but it's a handy little thing," she said, handing it to me. "Now this one'll tell you all about your clan, if it doesn't give you a hernia first." I offered to take the big book from her, but she'd already hugged it securely to her chest. "Let's take these back into the drawing room," she suggested. "We don't run the central heat in the summer months, and no one set a fire in here. Feels chilly to me." The shadowy room did, indeed, contain a chill, so we carried our books back to the warmth of the other room, where Molly was in the process of stirring the fire. "Shall I clear the tea things, Mrs. Dunbar?" she asked. "Oh, leave them a few more minutes, Molly. We may pour another." The girl actually dropped a slight curtsy as she left the room. Sarah poured us each another cup of tea and spread open the large clan book. After a minute or two of paging through it, she came to the spot she wanted. "Here we go, Clan Davidson," she said, turning the book to face me. I felt a sense of pride and an odd sense of connectedness, learning that my mother's family name went back to the 12th century and earlier. Me, whose only sense of family came from one brother, who was my business partner back home, and another brother I rarely see. I felt a wide grin coming on, and I looked up to see Sarah watching me. "Sorry," I said. "This is just the first time I've known any of this existed." She reached over and squeezed my hand. "Borrow the book if you'd like. You'll have fun reading up, I imagine." "You must think I'm being silly," I told her as I closed the large book and pulled it toward me. "You've known your own family history forever." "Well, there've been Dunbars in this house since the 1500s, and my family, the Murrays, allied themselves with the Dunbars and other clans as far back as the 1100s. So yes, I guess you could say we go way back. I'll get the book back to you in a day or two, I promised. I could see that this new fascination with family history might begin to occupy me on my days off from flying. A deep thud that sounded like it came from several rooms away interrupted my thoughts. Sounds like Robert is home, Sarah said. Come, I'd like you to meet him. I set the clan book on a round library table and followed her back through the halls to the entry. A rotund man of about 70 with white hair that dipped in a wave over his forehead and intense blue eyes, focused on taking off his hooded parka. He patted each of the side pockets, then flung the jacket onto one of the wall pegs. He seemed to be muttering something under his breath. "Robert!" Sarah called out, stopping him in mid-swing.
"Damn it all!"
he bellowed.
"2 more lambs are missing."
Chapter 5. "Robert, we have a guest," she said quietly. He glanced up and noticed me for the first time.
"Oh, sorry."
His florid face went another shade brighter. "This is Charlie Parker, the lady who's renting the Red Fern cottage. Remember, she and her husband are flying for that helicopter service." Robert dusted off a hand and offered it to me.
"Sorry, miss. I didn't mean to go off like that with company around."
"It's okay, really." I noticed his grip was firm and he had a winning smile once he turned it on. "Wash up, dear, and come have your tea. We're in the drawing room." Sarah bustled her husband toward a small powder room off the central hall, while she and I headed back toward the cozy fire. "I'd best give this a little rewarm," she said after feeling the side of the teapot. "Be right back." I browsed the room now that I was alone. The soft green wallpaper was silk, and it perfectly matched the fabric on the chairs that showed just a genteel bit of wear. Bright persimmon pillows picked up the same shade in an oriental carpet. Family photos covered one tabletop, modern pictures of the Dunbars and their offspring, some posed and some casual. A windowsill displayed a grouping of porcelain figurines, one of which I recognized as Chinese and very old. The others were traditional English figures, and I assumed they were also antiques. "There, this should hit the spot," Sarah said, bustling back in with the tea. As quickly as she'd reheated the pot, I had to assume that even ancient castles had microwave ovens in the modern age. She glanced up at the door. "So, what was that you were saying about missing lambs?" she asked as Robert entered the room.
He growled. 2 more, from the same flock as before. Don't get me started. I'm angry as hell about this."
"Here, have your tea," Sarah soothed, offering him a cup, which she'd poured and laced with milk and sugar. "What do you think has happened to the missing lambs?" I asked, not catching Sarah's warning glance in time.
"Same damn thing." The growl was back in his voice. "Stolen."
"Now, Robert, you don't know that for a fact," Sarah said quietly.
"I bloody well do."
He glanced at me.
"Excuse my language."
I waved it off.
"That young bloke, whatever his name is, you know bloody well that he loved to increase his own flock, and has made no secret that he thinks I'm part of the problem with the price controls on wool. I wasn't one of the MSPs who voted that in, you know."
Ian Brody, I thought, remembering the snatch of conversation I'd overheard at the store this morning. I almost opened my mouth, but didn't.
"Always griping about the cost of feed, cost of medicine for sheep. Damned ingrate doesn't even appreciate that I'm giving him the lowest lease rates around for pasture."
"We're not the lowest," Sarah murmured, not very loudly. "And your position in Parliament certainly doesn't make you anti-farmer. He's just spouting off, I'm sure."
"And that attitude of his, like we owe him something because we've got it all and he has nothing. Huh, Man has no idea what a struggle it is to keep a place like this afloat. Trade places with me, it wouldn't last a month."
He paused to take a sip of his tea. "Enough of this," Sarah declared. "Let's get to know Charlie. Robert, she's the first female helicopter pilot I've ever met."
"Is that so? Are you really? Guess I thought your husband was the pilot."
"Well, he is. He taught me to fly, and we share the duties." I explained briefly that we'd come to help Brian Swinney while his mother was ill. "Drake has had some fascinating experiences during his career. I think you'd enjoy meeting him."
"And is that what you do at home, too? New Mexico, did someone tell me?"
"Actually, back home I'm a partner in a private investigation firm with my brother Ron. I help Drake out in his own helicopter business there, but just on a limited basis."
"Investigator, eh?"
Robert picked up on that tidbit right away.
"Well, maybe you can find these lambs for me."
I chuckled at the thought. Believe me, I wouldn't know one lamb from another, and watching me try to catch one would probably be a spectacle worth selling tickets to.
"Oh, a little extra cash flow."
He laughed, a deep, rich sound. I finished my tea and told him I better be on my way. Sarah reminded me to take the clan book with me, and Robert offered to walk me to the door.
"We'll plan dinner sometime soon. You've been delightful company, and I'd like to meet Drake."
He patted me on the shoulder and held the heavy wooden door open for me. Dusk darkened the sky as I arrived back at the cottage. Red Fern. It was the only time I lived in a house with a name. For the first time, I noticed that there were thick patches of ferns growing around the little garden wall. A mist had begun to rise over the open moorland to the north. Southward, the pine forest appeared dense and black, with tendrils of mist playing at the tops of the trees. I hurried into the cottage and fired up the electric logs again. Drake should be here within the hour. After 2 cups of tea and 2 slices of cake, I wasn't particularly hungry. But Drake would be, with all that sea air and adrenaline drawing at his reserves. So I decided soup would be a good choice for dinner. I opened a couple of the cans I'd bought this morning and added a few extra vegetables and a dash of wine to spark them up. Simmering gently on the stove, the scent filled the cozy rooms. I made a quick salad and put it into the fridge to stay chilled, then let the bottle of wine breathe on the counter. I was just trying to decide between switching on the TV or pulling out the book I'd begun reading nearly a week ago on the airplane. For some reason, I just wasn't getting into the story, but maybe that was because of the week's distractions. Before I'd made a choice, I saw the headlights of Drake's company van pull into the lane. At least this was a welcome distraction.
"Whew, it's getting chilly out there,"
he said as he breezed through the front door. "Misty, huh? Dampness going into your bones?" Our high desert climate at home in Albuquerque brings cooler temperatures with nightfall, too, but there's rarely any dampness associated with it. We were learning to adjust and pull out the sweaters.
"How was your day?"
Drake asked, planting a kiss on my mouth before pulling off his jacket that smelled of sea breezes and jet fuel. "Very interesting. I'll fill you in during dinner."
"Something sure smells good. I'm starving."
"Wine first, or with dinner?" I headed toward the kitchen as I made the offer.
"Mind if I have a quick shower first? I think I smell."
No, I didn't want to say anything. He'd come up behind me and grabbed a dish towel and gave me a quick pop on the butt with it. "Hey!"
"Pour the wine. I'll step into the shower, and unless you join me there, I'll be ready to relax in about 10 minutes.
I thought he was going to give me another quick peck, but the kiss lingered, then became one of those that sends tingles clear to the toes. Before I knew it, I was indeed in the shower with him, and it was more like an hour later when we poured the wine.
"Now I'm relaxed,"
he murmured, as I ladled soup into bowls and quickly set the table. He carried the glasses to the table, and we opted to switch off the overhead light to burn a candle instead. I filled Drake in on my day, including the bit of overheard conversation between Ian Brody and the other man, and Robert Dunbar's suspicions about his lambs being stolen. I'm sure it was Ian he was talking about when he said the young farmer probably took the lambs. Unless, do you suppose they have a number of different men leasing grazing pasture?
Hard to say, hon. This place is huge. Didn't they tell us the whole property was around 20,000 acres? Dunworthy runs a prize herd of Angus cattle, quite a number of sheep, and they've also got land planted in barley, which they sell to the distilleries. And that's in addition to the parcels that they lease out so others can farm them.
Really? Well, in that case, maybe there are any number of suspects. I caught myself. Listen to me. I'm talking like this is a case I have to solve.
Well, watch out or you will be solving it. You're going to be up to your neck in it just like you usually are.
I ignored his gentle jibe. It wasn't meant to be critical, just a reminder that I do tend to get myself into things I don't want to do, and I found myself in life-threatening situations on more than one occasion because of it. We finished off dinner with some fresh fruit, and I noticed Drake's eyelids drooping. Why don't you relax in front of the TV for a while, or just go on to bed? Isn't tomorrow another early day?
Yeah, and I forgot to mention it's an early one for you, too. We're supposed to start service to a new platform, and I want you to go along with me and learn where it is. You can get a little time in the Astor that way, too.
It was only 9 o'clock, but the long day was suddenly catching up with both of us. I went around the small cottage, closing drapes, even though there was nothing out there but open moor on one side and forest on the other. Before bolting the front door, I decided to step out and see whether the mist had cleared. If anything, it was thicker. Tiny droplets of moisture beaded on my face and hair. Beside the cottage, the cars were barely visible beyond the garden wall. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howled with a mournful sound. I shivered and rubbed my upper arms, giving myself a reassuring hug before turning to go inside. Chapter 6. It was still dark in the room when the alarm clock shrilled. Drake rolled over and silenced it, and I rolled toward his back, wanting nothing more than to snuggle up to his warmth and stay there for another 3 hours. 5 o'clock was no civilized hour to be up. I groaned as Drake sat up and stretched. He headed for the bathroom, and I walked to the sliding glass door that led out to our tiny balcony. I pulled the drape aside and squinted into the darkness. Last night's mist looked thicker than ever. I don't think we can fly in this stuff, I called to him.
Still sucked in?
Big time. It's not fit out for man nor beast, as they say, so my suggestion would be to crawl right back under those covers while they're still warm. I aimed myself toward the bed with just that intention.
Not so quick,
Drake cautioned, grabbing my arm just as I was about to dive.
The forecast is for sunshine today, so the mist will burn off pretty early.
I groaned again.
It won't be so bad once we're out,
he tried to assure me.
Get dressed and I'll get the coffee started.
I took a deep breath and headed for the bathroom. Splashing water on my face helped a little, as did brushing my teeth and finding my clothes. I felt a pull of longing as I smoothed the sheets and made the bed, but by the time I reached the foot of the stairs, I'd adjusted. There's that point of no return, when it's simply easier to start the day than to go back to bed and find that cozy dream state again. Drake was clearly already there. Coffee scent filled the kitchen, and he'd already poured bowls of cereal for both of us.
Here, this'll help,
he said, handing me a mug of steaming coffee. I took careful sips of it, staring out the windows for some hint of daylight beyond. There was none.
Okay, breakfast ready,
he announced, carrying the 2 cereal bowls to the table.
Cheer up, things could be worse.
5 o'clock's pretty bad.
It could be pouring rain and we'd still have to go.
Oh. I accepted the other half of the banana he'd sliced over his flakes and added it to mine. Well, in that case. I forced a fakey grin just to show that I'd be a good sport about it. 20 minutes later, we'd finished our breakfast, put the dishes into the dishwater, and poured more coffee into thermal mugs for the road. We bundled into layers of shirts and jackets and headed for the company van. By the time we reached the airport, the dark mist had turned pale gray, although I couldn't tell that it had thinned at all. The 2 helicopters stood on the tarmac, cushioned in the mist like delicate ornaments packed in a soft cotton after Christmas. We headed toward the Eurocopter, a 7-seater painted in Air Sea Helicopter's trademark red and white. "Are we waiting for passengers today?"
Not this morning. We've got some gear to take out. It's loaded in the cargo compartment already. We may be bringing people back. I'm not sure." We circled the aircraft, Drake briefing me on the pre-flight checklist. There were a few items unique to this craft, things I didn't have to do on the Jet Ranger, but overall it was pretty much the same. He showed me what to check. I did the actual procedure, then he checked it off the list. When everything was done, we took our seats, Drake at the controls, me beside him in the front seat. The mist had thinned considerably, and I noticed a patch of pure pale blue overhead. It would probably be completely clear within 30 minutes. Just to be sure, Drake called out to the rig to verify their weather conditions. "Same as here," he reported. "It should be clear by the time we get there."
He started the engine, and the turbine whined its way to life. The triple rotors slowly spun up.
"I'll probably have you fly it on the way back. Get you a little practice."
I nodded and adjusted my headset. We got radio clearance from the tower and gently lifted off, clearing the small metal building that housed Air Sea's offices and setting a course away from the airport's normal traffic. "Did you file a flight plan with the airport, or did Maggie know our schedule?" I asked once we'd cleared the area.
"She knows the general route. We're going to platform 12 first, then on to number 6. I left her a note last night before I came home, and we've got the guys on the rig watching for us."
I was curious to see what the reaction would be from the guys on Rig 6 after the hostility I'd felt yesterday, but I didn't say anything to Drake. He hadn't seemed too concerned when I'd mentioned it before. We climbed through the thinning white vapor until we saw blue sky above us and good visibility all around. He'd been right. The mist was rapidly burning off, and we would have clear skies well before we needed to land. The water today looked nearly glassy as we flew over it, taking on a blue-gray cast as the sun came through. In about 50 minutes, I spotted the new rig in the distance, its pointy cranes and struts sticking out at awkward angles. Within an hour, we'd finished our work there, cranked into action again, and were on our way to Platform 6. Drake spoke on the radio, letting them know we'd be landing, while I watched him, learning as much as I could about the new aircraft and how I'd need to handle it. I didn't see the man dash across the helipad until it was nearly too late. There was just a blur of blue jeans and green shirt, an impression of light hair. "Drake, look out!" My heart felt like it had gotten an injection of white lightning. He pulled up and swung the aircraft in a sharp right arc.
"Damned idiot! What was that fool doing?"
"I don't know. I just saw him at the last second." He brought the aircraft in a complete circle around the rig and hovered beside the landing pad for a full minute, waiting to see if there were any other problems or anyone trying to get our attention. Everything appeared perfectly normal and quiet. He finally eased her to the left and set the skids gently down.
"I'm going to have a word with their crew chief,"
he told me over the intercom as we waited for the turbine engine to wind down.
"You can go ahead and open the cargo compartment so they can unload their gear if you'd like."
"Okay, no problem." I glanced sideways at my husband. "You doing all right?" He blinked once, then looked at me.
"Yeah, fine. You?"
"I'm good. Just scared the hell out of me is all." He reached over and took my hand, giving it a squeeze of reassurance. He pulled the rotor brake and shut down the engine, tightening the cyclic, and pulling off his headset, he opened his door and stepped down. I followed suit, noticing that Colin Finney was walking across the platform. He extended his hand to Drake. No one else had come out yet, so I followed Drake, curious as to how the conversation would go.
"Sorry about that, man,"
Finney began.
I don't know. What the hell was that all about?
Drake demanded. I didn't think I'd ever seen him so angry.
Who was that asshole?
Now wait a...
Okay, sorry. Who was that guy? And what did he think he was doing out there?
Finney shrugged.
I'll find out. He's just lucky I wasn't coming in any faster. He'd be a dead man right now.
Look, I'll find out who it was, and he'll get a reprimand, okay?
Actually, we could have 3 people dead now and $1 million aircraft destroyed. I think it's worth a little more than a reprimand. This wasn't some cute little teenage prank.
Drake continued. Finney's mouth closed in a tight line, and his face had gone a new shade of pink. I could see that Drake was losing his sympathy. I touched Drake's sleeve unobtrusively. Thanks, Mr. Finney, I interrupted. We just want him to understand the seriousness of the situation. 3 men came walking out just then, headed toward the helicopter. None of them wore blue jeans and a green shirt. I walked over to open the cargo doors for them to unload their supplies. 20 yards away, I watched Finney turn on his heel and head into his office. Drake turned back toward the aircraft, watching the men carry boxes away from it. As they walked away, he said,
If I got the introductions right, those 3 guys were Tolliver, Robson, and Barry.
I looked after them, wishing I'd paid more attention. Then I noticed, standing in the shadows beside the structure, the man who'd given me such a dirty look yesterday, Brankin. Chapter 7. His dark hair and blue shirt ruled him out as the man who'd run across our path, but I'd just about be willing to bet money that he was somewhere behind the stunt. He glared at Drake's retreating back before he realized that I'd spotted him. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and he touched his brow, as if in salute to me, then turned and went through a doorway. My blood pressure went up about 10 points. What was this guy's name? His attitude toward the helicopter was pretty clear, and now it looked like he'd come to include Drake and me in his hatred. Well, know thine enemy, I thought. Can you watch things here a minute? I said to Drake when he reached me. I've got to do something. Before he could object, I stalked toward Finney's office and pulled the door open. It was one of those like on a ship where you have to step up a few inches to clear the sill. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me just as he looked up from his paperwork. Mr. Finney, I want to apologize for Drake's outburst out there, I said, stepping closer to his desk. He's normally a very even-tempered man. It's just that whoever did this really gave us a scare.
I know,
Finney replied.
I didn't see it happen myself.
He seemed to remember his manners.
Here, sit,
he said, indicating a chair in front of the desk.
And call me Colin.
Thanks, Colin. Look, we don't want to cause trouble here. We're just trying to do a job.
I know, and I don't think that this is anything personal. No one knows you and your husband. They're not out to hurt you.
Then why the dirty looks and why this stupid attempt to crash our helicopter? He fiddled with a pen and straightened the edges of the papers on the desk, stalling for time.
The oilmen here are union, he began patiently. The boat operators out there are union.
I'd seen a number of boats come and go from the rig and wondered about their purpose.
The company wants to go toward using helicopters for various services, including emergency evacuations, as well as transporting crews back and forth.
And the union boat operators want the business instead.
Exactly.
They've been lobbying the government to create some regulations that would restrict the helicopter operation so severely that they wouldn't find it practical to do this kind of work. As if we don't already have enough regulations to deal with.
Probably so.
That bit of it isn't my department, as they say.
I don't know what's involved from any side of it, except that I've got to keep an oil rig running as efficiently as possible.
Do you think any of these guys would actually go so far as to sabotage an aircraft or cause an accident? I asked, knowing full well that one had just tried it. Colin rubbed his scalp with both hands.
I think most of them are men, just like men everywhere, and they want to do their work and get their paychecks and go out for a beer on Friday night, and that's about it. I just don't know how serious their leaders are about getting rid of the competition.
Some of them are pretty openly hostile, though.
Some are, and I'll try to keep an eye on them.
I sensed he was being straight with me. I thanked him for the information and headed back outside. Drake gave me a questioning look as I approached the aircraft, but he didn't say anything. 2 men were carrying away the last of the tools we'd brought in the cargo.
Shall we go in and see if they'll offer us some lunch?
He asked. I don't know. Maybe it's best if we don't leave the ship unattended.
Why? What did you find out?
I'll tell you about it later. Do we have any passengers or cargo to take back with us?
I thought that's what you went inside to ask Finney.
No, that was something else. Let's just see how soon we can get off this rig. I'll stay with the aircraft if you want to find out. He gave me a look of curiosity, but didn't push it. I found a bottle of window cleaner and a soft cloth while he went to ask for the manifest. I proceeded to wipe the salt spray off the plexiglass windows of the aircraft while keeping a sharp eye toward anyone who might approach. Drake returned in a couple of minutes, shaking his head.
Nothing going back this trip. That was certainly an expensive run for the company.
That one express shipment from Houston must have been really urgent, huh? I put away the cleaning supplies and we took our seats, this time with me at the controls. We put on our headsets and Drake went over the startup procedure with me. Once we lifted off and safely put the oil rig behind us, I told him what Colin Finney had explained to me about some of the rig's crewmen siding with the boat operators. He clamped his mouth shut and didn't say anything, but I could tell it was eating at him because he has this way of grinding his teeth so one little jaw muscle jumps. I gave him 15 minutes before I spoke. So, what are you thinking? I finally asked. He turned to stare out the side window for a minute, then his eyes came back to me.
I'm thinking that I'd like to go back there, find that black-haired SOB, who's probably the one behind this all, and thrash him.
I started to open my mouth with some platitude about how that really wouldn't do any good, but thought better of it.
And I'm thinking that for our safety, it would probably be smarter to call Brian and tell him we're off the job. He didn't exactly warn me that we had enemies out there.
I waited again, rechecking my GPS heading and making a minor course adjustment.
At the very least, I should talk to him tonight and let him know what's going on. Whatever it comes down to, I'm going to do what it takes to protect your life and mine. But he stands to lose a couple $1 million worth of equipment if things get really nasty.
His voice had become calmer during the last statement, and I figured the worst of the storm was over. I wonder if Brian would want to consider putting the 2 helicopters in a hangar at night, too. They're pretty vulnerable out there on the ramp after everyone goes home.
True. I better see if I can get through to him before we leave for the day.
In the distance, I could see the coastline looming ahead. 20 minutes later, we'd crossed it and were making our approach to the airport. Drake had me practice a couple of touch-and-goes once we'd determined that no other air traffic would be affected. I had a little trouble getting used to the fact that the pedals operated in the opposite directions than those I was used to, but otherwise I was beginning to feel much more at ease with the French machine. By the time we'd shut down and tied down the rotor blades, I was starving. I suggested heading into town for lunch as I peeled out of the clumsy survival suit.
I think I'll see if Maggie has a daytime phone number for Brian. I want to get in touch with him before the end of the day if I can.
I could see this stretching into another hour, minimum. More if Brian gave him alternate instructions for storing the aircraft overnight. I left Drake to the final cleanup, and I opted to walk over to the main terminal building and see what I could come up with in the way of sustenance. The General Aviation Building was only a hop away from the main terminal if one could cross part of a runway to do it, but since that's severely frowned upon, I had to follow a chain-link fence for about 1/4 of a mile before I found my way into the other structure. Once inside, I located a vendor who sold sandwiches and chose 2 that looked fairly fresh. Bottled iced tea and tiny bags of potato chips rounded out the meal. I fished through the pockets of my jeans until I came up with some Scottish pound notes and was soon on my way. The hike back went more quickly, now that I could smell the bread and ham scent from my purchases. Balancing everything precariously in the crook of my arm, I turned the knob of the little office at Air Sea Helicopters and nearly dropped the whole burden as I looked inside. Maggie was sprawled on the floor in Drake's arms with blood running down her cheek. Chapter 8. "Oh my God," I groaned, the words coming out no louder than a whisper. Maggie's face was dead white, her body completely limp. The room had been trashed. File folders and papers carpeted the floor and every other horizontal surface. Brown liquid, accompanied by the sharp scent of coffee, coated the papers on the desk and trailed across the room where it saturated the cushions of an upholstered sofa.
"Get me some wet paper towels,"
Drake ordered as soon as he saw me. He continued to pat Maggie's cheek, calling out to get her to wake up. I planted my burden of food in the midst of the coffee-soaked papers on the desk and ran to the cubbyhole bathroom in the corner. Ripping a length of paper towels from the roll, I doused them in cold water and squeezed out the excess. I dashed back to Drake with the sodden mass dripping in my hands. "What happened here?" I asked stupidly.
"She was unconscious when I came in. I've gotten a few groans out of her, but she hasn't—"
I pulled the bunch of wet towels in half and handed one gob to Drake, who pressed it to Maggie's forehead. I dabbed at the blood on her cheek, then decided I might do more good by cleaning her up later. I ran the cold towel over her wrists and forearms, then dabbed her eyelids and temples, any place I could think of. Gradually her eyes began to twitch behind closed lids, and she mumbled. Drake coaxed her.
Maggie, wake up and talk to me. It's Drake and Charlie. We're here, and everything's okay."
His soothing voice that had comforted me many times before began to reach her. "What?" A little color rose in her face, and she began to look less dead. "Maggie, you're at the office. Charlie and Drake are here. Everything's going to be okay." I looked at Drake as her eyelids fluttered. "Should we call 911 or whatever they have here?" No, I'll be okay," Maggie moaned, stirring awkwardly. Her eyes opened and she jerked when she realized Drake was cradling her in his arms. "What happened?" she asked, pulling free of him and sitting up.
"We were going to ask you the same thing,"
Drake told her, smiling at her progress.
"Get a little frustrated with the paperwork?"
Maggie propped her elbows on her jeaned knees and held her head. Her eyes focused for the first time on the layer of papers carpeting the floor. "What?" She reached out and noticed the blood on her hand. Turning it carefully, she examined the palm and the back. "What has happened to me?" she queried with frantic eyes.
"We found you here,"
Drake said.
"We've just come in from Platform 6. We left early this morning, before you came in. Someone must have attacked you."
"That man!" she said. Her eyes darted between Drake and me, then around the room. "No one's here now. Who was it?" "A man. I'm trying to remember."
"It's okay. It'll come to you. Let's just find you a more comfortable place to sit."
He helped her to her feet and kept an arm around her waist as she tested her legs.
"Sit over here,"
he said, pointing her toward the couch. "Not there," I interrupted. "It's been soaked with coffee. How about the chair?" I held Maggie's office chair steady, and Drake led her to it. Coffee, Maggie said as she settled into the chair. I was just making the coffee.
Do you remember what time you got here?
8 o'clock, my usual.
Drake and I exchanged a look. Had she been unconscious nearly 4 hours?
But I got your message about the extra early flight, so I didn't make any coffee right away. I think I returned some phone calls first.
She pressed her fingertips to her temple.
We better get you some medical attention. If you don't want an ambulance, let me at least drive you to a doctor.
She nodded.
That man came in. I didn't know him.
Her face went white again, and I put my hand on the back of her head and shoved it down between her knees.
Do you know where there's a hospital?
I asked Drake. He nodded.
You better drive her to the ER. I'll stay here and straighten up. Maybe I can find some evidence that will tell us who did this.
Lock yourself in, he said.
Maggie's color had returned somewhat when she raised her head, but I wasn't confident that she wouldn't faint again any minute. Drake and I got on either side of her and helped her to the car. He got behind the wheel while I fastened her seatbelt and reclined the seat to make her a bit more comfortable. Wait just a second, I said. I rushed back into the office and located her purse, apparently untouched by the assailant, and carried it out to her. She's bound to need her ID and some kind of insurance card or something at the hospital, I told Drake. Maggie, you just relax. I'll call your mother and she can meet you there.
At the mention of her mother, her eyes welled with bright moisture.
What's her number? 2429.
That meant it was local. The prefixes in the area were all the same, and it meant Maggie probably wasn't in too bad of shape if she could call numbers to mind that quickly. I squeezed her hand through the open window.
Take care. I'll come along later.
I watched Drake slowly back the car out of its spot and gently guide it past the speed bumps in the road. I turned back to face the mess in the office. It hadn't miraculously gone away, and I wasn't sure how much help I'd be in getting it straightened out. I had no idea about Maggie's filing system, but it was a good bet that the intruder had scattered most of it to the wind. I slumped into her chair to reconnoiter the situation. All 4 drawers of the tall file cabinet stood open, most nearly empty. My guess was that the man had pulled handfuls of folders out and flung them across the room. The floor of the entire office was at least an inch deep in paper. He'd then evidently grabbed a pot full of coffee and flung it as well. Was Maggie watching all this, or had he hit her first and she lay unconscious on the floor as he ransacked the place? If we were lucky, maybe she'd remember more details and help fill in some of the blanks. Thinking of Maggie again reminded me to call her family. I punched in the digits and listened as it rang 4 times. 5, 6. I was just about to hang up when a breathless woman answered.
Mrs. Flannery?
I inquired.
Yes.
I introduced myself, and she apologized for the fact that she'd been hanging clothes on the line and had taken so long to answer. As gently as I tried to break the news, there is just no easy way for a mother to accept that her child is on the way to the hospital. After she'd nearly hyperventilated, I asked whether she'd be all right to drive, and she assured me that her older son was there and he could do it. I hung up with my fingers crossed that everyone would make the trip without further incident. There seemed to be nothing more to do than to tackle the disaster at my feet. Well, if I couldn't put the files back into shape, I could at least clean up the mess. In the bathroom, I commandeered the entire roll of paper towels and began ripping sheets off to blot up the places where coffee was still wet. Much of it had dried, leaving wrinkly brown smudges on everything. The sofa was the worst, where it seemed that pure vengeance motivated the drenching of the pale blue fabric. I pressed towels into the spots and soaked up a lot of it, but much had penetrated the foam beneath and only time would dry that. With luck, an upholstery cleaner service with some good detergent might salvage the thing. Trying to organize the paperwork looked like a nightmare to me. I had no idea where anything went. About all I could do was to gather papers into piles and leave it for Maggie in a day or 2. Hopefully she wouldn't decide that the job was too dangerous and quit, because I doubted Brian Swinney had any clue how his files should be organized.
I made stacks on the desk, stacks on the file cabinet, stacks in the drawers, and stacks on the floor. Against the wall on the south side, I came across dangerous shards of glass where the coffee carafe had apparently landed with some force after its contents were gone. I gingerly gathered them and swept up the tiny pieces with a broom I'd seen in the bathroom. I applied more wet paper towels to the brown stains on the walls and rehung pictures and certificates that had been ripped from their hooks and smashed on the floor. Swept up more glass and straightened the furniture. Drake walked through the door as I was stashing the broom and dustpan.
Well, this is a big improvement.
How's Maggie doing?
Sitting up on an ER gurney waiting for a doctor to get around. Her mother and brother arrived and there was a lot of wailing, but basically I think she'll be okay. I suggested that she not discuss the incident in great detail with anyone other than the police or us. Don't know if she'll contain herself, but I didn't think it would be good if everyone in town knew about it just yet.
Want a sandwich? I asked, retrieving our lunch from the spot I'd hastily dumped it nearly 2 hours earlier. Drake picked up his portion and looked around.
How's that couch for sitting?
A lot of coffee soaked into the cushions. I don't think I'd park my butt there just yet. He chose a side chair and pulled it up to the desk. The ham sandwiches were about a day and a half away from fresh, but at this point I didn't care. I thought I was starving 2 hours ago. By the time I took my first bite, ravenous was a better word for it.
I'd better call Brian,
Drake said 10 minutes later as he brushed the last of the crumbs off his shirt. Yeah, we thought we had bad news for him when we left the rig. This is going to be a double whammy. I located the Rolodex for him, and he rifled through until he came up with a number where he thought Brian could be reached. I puttered, tidying a few last things, while he made the call.
Brian says he'll try to get away from London tonight. Meanwhile, we should just make everything as secure as possible and not worry about it. He suggested that neither of us make any flights out to the rig alone, though. He knows that union guy Brankin, and says he could be trouble.
I'd come across keys to the file cabinet in Maggie's desk, so I stacked as many of the papers as I could into the file drawers and locked them. At least they'd have to perform some serious breakage to get in there, or cart the whole cabinet off with them. I suspected they'd already taken anything they really wanted. We checked the office's 2 windows and made sure the deadbolt locks were secure on the only door. Drake disconnected the batteries on the 2 helicopters, secured all the compartment doors, and locked the passenger doors. It was about as secure as we could make them without putting them into a locked building, and Brian hadn't seemed to feel that was necessary. In the U.S., it's a federal crime to tamper with an aircraft, and I assumed the UK would have the same kind of rules. The only problem was that I didn't think these thugs were exactly worried about the legal aspects of their actions. It's also a crime to assault someone, but that hadn't stopped one of them from knocking Maggie unconscious and leaving her. It was nearly 3 o'clock when we climbed into the company car and headed back toward our cottage. The grounds of Dunworthy appeared on our left more than a mile before the turnoff to the castle, and the turn to our cottage was around a bend another 1/4 mile down the road. I debated about stopping in to introduce Drake, remembering Sarah's casual invitation to drop in any time, but decided a nap before dinner sounded more appealing. I awoke in darkness, pulled from leaden sleep by the ringing of the telephone downstairs. My foggy brain registered only that Drake must have answered it because it quit ringing about the time I rolled over. My body said stay. My brain nagged that I really shouldn't, or I would be asleep until about midnight, when I'd finally become fully awake. Logic finally won the argument, and I dragged myself from bed and splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom.
That was Brian on the phone,
Drake said, nearly scaring the socks off me as I blindly groped for a towel.
He said his mother's taken a turn for the worse in the last hour, and he doesn't think he should leave her just now. He asked me to go back out to the airport and get the aircraft stowed in one of the hangars out there. He's already called ahead and arranged it.
Now?
Yeah, I better go. If something happens to them outside and he hasn't taken reasonable precautions, his insurance company's likely to give him a lot of grief. Apparently these union threats have been going on for some time, but this is the first time they've actually done anything. He's worried.
And you have to deal with it. I really didn't want to sound bitter, but an edge crept in.
For now.
He pulled me in a close embrace and rubbed my back.
Want to come along? We could get some dinner in town afterward.
I gave him a quick kiss and went to look for my shoes. The trip to the airport, moving both craft into a hangar, supervised by Fergus, who yes-mummed me a lot, and dinner at a decent seafood place took hours, and it was nearly 10 o'clock as we approached Dunworthy. Rounding a bend in the road, I caught sight of flames leaping high into the air. My heart sped into high gear. The castle! Drake, turn in at their lane! Chapter 9. The tires squealed as Drake made a hard left turn into the lane. I lost sight of the flames as the heavy canopy of trees closed in, but an orange glow to our right peered through at intervals. We followed the winding lane until we came into the open area at the front of the castle. The flames were still on our right. It's not the castle, thank goodness, I said as Drake brought the car to a halt beside the family Bentley.
It's in the direction of our cottage, he replied tersely.
We both took off running at the same instant. A fruit orchard covered a couple of acres, beyond which Sarah had told me there were a number of small cottages and a few old buildings from ancient times. We stumbled between the apple and cherry trees, the glow becoming brighter and the heat from the fire already warming the air around us. We emerged into a small clearing past the orchard and saw the flaming structure. The thatch roof of a small building was completely ablaze, with flames shooting 20 or 30 feet into the air. Its stone walls stood invincible, while several people raced around, not accomplishing much of anything. I spotted Sarah Dunbar off to one side, wrestling with a fire extinguisher. "Sarah!" I shouted. She didn't hear me. I nudged Drake and we headed toward her. "Can Drake help with that?" I asked. "Oh, Charlie, I'm so glad to see you. Yes, please," she said, handing the extinguisher over to Drake. His look told me that he knew the small extinguisher would be useless, but he took it and ran to join the others, pulling the pin from the canister as he went. "What happened?" I shouted above the roaring fire and the shouts of the people. "I don't know. We just discovered it," she said. "Robert's trying to get the pumper out here." At that moment, a garden tractor appeared, with Robert driving, pulling an antique contraption of some kind. It jounced over ruts and onto the unmown turf surrounding the little hut. Men ran over to help him, and they were soon unwinding a hose and cranking up a generator. Water pumped from the hose, in fitful spurts at first, then as a steady stream which was at least wet, if not forceful. "What kind of building is that?" I asked Sarah. "Oh, it's a crofter's hut. Dreadfully old. Hasn't been occupied for 200-300 years, I'm sure. Old thatch ceiling must have been like a candle wick, you know." I guess I gave a puzzled look. "They burned peat fires in those huts. Fire ring on the floor, meat hanging from the ceiling to cure. Interiors of those places were coated in grease an inch thick." "Well, I can see how that would burn easily. Maybe I should see if I can lend a hand." The men worked their way around the sides of the crofter's cottage, dampening the flames on one side just to have them flare up on another. I joined Drake, who'd set the fire extinguisher aside the minute the pumper showed up. We helped unwind some extra lengths of hose, and then to bear its weight as it filled with water. At last, it looked like we were making some headway. The roaring flames had settled into smaller ones, with thick billowing smoke everywhere.
"At least we kept the surrounding grass damp enough,"
Robert commented as I stepped aside to let the men finish it up. "Thank goodness it didn't spread to the orchard," I said. Robert turned to issue an order at the men. I scanned the surrounding forest, contemplating the amount of potential destruction had the fire run unchecked. A slight movement caught my eye beneath one of the trees in the orchard. A man huddled behind one of the thick trunks, watching the scene. In the dying light of the fire, his red-gold hair glowed. It was Ian Brodie.
"Charlie, here, take this,"
Robert said, handing me the wrench he'd used to crank open the water valve.
"It goes in the toolbox on the other side."
I reached out for the wrench, and when I looked up again, Ian was gone. Now what was that about? I wondered, circling the pumper to put the wrench away. If Ian were this close, why hadn't he come over to help? I remembered Robert Dunbar's comments yesterday, his suspicions about Ian being the thief who stole his lambs. Was Ian really at war with the Dunbars? Could he have set this fire? I walked back around the pumper to the spot where Robert stood watching the last of the dousing efforts. "Any idea what started the fire?" I asked.
"No, can't figure it out. No lightning tonight. That's usually what does it. Lucky we have old Betsy here,"
he said, patting the pumper's flank.
"Closest fire department's almost all the way to Inverness. Take 'em 20 minutes to get here. Used to have a volunteer crew in the village, but they're all getting old like me. Can't do it anymore. That getting waked up in the night."
He patted the pumper again.
"Betsy here's old. Think me granda bought her in more than 80 years ago when we pulled her with the horses. But she still works."
He supervised the rewinding of the hose, then climbed aboard the tractor to drive Betsy back to storage. Sarah came around the corner of the still-standing stone walls to survey the wreckage. Now that the fire was out, the night had turned dark and chilly. Everyone was finding their way around by the beams of a couple of flashlights someone had brought.
"Oh, Charlie, there you are,"
Sarah said.
"I'd like you to meet my grandson, Richie."
A gangly kid of about 15 stepped forward. His large hands flopped at his sides, as if they weren't quite sure they belonged at the ends of those long, skinny arms. His blonde hair hung over his forehead, having received a few too many sprays of water to stay in style. He wore baggy black pants and a black pullover that hung halfway to his knees. In his case, I wasn't sure whether he was trying to be stylish, or if virtually any clothing would hang on his skinny frame. He nodded jerkily toward me and murmured a hello that almost made it past his lips.
"And Richie's friends, Lewis and Alistair,"
Sarah added, summoning 2 other boys over. Lewis was a bit more filled out than Richie, and I noticed that he and Alistair went for the same baggy clothing. They each gave me a polite nod, but I sensed teenage sullenness just under the surface.
"Let's go inside,"
Sarah suggested.
"I'll make us some cocoa."
We trooped through the orchard in a line, one of the torch-bearers at the head and one at the end of the scraggly procession. When we reached the castle, 3 men, presumably groundskeepers, left. Richie and his friends informed Sarah that they were off to town.
"Now, where—"
The slamming car door cut off her inquiry. Drake and I were now the only ones standing with Sarah. I introduced them and included Robert as he came walking back from one of the outbuildings with a flashlight in hand.
"I'm afraid we should beg off staying for cocoa. It's been a very long day. I'll have to tell you about it sometime." "Let's do plan on a dinner one evening soon,"
Sarah insisted. Turning to Drake, she added,
"I understand you have some fascinating stories to tell."
I could have almost sworn she winked at him, but he didn't seem to notice.
"I'm going to figure out where Ian Brody is leasing land and which cottage they live in,"
I told Drake in the car on the way back to our place.
"I think I need to pay him a little visit."
Chapter 10. Brody's cottage stood among a collection of old barns and wooden fenced corrals. The land was somewhat hilly with gray-white rocks that jutted up through the rich green grass. In the distance, a flock of 50 or 60 sheep grazed in a low spot at the base of a rocky promontory. I'd followed the sketchy directions Ian had mentioned when I met him and found the place without any trouble. 3 grown collies and a half-dozen puppies bounded out to meet me as soon as I stopped the car. One of the adult dogs, a female with nipples hanging inches below her belly, sniffed cautiously at my fingers before slowly wagging her tail and giving her tacit approval for me to touch her babies. With acceptance by the adults, I stooped down and became instantly covered in puppies. Their small bodies wiggled uncontrollably as they crawled over my shoes and worked their way up to my knees and lapped at my chin. I got a case of the giggles. There was no way not to erupt in laughter. Sorry, ma'am, there's not another show until 12:30. Show? My confusion must have registered on my face with a look of stupidity. The dog shows. Did you come for that? The young woman standing in the driveway wore denim overalls and a gray t-shirt that I sensed must have once been white. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail that brushed her shoulders, and delicate tendrils of hair framed her forehead and cheeks. I guessed her age to be mid-20s. No, sorry, I didn't know anything about that. I stood up and tucked the tail of my pink t-shirt back into my jeans. You must be Ian's wife. I would have extended my hand to her, but hers was full of baby bottles dripping foamy milk. Yes, I'm Ramona, she answered cautiously. I introduced myself by letting her know which cottage we were renting. I met Ian outside one day and he suggested I drop by and meet you too. Well, it's nice to know a neighbor, she said with a widening grin. Hey, want to help me feed a couple of lambs? At my nod, she led me toward one of the corrals. The puppies trailed behind us, and the 2 adult dogs wandered off. Nudging a small metal latch with her knee, Ramona opened the gate. Catch that, will you? She said as we walked through. I pushed the gate shut, leaving the puppies outside. 2 lambs, standing about 18 inches high, scampered toward Ramona, eyeing the bottles in her arms. She tilted one bottle downward to the nearest baby and handed the other bottle to me. I mimicked her technique with the other lamb. His mouth latched onto the nipple and his tail went into furious wagging. I had to laugh again. They're so cute. Never worked much with farm animals. Not really. I remembered one early field trip to a local dairy when I'd been in the 1st or 2nd grade, but the animals were so huge no one had even suggested that we get near them. In about 2 minutes, both lambs drained their bottles, and Ramona handed me a second one. Just toss the empties on the ground. Why don't their mothers feed them? These 2 were orphaned. Oh, recently? I wanted to believe that she wouldn't lie to me, but couldn't help but remember the Dunbars just happened to have 2 lambs of their own missing. I ruffled the ears of my animal, but didn't notice any kind of tag or brand. Yeah, Ian brought them in from the west pasture a few days ago. Said the mother was attacked by a big cat. I pictured someone's tabby run amok, but she clarified. Some mountain lions come down from the hills. That's sad. Didn't the dogs raise a fuss? Dunno, usually they do. The lambs had polished off 2 bottles each, and Ramona pushed them away, their fat little tummies bulging. Enough for now. Off you go. We gathered the empty bottles. Let's go inside, she suggested. Sorry I couldn't offer you a more proper welcome. Just can't put off these little ones when they're hungry. We walked up a rocky path from the corral to the house, an unpainted wood and stone structure nestled into a curve in the rocky hillside. A small garden area contained some well-developed vegetables, tomatoes, beans, and the leafy tops of potato plants. But the flower beds near the cottage were filled only with the bare sticks of last year's annuals. I've still got some coffee, Ramona said. We could sit a minute and have a cup. Inside, the cottage consisted of a main room with a combined living and kitchen area. Doors on the far wall presumably led to bedroom and bathroom. The cottage's dominant feature was a stone fireplace on the wall opposite the front door. Its opening was nearly large enough to garage a compact car. A battered coal scuttle sat to one side, and an unruly pile of logs graced the other. The living area contained an oak-framed sofa, whose faded frame looked like it had been out in the weather for a few seasons before being brought back into service. The nubby gray fabric on the cushions showed snags and a couple of rips large enough for white stuffing to poke through. A wooden end table made of logs, a small television set, and a floor lamp with a fringed 1940s-era shade were the only other furnishings, if you didn't count that stack of magazines that held an egg-smeared plate and a dirty coffee mug. On the kitchen side of the room, there was a folding card table with 2 chairs. Built-ins consisted of a metal one-piece cabinet with sink and a tiny 4-burner stove. A slope-shouldered refrigerator hummed noisily in the corner. On the plus side, A window above the sink gave an unbroken view of the spectacular Highland countryside. The odor of burnt coffee filled the room. "Oh no! Guess I left this on." Ramona pulled a metal coffee pot from one of the stove burners. A low gas flame glowed bluely. She turned, embarrassed. "Sorry. Maybe some tea, then?" I sensed that my accepting a cup of tea would be important to her after the disaster with the coffee. "Sure, that would be nice." "The place comes furnished," she explained in answer to my unasked question. "We really do have nicer stuff than this at home, but when you're renting only for a summer, it hardly seems worth the bother to bring a lot." She rummaged through pans under the kitchen sink and came up with a small kettle. "Where's home?" I asked, trying to stay on neutral ground. "Near Aberdeen. We live with Ian's parents. They've got a few acres and a guest house out back. We've got that. But Ian's father runs his own sheep on his land, and it's not really enough to support ours too. We'll do a season here, then sell them in the fall." "Oh, I've only got tea bags," she apologized. "Hope that's okay." "It's all I ever do at home," I answered truthfully. "Most Americans probably can't tell the difference." She pulled out 2 mugs, inspected them for cleanliness, and took 2 bags from a canister that I noticed was otherwise nearly empty. I turned away, pretending to admire the stonework on the fireplace, while she put water on to boil and discreetly stacked the dirty dishes that had covered the table. "So, what part of America are you from?" she asked, working to keep a conversation going. I told her a bit about New Mexico and Albuquerque. I didn't mention the private investigation business. "My husband and I are here to do some helicopter work for a friend who's—" The door abruptly opened and Ian walked in, stomping his boots on the stone step outside first.
"Oh, hello,"
he said, startled to find me in his house. "Ian, you've met Charlie," Ramona said.
"Yes, we've met."
He leaned his shepherd's crook against the wall. "We're about to have tea. Will you have some too?" He pulled back his sleeve and stared at his watch.
"We've got a show in 30 minutes.
"Heavens, is it that late already?"
12. Is there any lunch?"
His tone was surly, and I felt immediate tension in the room. "Hey, I didn't realize it was that late either," I hastily interjected. "I better get going." "Oh, Charlie, don't go yet. Stay for the show. Ian's a wonder with the dogs." I glanced toward him, but he had his back to me. Ramona made a dismissive gesture. To him she said, "Your lunch is in the fridge. I wrapped your sandwich in foil." "I should go." "Oh, I'm sorry, Charlie. Would you like some lunch?" No, I had a big breakfast late." It wasn't true, but I didn't want to put her on the spot, and there was no way I'd intrude upon their rather meager supplies. Ramona took my arm and we walked out the door together. "Charlie, don't mind Ian. He's always a bear before he gets fed, and he's got a lot on his mind recently." We walked between a dozen or so black and white collies who lay on the ground around the front of the cottage. They all took up the same position, head on paws, nose pointed at the door. Ramona slowed her pace once we'd cleared the dogs. "I need to put out some food for the puppies. Come along." I followed her into the barn, where large plastic bins lined one wall. She raised the lid on one and scooped dry dog food into a flat metal pan. 6 puppies wiggled through the cracks in the walls at the sound of the food hitting their dish. "Just a minute," she laughed at them, then carried the dog food to a 5-gallon bucket and dipped milk from it, covering the dry food and swirling the pan until the mixture was evenly distributed. I watched in amazement as she held the pan at waist level and issued a command. "Puppies, sit!" The puppies spread apart and 6 little bottoms went to the ground. Their bright eyes stared at Ramona as she slowly lowered the pan to the ground in their midst. Their heads followed the progress of the meal, and the instant the dish hit the dirt, they were all over it. "They're not the neatest with their table manners," Ramona laughed. Little black and white bodies crawled all over the large pan, into and around it. Luckily, their mother comes along afterwards and licks their bellies and paws clean. Sure enough, the mother dog I'd noticed earlier was hovering at the edge of the barn, waiting and watching. "Oh, I think I hear a car. Watch the pups a while longer if you'd like." Ramona wiped her hands on her slender denim legs and headed toward the door. Through the opening, I could see a family of 4 emerging from a small white car. Within minutes, 3 more cars had arrived, and a small crowd was circulating and petting the dogs, who'd abandoned their post at the cottage. Ramona greeted them all pleasantly and collected money, which I saw her shove into the pockets of her overalls. I glanced at my watch. At precisely 12:30, Ian emerged from the cottage and walked down the long drive to the area where the cars had parked. His countenance had changed considerably over the past half hour.
"Good day, everyone,"
he greeted.
"Now, if you'll come just over here, we'll get started."
I left the barn and joined Ramona. "How much is the show admission?" I asked, reaching into a pocket where I'd stashed some money. "Oh, stay, Charlie. It's on the house for you." "No, if everyone else is paying, I will too." "Charlie, I insist. It's not often we have a friend over. Please stay." I knew a further argument about payment would insult her, so I smiled acceptance and followed her in the direction Ian had led the others. We stood at the back of the group, who had all taken seats on the sizable rocks that lined the driveway. Ian stood about 20 yards away, shepherd's crook at attention, 5 adult dogs pacing the area with their eyes always on him.
"Each of the dogs has his own set of commands,"
Ian announced to the crowd after welcoming everyone.
"I use whistles to signal out the dog I want. He'll come to attention, then I'll give him the command to go where I want him. Like this."
He called out a dog's name, then whistled a short, chirpy sound. One of the dogs, who'd been up in the rocks near the spectators, dashed down the short hill and came to Ian's side. He gave another whistle, 3 quick chirps, and the dog raced across the open pasture to a flock of 20 or 30 sheep, who were grazing about 200 yards away. The dog circled the sheep until they gathered together in a neat little bunch.
"With each different whistle command, I can make the dog do what I want him to do. For instance, he'll circle to the right." Chirp, chirp. The dog circled the flock, going to his right around them. Ian produced a different whistle sound, a 3-toned OOE, and the dog changed direction and circled to the left. 1 quick chirp, and the dog stopped in his tracks and lay down. "I'll have him bring the flock to me,"
Ian said. A 2-toned EO, and the dog was up again, maneuvering the 20 sheep across the pasture to Ian. When they reached the patch of beaten earth where he stood, the dog backed away and the sheep stopped.
"Now, we'll have 2 dogs take them back."
He shouted the names of 2 other dogs, and they came to attention. Again, a series of whistles brought them circling the sheep, and the flock retreated about 100 yards, until Ian whistled the dogs to gather them into a bunch. I looked around at the faces of the audience. All registered amazement as Ian continued to put the dogs through several series of moves. He called up one of the pups we'd just been feeding.
"This pup is 15 weeks old. He's been in training since he was 4 weeks,"
Ian told the group.
"He cannot work with the full-grown sheep yet, but he's learning his commands."
He whistled for the pup to run out to the flock and return, which the little guy did admirably before Ian commanded him to lie down with the other grown dogs. Then he ordered one of the 2 dogs who were still guarding the flock to bring a single sheep to him.
"The Scottish blackface is mostly raised for its wool,"
he said. He grabbed the sheep unceremoniously, wrapping his arm around its chest and plopping it into a sitting position. With Ian's strong arm under its armpits, so to speak, the sheep went nearly limp, and Ian picked up a pair of shears and proceeded to shear about half its body with a few deft moves.
"Anyone else want to give it a try?"
he said, looking out into the crowd. We all became suddenly shy, no one wanting to be the guinea pig for something we all knew must be much harder than it looked when Ian did it. When no one stepped forward, he quickly finished the clipping and released the sheep. He balled up the wool which had come off the animal as one neat belt and tossed it to the ground.
"Selling wool has become a losing proposition for us here in Scotland. The government dictates the price we can get, My cost to raise a sheep, feed it, shear it, and ship the wool is higher than the price I sell it for. A lot of shepherds have been in the business for generations, but are having to get out now."
Sparks flared in his eyes, and I could tell he was just getting warmed up on the subject. I glanced toward Ramona and caught the quick headshake she sent toward Ian. "Don't preach," she seemed to be warning him. "All right, folks," her perky voice said. "Come with me to the fenced area. We have some other demonstrations, and you can feed some of the animals if you like." Everyone scrambled off their rock seats and followed her, glad to avoid the sermon they'd nearly received. I lingered, watching Ian pick up his tools and the ball of wool. He stomped off toward the barn, while the crowd trailed behind Ramona. This was the second angry outburst I'd heard from him on the subject of the government's unfairness toward the sheep industry. Perhaps the third, considering his voice was probably one of those I'd heard outside our window Tuesday morning. Did that anger extend to a personal vendetta against one member of the Scottish Parliament? Robert Dunbar? Chapter 11. Ian appeared to have shed his anger once again when he came out of the barn and joined the tourists. I stood by for a little while as he demonstrated how the youngest puppies are taught herding techniques using ducks. I had to laugh as I watched some of the little collies work around ducks that were larger than themselves. Ramona mingled among the visitors, smiling and chatting, making up for some of Ian's taciturn ways. I caught up with her during a free moment. It looked like the tourists would be staying a while. I decided I'd question Ian another time about being at the edge of the woods during the fire in the crofter's hut. "I'd better be going home," I told Ramona. "Tell Ian I really enjoyed the dog show, and do plan to come over to our place for a visit sometime." "Sure, Charlie, I will." Drake was still out when I returned to the cottage, and I realized this afternoon was the first afternoon I'd had to myself in a couple of weeks. I stretched out on the sofa with the clan book Sarah had loaned me. Before I knew it, I was completely engrossed and began taking notes on the Davidson clan history. Somewhere around 4 o'clock, I must have dozed off, because I came awake with a start when Drake opened the door at 6.
"Hey, what's this? Sleeping on the job?"
No job for me today. I've taken a lazy afternoon off." I stretched and pulled myself off the sofa. "How about you? Did everything go okay at the airport?"
"I stayed in and made phone calls. We didn't have any flights scheduled out to the rig, luckily."
"Any word on Maggie?" I asked as I opened the refrigerator door and pulled out a bottle of white Zinfandel we'd opened a couple of days earlier.
"She's back at home, with her mother fussing over her. The doctors told her she had a mild concussion. They kept her overnight and let her out first thing this morning."
"They weren't worried about that long period of unconsciousness?" I asked, pouring 2 glasses of wine.
"I asked her that. Apparently the doctors didn't think she'd probably been out that long. We may have come back right after the intruder left."
We raised our glasses in a quick toast. I tried vainly to remember every detail about the Air-Sea offices when we'd come in from our own eventful flight. Had there been any strange cars around? Anyone who didn't belong, lurking? I just couldn't pull up an image.
"Anyway, Maggie should be back at work in another day or 2. Brian had called her and talked her into not quitting her job."
I scanned the contents of the refrigerator for dinner ideas while we talked. "Are we both flying tomorrow?"
"That's the plan. We'll take both ships and keep an eye on each other."
He watched as I took a couple of chicken breasts out and stirred up a marinade for them. 30 minutes later, over dinner, I filled him in on my day with Ian and Ramona Brody. We also mapped out our flight plans for the next day, then went to bed early. By 10 o'clock the next morning, my jet ranger was tracking about a quarter mile behind Drake in the Aster as we approached Platform 14. A total of 10 rig workers rode with us, all genial fellows as far as I could tell when we'd picked them up at their dockside offices an hour earlier. I didn't get any sense of the hostility that pervaded the atmosphere on Platform 6 a couple of days ago. Drake set his craft down at the far edge of the landing pad, leaving the more sheltered section for me. I guided the jet ranger into its spot and set the skids gently on the concrete pad. My passengers waited expectantly for the thumbs up before opening any of the doors, and I gave the signal as soon as I'd repeated instructions for correctly releasing the sometimes tricky latches. The crew chief for this platform was a short, stocky man with a florid face and a dark fringe of hair showing beneath the rim of his hard hat. 2 deep furrows between his black eyebrows testified that he was permanently mad about something. I wondered if the union problems at the other rigs extended to this one as well. I couldn't see why not. I braced myself as he stomped toward my door, clipboard under one arm, hard hat butting the air as if he were a human battering ram. He looked up at the same moment I opened my door.
Girl pilot, eh? All right. Manifest for the return.
His gravelly voice came from somewhere deep inside his compact body, probably about in the region of his navel. Each sentence came out as a short bark, the way a Rottweiler would sound if he spoke English. He shoved a sheet of paper into my hands and backed away, his eyes on the rotor blades, which dipped lower as they slowly wound down. I watched him circle at a respectful distance and walk toward Drake's aircraft with a similar list in hand. I pulled gently at the rotor brake and locked down my controls. Stepping out of the aircraft, I looked around at the rig. Everything appeared to be business as usual. No malevolent stares, no brandishing of weapons. None of the crew seemed to give us a second glance. So was this a non-union rig, or had these guys not yet received the word that they were at war with us? Nevertheless, Drake and I took turns stepping inside for bathroom breaks, while the others stayed outside, puttering around nonchalantly but keeping vigilant. Finally, our returnees were ready, and we loaded up for the return trip. We had 2 more of these crew changes to do today, ferrying men from shore to the rigs, and those coming off their shifts back home. A certain number of men rotated in and out each day to keep continuity, but there were a couple of days of the week when the traffic was extra heavy and required both our aircraft. Platform 11 proved equally unthreatening when we landed there in the early afternoon, and Platform 6, for once, was quiet too. Maybe all the troublemakers are on the same shift, I said to Drake back at the airport after we'd made the last run at about 5 o'clock. Think they all managed the same days off this week?
Could be. It was peaceful today anyway.
He supervised the placement of the portable tug under the skids on the Aster, and Fergus, the hangar attendant, slowly backed his machine through the huge doors, guiding the delicate aircraft to its bed for the night. Inside the Air-Sea offices, there was one message on the answering machine. Drake pressed the button to retrieve it. Static fuzzed through the little speaker for several seconds before anyone spoke.
Give up,
a deep voice said.
Stay off the oil rigs.
My thoughts went immediately to the stocky crew chief, whose deep gravelly voice had been one of his most noticeable features. Say something more, I whispered. Drake and I both bent closer to the machine, but the recording had clicked off.
Well, I guess we know what that was about.
I just wonder who made the call.
Voice makes me think of that guy today.
My thought exactly. I twiddled a pencil between my fingers. That guy didn't really seem angry at us, though. Did you think?
I don't know.
He circled the room, checking the windows.
Never can tell.
I peered out the front window toward our car. It was alone, and I didn't see another person in the vicinity. We switched off the lights and locked the deadbolt.
I'm going to take one last look at the ships before we leave,
Drake said, heading toward the hangar. I tagged along, really wanting nothing more than dinner at this point. When everything looked secure and Drake had verified that the hangar doors were indeed locked for the night, we finally got away. It was completely dark out now, and my whole body was buzzing from a full day at the stick. Whatever we ate for dinner wasn't terribly memorable. I think it was McDonald's food, and I fell into bed with the ominous sound of that telephone threat nagging at me. Chapter 12. The phone rang about mid-morning, just as I was finishing up the dishes and tidying the cottage. Charlie, it's Sarah. Sorry for such late notice. I wasn't able to reach you all day yesterday. Flying. Sorry, we were tied up until late. Oh, that's no problem, dear. We just wanted to see if you and Drake could make it for dinner tonight. I think it will just be the four of us. Richie and his friends have some sort of plans. Not that they're ever very good company anyway. That age, you know." I had to chuckle. "Oh, I know. I'm sure I wasn't terribly sociable at that age either. Yes, we'd be delighted to come to dinner." 7, then? Perfect. I'd hung up before I remembered that I should have offered to bring something. Then again, perhaps showing up for dinner at a castle with a little bowl of salad or dessert tucked under your arm just wasn't the thing. The clan book waited on the coffee table, and I decided to finish making notes so I could return the book to Sarah that evening. I also placed a call to the Air-Sea Helicopters offices, leaving a message for Drake about the dinner so he wouldn't dawdle too long in getting everything secured and coming home. By 3 o'clock, I'd taken pages of notes, and my head felt fuzzy from too much reading. The pale blue sky beckoned, and the grass around the cottage shone emerald green in the sunlight. A walk seemed to be in order. I stretched the kinks out of my legs and grabbed the front door key off the kitchen counter. Silly, probably, but years of life in a crime-ridden city had conditioned me to always lock up. I slipped the key into my jeans pocket after doing so. The air held a strong trace of dampness after last evening's rain, but the sun had come out this morning, and the lawn was dry, the flowers in the cottage's neat beds turning their heads toward the light. Maybe I would cut a small bouquet and take it with us to Dunworthy this evening. I took a graveled path that circled behind the cottage and ran out of sight behind the orchard. Beyond that lay the burned-out crofter's hut. I'd be interested to see whether the debris had been cleaned up yet, or if this would be one of those ashes-to-ashes situations where they'd simply let the old structure turn into a quaint ruin with an interesting history over time. Apples hung heavily from the trees as I passed along their rows. The other night I hadn't realized how large the orchard was or how near to harvest time. I found a path of beaten earth down the middle of a central row and followed it to the clearing. 50 feet away stood the blackened stone walls, all that remained of the small structure. I approached softly, mindful of the quiet of the place, with the chatter of birds in the surrounding trees the only sound. It was only when I came within 5 or 6 feet of the old walls that I heard the voices. "Like that, man!" Male laughter rose from the far side of the cottage. It grew more raucous. Someone added something in a heavy Scottish brogue that came out sounding like, "You don't be ken one, what?" More laughter of the positively knee-slapping variety. "Aye, can I scod not?" I had no clue as to the words, much less where the hilarity was in them. But I figured I had 2 choices, either sneak away or make my presence known. Curiosity won out, and I softly began humming a little tune. The laughter covered my frail efforts completely, so I finally resorted to a cough. "What's here?" one of the voices whispered. Richie's face peered around the side of the hut. He went a shade whiter when he saw me. He dropped something small and white on the ground and covered it with his shoe. "Oh, Richie!" I hoped I seemed appropriately startled at finding him and his friends smoking pot in their little hideout. "How are you?" "Just fine, ma'am." Some of his previous shyness faded with the addition of the drug, I noticed. "And are your friends here, too?" He nudged his boot at something behind him. "Lou, Al, come out and say hello," he said. Alistair and Lewis emerged, considerably subdued from the wildly laughing young men I'd heard moments earlier. "Mom." Their upper-class upbringing hadn't totally deserted them. "Does your grandmother know you've chosen this as your hangout?" I asked Richie. Well, not exactly, ma'am." "We don't have to go with the ma'am stuff, Richie. I'm Charlie." "Thanks, Charlie. Well, I grinned at their discomfort. "Hey, I'm just out for a walk, okay?" All 3 boys relaxed considerably. "If you could just, that is, maybe not, well, does grandmother have to—" I let Richie stammer through his attempt to beg for my silence. My eyes scanned the ground around the base of the rock walls, and I spotted the nub of another joint at the edge of the large, flat stone that served as a doorstep for the hut. I picked it up. "Sit a minute, guys. I need to ask you something." They perched lightly on their haunches, and I did the same. I held up the roach I'd just found. "I guess you guys do this a lot, huh?" Sullen faces, ready for a lecture on the evils of drug use, stared back at me. In America, I would have gotten a comment like, "We don't need this shit," and they'd have taken off. People raised in castles have a few more restraints placed on them, I guess. "No lecture," I said. "I just want to know about the other night. That fire." "No way," Lewis piped up. "We had nothing to do with that."
"It's true."
It was the first time I'd heard Alistair open his mouth, and I was surprised by the maturity of the deep male voice that came out. "They're right, Mom. Charlie. We came out and it was already going." Richie's back straightened as he took the lead. We were planning to hang around out here. It's a, fun place to just..." "But we came through the orchard there," Lewis said. "And sudden like, we could see the flames."
"We didn't know what to do," Richie said. "I mean, it was already so big we couldn't handle it ourselves. I ran back to the garage and got a fire extinguisher. That's when Grandmother saw me, and I told her what we found. She brought the others to help, but we..." He shrugged helplessly.
"It's true, really," Lewis insisted. Okay, I believe you," I said, kneading the roach between my fingers until it crumbled and fell away. "Did you see anyone else out here?"
"Well, the guys who came out to help."
"You mean them?" Richie asked. "No, I'm thinking about anyone who might have started the fire. Your grandfather said there was no lightning that evening. I'm just wondering how the fire started." All three boys seemed to give it fair consideration, but no one came up with any names, which still left me with the question of why Ian Brody had been lurking in the orchard, as everyone else worked to put out the flames. "Okay, then," I finally said. "If any of you think of anything, let me know."
"Are you investigating it, then?"
Richie asked. I must have given him a sharp look or something at the mention of an investigation.
"Well, it's just that Grandmother was telling us at dinner the other night that you're a private investigator back in America."
"Yes," Lewis said. "She said you were looking into the disappearance of some lambs here on the farm." His eyes glittered with enthusiasm. "Well, I don't remember actually agreeing to that." Had Sarah really believed she'd put me on the case? And in going to Ian Brody's lease and looking at the lambs there, had I tacitly agreed to investigate? I stood and brushed leaves from my jeans. "Well, I'm not getting much walking done." The boys stood out of habit and shuffled their feet as I walked away. I wondered whether they'd light up again once I was out of sight. I cut through the orchard, wanting more exercise before I headed home. At the end of a row, I spotted a path leading away from the castle. I'd wanted to explore the forest a bit, so I walked toward it. The wide trail led from the castle directly into the thick woods. In no time at all, I stepped under the dark canopy of pines. Purple heather carpeted the ground, but the pathway was well maintained, and the short, almost fluffy plants didn't intrude. 20 yards or so into the forest, a small clearing had been made to house a tiny gazebo. The structure looked like something out of a Sleeping Beauty tale, with turned wooden columns supporting an intricately latticed cupola, all painted white. It resembled a sugar confection created for the top of a wedding cake. Under its protection stood 2 white stone benches, the legs faintly green with the mossy residue that clung to everything here. I walked up the 2 steps at the entry, enchanted by the little enclave, so different from anything I'd be likely to run across in New Mexico. Peering out through the lattice, I could tell that there were a couple of smaller pathways leading away from the small clearing. Foot trails, really. The main path directly to and from the castle was definitely the one everyone used. I stepped down and decided to go farther into the forest. The trail on the left looked like it led toward our cottage and might eventually come out there. The one on the right wound out of sight around a boulder. "What the heck?" I said to the trees. "I can always trace it back if it dead ends." Feeling somewhat like Hansel and Gretel, I started down the narrow trail. It was only about a foot wide in the best places, and deteriorated to nothing more than a smashed-down spot in the fallen pine needles in others. But it wasn't difficult to follow. I skirted boulders and worked my way over uneven ground. No wonder Sarah and Robert probably never went beyond the gazebo. In less than 10 minutes, I could see brighter light ahead, a clearing. I paused at the edge of it. Directly ahead of me was the back of Ian and Ramona's barn. Chapter 13. A faint but distinct track through the grass told me that Ian regularly used this means of reaching the castle without having to take the road. The fact that this path came within a few yards of the orchard meant that he could have easily cut through there to the crofter's hut with little chance of being seen, especially in the darkness. My only question was whether he'd done it the other night, before or after the place caught fire. I had a sneaking suspicion that I knew the answer. But was mere suspicion enough to warrant bringing it to the Dunbars' attention? The fact that there were bad feelings didn't mean Ian would actually start a fire. Richie and his friends could have done it accidentally and then lied to cover themselves. Without evidence, I better keep quiet. Clouds were beginning to build overhead, and Drake would soon be coming in. I turned back toward home. By 6:30, Drake and I had showered, and I put on the only semi-dressy outfit I'd brought with me, a soft black broomstick skirt and short-sleeved burgundy silk top.
"Do I look all right to be presented at the palace?"
Drake asked. I laughed. It's a castle, but they aren't royalty after all. The other day when I was there, we ate packaged cake and Sarah brewed the tea herself. And yes, you look fine. Actually, Drake's muscular body looked good in anything, from his khaki flight suit to a tuxedo to nut. I snapped myself back to the moment. You're great, hun. Did you pick up that bottle of wine? And where's that clan book? I want to take it back.
"In the kitchen."
He pulled me close to him.
"You're not just a little nervous, are you?"
Why, am I puttering around too much?
"Well, you're ready a half hour early. Of course, I could probably think of a way to spend the time."
He wiggled his eyebrows. He was right. He did think of a way. I just had to rearrange all my clothing and recomb my hair before we left. At Dunworthy, light shone warmly from the downstairs windows. Sarah answered the door herself. "Oh, my dears, I'm so glad you're here. Do come in." She ushered us into the entry hall and draped our jackets over the same pegs we'd used before. "Drake, it's so nice to finally see you."
"It was pretty dark the other evening, wasn't it?"
He grinned and accepted her peck on his cheek. "Charlie's told me something of your work, flying in all those exotic places. You'll have to tell Robert all— Oh, here he is now." Robert looked lordly in his soft wool slacks and deep blue sweater with ascot. He'd stopped short of a burgundy smoking jacket, but I could easily picture him in one. At his feet, the furry roughie eyed us warily. I stooped and extended a hand toward her, but she wriggled her nose and kept her distance.
"Pour you a sherry?"
Robert asked. Receiving nods from both of us, he disappeared through the doorway from which he'd come. "Would you like the quick tour before dinner?" Sarah asked. "I'd offer the long tour, but it takes nearly a full day." "The quick tour would be wonderful." Robert returned with a small tray holding 4 cordial glasses, and we toasted briefly to everyone's health. From the informal entry hall, Sarah led us into a more formal hall, one with a vaulted ceiling, red plush drapes, and ornate columns at the entrance. Robert spoke up.
"This is where my father greeted the Queen Mother on the one occasion she visited. I was only about 3 at the time, but I'm told she was quite taken with me. Unfortunately, I don't remember it."
I'm sure you were quite charming in your short pants and small necktie, dear. Sarah indicated a staircase that gracefully arched around the curved wall. Upstairs, the nursery is probably the most charming of the rooms. Since our children moved away more than 20 years ago now, I brought a lot of the antique toys out of storage and did a little decorating. The cheerful yellow and white room contained 2 hand-carved cradles, along with an ornate crib and shelves full of elaborately clothed dolls that must be worth a fortune today. There's a second library up here. Mostly it's been used as a study room for the little ones. Robert did his schoolwork in here, as did our children. Nowadays, I seem to keep one project or another spread out on the table. Stacks of cards and envelopes covered the carved mahogany table in the center of the room. Shelves of books, mainly references, covered one wall, while the exterior wall had a window that I assumed looked over the rose garden. Bedrooms, 4 along this corridor. Sarah led us by them with a quick peek in each. Each has its own bath, which took no small amount of effort, converting spare closets and such. Luckily that was all done before my time. Robert waved toward a smaller staircase leading up.
3rd floor has more bedrooms. Our 2 live-in staff people are using a couple of them right now, and guests use some of them when we have a large crowd in. 4th floor was designed for defense. That's where the really narrow passages are and the stone steps up into the turrets. You can see a large part of the grounds from there, but the steps are very tricky. I have to take you up there sometime during the day.
At the far end of the corridor, we descended a flight of stairs, steeper and less spacious than the curved ones off the main hall. We found ourselves near the library Sarah and I had visited the other day. She deposited the clan book, which she'd been carrying all this time, onto the table. On to the dining room. Surely Molly must have the soup ready by now. We followed her through the library and drawing room, down a short corridor and past the hall. Carved double doors stood open into a dining room that surprised me with its intimacy. An oval cherry table was set for 4, with a centerpiece of roses in a silver bowl at the center. 2 pink tapers in silver candlesticks flanking the flowers. The room itself was not large, about 14 square feet, with gleaming wood panels and an angelic mural painted on the ceiling in pastels. "This is the family dining room," Sarah said, reading my expression. "It's the one we use nearly all the time. There's the formal dining room, but it's a monstrosity." Robert sputtered. "You know what I mean, dear," she said, waving off his objection. "It's huge. Must seat 24 or more. Can't remember the last time we had that many for dinner."
"Right about that. Here, let's sit."
Robert indicated our chairs, while Sarah rang a tiny silver bell beside her plate. The soup Molly brought was excellent, a hearty broth with bits of potato and mushrooms. No one spoke for the first few minutes.
"So, Charlie,"
Robert finally said,
"any leads on those missing lambs?"
I swallowed a spoonful of the hot soup a bit too quickly. "Well, not really. I don't have any experience in livestock."
"Oh, nonsense. What's there to know? About like finding a missing child, I'd expect."
He winked in Drake's direction and sipped slowly at his soup.
"Check out that Ian Brody fellow. But that's where they've gone."
"Actually, I did go over there a couple of days ago."
"See? Bet they were right there, eh?"
"I've no idea. There are sheep and lambs all over the place. I can't tell one from the other."
"Ours are tagged. Do 'em right after they're born. Little tag on the year."
"I didn't see any tagged ones," I said truthfully.
Probably got 'em hidden somewhere."
He muttered the words to his empty bowl. I didn't mention the path I'd found through the forest. Undoubtedly, Robert must know that there was a direct way from the castle to the Brody cottage. I didn't need to remind him. "There's pheasant tonight," Sarah said, ringing the tiny bell again. "From right here on the estate. Our daughter's become such an environmentalist that she lectures me every time we kill one. But heavens, we've got thousands.
Can't see that it hurts to eat one now and then. Elizabeth's a twit, Robert said. Couldn't manage an estate this size if you handed it to her. Elizabeth is very successful at managing her many charity events. Sarah closed her mouth in a straight line as Molly walked in, carrying a platter with the golden brown pheasant on it. Molly set the platter in front of Robert and retreated. He stood up and picked up the carving knife and fork. Charity events, pah! He stabbed the fork into the pheasant's breast. Get a bunch of Edward's nouveau riche friends to feel important by paying £1,000 each for dinner. She manages to do that all right. He sliced viciously into the bird. Just hope Richie turns out to have some business sense. Well, Sarah closed the subject by passing the bowls of potatoes and vegetables Molly had brought in during Robert's tirade. Drake looked a little uncomfortable at their arguing, but I frankly was glad the subject had turned away from my assignment to find the lost lambs. I searched for a non-controversial topic. Drake and I have been getting to see quite a lot of the countryside with all the flying we're doing these days. Both Sarah and Robert seemed happy to talk about something different, so the conversation turned toward helicopters. Soon Drake was sharing a few of his adventures in Hawaii with tourists who invariably do predictable things like sticking their cameras out the windows in flight immediately after being told how dangerous it is. By the time dessert arrived, the air had lightened considerably and we were all laughing. The 2 bottles of wine with dinner and extra glasses of port afterward probably hadn't hurt either. I was surprised to notice that it was nearly 10 o'clock. Then I heard a scream from another room. Chapter 14. Sarah turned startled eyes to Robert. We'd all frozen in our spots. Molly burst through the doorway from the hall, her round face flushed, carrying a portable phone. She thrust it at Robert. Puzzled, he took it from her. Hello? Who's that? The blood drained from his face as he listened. Kidnapped. Whatever. He held the receiver out and stared at it. Robert! Sarah nearly screamed his name. He looked up blankly. Bloody bastard hung up. His voice trailed away. What is it, Robert? Who's been kidnapped? I couldn't stand the suspense any more than Sarah could. Richie. His dead voice replied. Drake had risen from his chair. Any way of knowing who it was? He took the receiver from Robert. Do you have caller ID or something like that? No. Robert looked like he was about to go into shock. His eyes had a glassy look and his lips were nearly white. Sarah's pulse showed as a fluttery beat in her temple. Listen to me, Robert. Tell us exactly what he said. Said Richie's been kidnapped. I looked up at Drake. He clearly didn't want 2 medical emergencies on his hands either. I stood up and went to Robert. I placed my hands on each side of his face, making him look directly into my eyes. Okay, we need to get this before it fades away. First, was the voice a man or a woman? Man, I think it was. Deep. Lot of static, though. Drake came up with a pen and a small piece of paper from a pocket. I took them and prepared to write it down. Chances were that Robert's recollection would soon blur. Drake pulled his chair near Sarah's, and she gripped his hand. Okay, a man's voice. Now tell me what he said. Exactly. He said, I'm only saying this once more. We've got Richie Campbell. If you want him back alive, you'll pay £50,000. That's all he said. I looked at Molly, who was still hovering at the edge of the room. She nodded. That's right. He said that to me too, Mom. Robert's color had improved, and he seemed to be more in control. Sarah was sobbing quietly, still clinging to Drake's forearm. Let's all go somewhere more comfortable. Molly, could you bring tea to the library? There's a fire in the drawing room already, she suggested. Good, we'll be in there. I took Robert's elbow and helped him up.
Drake guided Sarah, and we all went to the drawing room, where indeed a cozy fire and overstuffed chairs went. "We should first call the police, then
No, that's the other thing the voice said. Don't call the police."
Robert spun toward me.
"We can't do that."
"But it only makes sense. They know how to handle these situations. We don't." "Charlie, you can investigate it," Sarah said. Her eyes were too eager. "Sarah, Robert, please don't put this on me. Richie's life is at stake, and I don't want to be responsible. And what about the other two boys? Lewis and Alistair haven't turned up either."
"Let's all sit down,"
Drake said.
"Maybe we can think of something."
Molly came in with a tray holding a silver tea service, delicate porcelain cups and saucers, and pots of sugar and cream. "Stay a minute, Molly. You heard the voice too. Did either of you recognize it? Take a minute and think very hard. Have you ever heard that voice before?" "It sounded like that American actor, Robert De Niro," Molly said. A tiny smile flickered across Sarah's face. I don't think Robert De Niro kidnapped Richie." I looked at her hopeful face. "But thanks for offering that, Molly. Every detail helps."
"I can't place that voice,"
Robert said.
"It sounded like someone trying to disguise his voice. Make himself sound more gruff."
I tried to visualize De Niro's soft voice sounding gruff. It didn't give me much to go on. "We better call Elizabeth and Edward. They'll be worried sick," Sarah said.
"They'll be asleep. It's going on 11.
"True. They don't know anything's happened yet." I wasn't sure the best way to handle this. Sarah straightened in her chair. "If my child were missing, I'd want to know it immediately. Elizabeth will be very angry if she learns this hours after the fact." I nodded, and Drake handed her the phone. After what must have been at least 5 or 6 rings, someone picked up. "Edward," Sarah began. "I'm afraid—" Her voice broke and a sob escaped.
"I'd better."
Robert snatched up the receiver.
"Edward? Well, not good, I'm afraid. Richie's missing."
I noticed that he took the more gentle way of saying it.
"No, there's been a call. We just learned of it. No, they said no police."
I could hear a demanding voice coming through the phone.
"Look, no sense in driving through the night. Take the first train in the morning. Someone will pick you up."
He listened for a minute.
"All right then, the airport. 7:30? Hold a sec."
He put his hand over the mouthpiece and turned to Drake.
"Could you meet their plane and fly them out here in your helicopter by chance?" "I'll have to arrange some things, but yes, tell them one of us will be there."
Robert turned back to his call, and Drake and I hastily conferred about our flight schedule for the next morning.
"Here's what we'll do,"
Drake said the minute Robert clicked off the call.
"I have to meet some people out on one of the rigs early, so Charlie will take the Jet Ranger and meet Edward's flight. She can have them here within 5 minutes.
Tonight, if it's okay with you, I'd like to look through Richie's bedroom, see if I can spot anything that would give us any ideas." Robert and Sarah both looked relieved that someone was taking charge. I set my cup and saucer on the tray. "Earlier today, Sarah, you said the boys were going out tonight. Do you know where?" Her smooth brow wrinkled in thought. "A club in Inverness. I can't remember if they told me the name of it. Surely they did, but I can't think of it." She turned to Robert, looking helplessly at him. He shrugged.
"Don't know as they ever mentioned it to me. Then again, I've been in Edinburgh the past couple of days. Didn't keep up with the boys much."
"There's a girl Richie's been seeing in Inverness. Janie something. Oh, rats, why can't I remember it?" She looked ready to cry. "Don't worry about it for now. Maybe I'll come across it in his room. Show me the way?" Robert stepped forward. "I still think this is a police matter." They both flinched. Please consider it. I tried for a gentler tone. I feel very inadequate here. I might overlook something important.
For now, Charlie, this is what we should do. We should find out what their demands are and try to get Richie back ourselves.
The firmness in Robert's voice left no room for argument. I followed him up the stairs. Richie's bedroom looked like just about any other teen's room I could imagine, if that kid lived in a castle. Beneath a scatter of dirty clothing and rock music magazines was a room with high ceilings, elaborate crown moldings, a fireplace, and an oriental carpet that must be priceless. The decor was clearly guest room, twin beds with flowered spreads, now puddled haphazardly, half on and half off. Good antiques and filmy drapes. A third bed had been set up, and things shuffled a bit to accommodate the 3 boys. My guess was that Richie had no permanently assigned bedroom here, just chose one whenever he came to visit the grandparents. I picked through the visible clutter, not finding anything notable, then delved under the mattresses and into the bedding. A baggie of marijuana in the pillowcase of the third bed probably meant that one of the visitors had brought the stash for all of them. My guess would be Alistair. He'd seemed the more defensive toward me earlier, but you never knew. A feminine dressing table with all the decorative items shoved to one side contained an assortment of boy clutter, a Walkman CD player, stacks of music CDs by heavy metal groups, a car magazine, and a handful of pocket junk, coins, a shiny rock, some lint, and a wrapped condom. This last lay covered by the magazine, not readily apparent had Grandma peeked into the room. Jammed into the pages of the magazine, an envelope peeked out. I pulled it free. There was nothing inside, but the envelope itself was interesting. The paper was wispy, lavender, scented with some cloying perfume, addressed to Richie at school. The return address was from Janie Graham, with an Inverness address. We now knew where to find the mysterious Janie. I kept the envelope and turned my attention back to the rest of the room. At the foot of the temporary bed lay a large green duffel bag, the floppy kind you see traveling kids wrestling with in airports. Its contents revealed nothing more than wadded clothing with a dirt-caked pair of boots in the midst. A large backpack stood propped against a delicate inlaid table. I pulled it over to one of the beds and went through it, too, with about the same results. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was out of place. I wondered where the other boys were right now. Had their families also received ransom calls? Were they witness to Richie's abduction and talking to the police right now? The questions just kept coming. Chapter 15. I scanned the room one more time, lifted bed skirts to look under. The room had no closet, and the large armoire was completely empty. The lavender envelope crinkled in my hand. How deeply was Richie involved with this girl? Did Janie Graham have something to do with this?
Sorry to disturb, Charlie.
I must have jumped because Robert apologized a second time. It's okay. Sorry I've been taking so long.
Just wanted to let you know that Sarah remembered the girl's name. Janie Graham it is.
I just discovered that, I said. I showed him the envelope.
Ah, and an address, too. You are a fine detective.
He managed to smile. When the boys arrived, did they each have their own bags?
I assume so.
His eyes darted around the room, puzzled. I'm only finding 2 in here.
Ah, well, I remember Sarah saying last week that the boys were taking an overnight jaunt to see their friend in Fort Augustus. That's at the tip end of Loch Ness. Probably stuffed a few things into someone's bag and took it.
But they would have brought it back.
Probably still in the boot. Boys never bring things in and put them away.
He shrugged. That was probably true. Did anyone remember the name of the club where the boys went tonight?
Afraid not.
I think we should call Janie's family and see if they know. Shall we see if there's a phone listing for them? We trooped back down to the drawing room, where Sarah paced and Drake concealed a yawn. I patted him on the shoulder. One more thing tonight, and then we'll get you to bed. Oh, yes, certainly, Sarah said. You've both got to fly in the morning, and we're keeping you up awfully late. You wouldn't happen to know a phone number for Janie Graham, would you? I showed Sarah the envelope I'd found. No, but let's check the directory. She headed toward the library and came back in a couple of minutes. Here, let's see. Robert stood by with the phone in hand. He punched the numbers as she read them out. I jotted them on the back of the lavender envelope as well. Again, he waited as the ringing telephone woke up another sleeping family. Finally, someone picked up. Hello, is that Mr. Graham? Hugh Graham? He introduced himself and explained that we were trying to learn Richie's whereabouts earlier this evening. Did your daughter go out with Richie last night? Robert asked. Is it possible to bring her to the phone? We've got an American private detective on the case. Oh, God. And she'd like to ask Janie some questions. There seemed to be a bit of arguing back and forth, followed by a 5-minute wait while Robert held the phone. He's going to get her, he stage-whispered to the room. Janie dear, did your father tell you? This is Richie's grandfather calling. He nodded twice. I'm going to put a lady on to talk to you. Janie, hi. My name's Charlie. We need to find Richie, and no one remembers the name of the club he and his friends were going to tonight. Can you help me? A teen girl voice came through, fuzzy and nasal-sounding. Richie? It's about Richie? Yes, Janie. Did you go out with him to a club tonight? No. I didn't go out tonight. I thought I heard her rubbing her hand over her face. I think Richie and some of his friends were going out. 2 guys from his school. Yes, that would be right. Lewis and Alistair are their names. Yes, I think so. Her voice was slowly becoming more alert. So, do you know what club they went to? Club? It could have been Mike's. We go there sometimes. She sounded genuinely confused. Mike's, I said. Sarah shook her head, mouthing, I don't think so. Any others? The Pelican? I know he likes that one. Again, I repeated the name aloud. Sarah shrugged. More? I said to Janie. Waldo Green's. We go there a lot. Waldo Green's. Sarah brightened up a bit as I said it. Janie, I'll let you go back to sleep now. Please call one of us if you hear anything from Richie. We're all pretty worried. I gave the phone numbers to our cottage and the Dunbars. She mumbled a sleepy goodnight, and I wondered whether she'd remember the conversation at all by morning. Do you think any of these places would be open right now? I asked, handing the phone back to Robert. Doubt it. They're all teen clubs, underage crowd, no liquor. Closed before midnight, most of them. His eyes were weary. You've done what you can for now. Go get some rest and be ready to get my daughter at the airport in the morning, eh? Drake rose from the overstuffed chair where he'd become way too comfortable. You're right, Robert. I better get this guy to bed, or he won't be fit to fly out to that rig in the morning. Despite the fact that I was worried about Richie and wondered why the 2 other boys hadn't returned, I fell asleep the minute my head hit the pillow. The alarm rang at 5:30 and Drake dragged himself from the warmth of the bed. But I rolled over for another half hour. By the time he'd finished showering, I'd made myself sit up. We opted to take 2 cars to the airport, since there was no way of knowing where either of us would be by the end of the day. I saw Drake off on his flight, about 7, and then radioed Inverness Tower to be sure there wouldn't be any problem with my landing a Jet Ranger next to the British Air 767 after it came in at Gate 4. The controller seemed hesitant about it until I mentioned the name Dunbar. Today would be Maggie's first day back in the office after her ordeal, and I'd really wanted to be here to lend a hand if she needed help getting things back in order. I could also be a second person in the office in case she felt uneasy about being left alone at first. But it looked like that was not to be, at least for the first few hours. Maybe I'd be able to get back soon if there were some miraculous break in the Dunbar situation. Precisely at 7:28, the British air flight from London touched down and rolled down the taxiway to Gate 4. The entire Inverness Airport consists of one long terminal building with 4 doors, where passengers walk outside to climb portable steps to their planes. I watched through field glasses from my seat in the helicopter, 200 yards and 2 fences away. As soon as the ground crew wheeled the stairway toward the plane, I brought my engine up to speed and pulled pitch. Setting the ship down 50 feet away from the jet, in my pre-cleared spot, I tightened down my controls and waited. Edward and Elizabeth Campbell weren't hard to spot. Evidently they'd been in first class because they were among the first 10 people off the plane. Edward was scanning the area, and he nudged his wife and pointed toward the helicopter. I climbed down from my seat and unplugged my headset, leaving it on to muffle some of the turbine whine that filled the area. I reached them by the time they hit the bottom of the steps. Edward wore a charcoal business suit, white shirt, and light gray tie with tiny black dots. His thinning brown hair was trimmed short, and his smooth-shaven face had not quite become jowly, yet. His mouth was pulled into a somber expression. He moved with the authority of a man accustomed to getting his way. "Hi, I'm Charlie." I held out my hand and noticed that Edward looked at it before he shook it. His eyes skimmed the black slacks and cotton sweater I'd purposely chosen instead of my usual jeans. Elizabeth bore her worry directly on her face. Physically, she was a replica of her mother, slim and blonde, with gray eyes. They were puffy from a night without sleep and red-rimmed to the point that makeup couldn't disguise it. But where Sarah's manner was soft and friendly, her daughter had a veneer of big city on her. Her black pantsuit, trimmed with satin piping, was clearly expensive, and I recognized the sunglasses she slipped out of her bag as being a brand that sold for $450 at home. She wore her hair in a style that was currently popular with the 20-somethings, a gelled piece of work that was meant to look like she'd just had a good tumble in the hay. She thrust a carry-on bag at me without a word. "Okay." I turned and ushered them toward the helicopter with my teeth firmly in a demure smile. I made them stand aside while I stowed their 2 bags into the cargo compartment. Elizabeth stood with both hands firmly holding her blonde hair against the tremendous wind whipped by the blades. Edward didn't have enough hair to worry about. "Front seat? Back? Who wants to ride where?" I shouted. He instinctively moved toward the front, so I opened the back door for Elizabeth. She had a little trouble figuring out how she would need to put her left foot on the skid step before she could swing herself up into the seat, but she finally got it. Luckily, she'd worn slacks. The whole maneuver can be truly awkward in a dress. I reached across her and snapped her seatbelt in place, then handed her a headset from the shelf behind her. She wore it gingerly, high on her head, cautious about her due. Edward had opened his door and gotten into his seat while all this was going on, but the seatbelt confounded him, since those in front were a combination belt and shoulder harness. I could tell the harnesses crisscrossing his charcoal business suit didn't please him. I clicked them into place and cinched them tightly. Circling the nose of the aircraft and taking my own seat, I adjusted my mouthpiece and flicked the switch for the intercom. "Everyone comfortable?" I glanced back at Elizabeth, but she was checking her nail polish for chips. Edward merely nodded. I switched back to the tower frequency and transmitted my intention to take off, cross the active runway, and take a heading to the south-southeast. Once the controller confirmed it, I pulled pitch and lifted the ship slowly off the tarmac. Edward looked back to be sure all the other passengers from the plane had noticed that they were being picked up by a private helicopter. I stifled the smile that twitched at my mouth. "We should be there in just a few minutes," I told them. "In a straight line, Dunworthy is only about 12 miles from here." Open fields gave way to dense forest after we'd cleared the airport, but the bold patches of new green were clearly visible in all directions. I spotted the high turrets of Dunworthy Castle in the distance. They made excellent reference points, far easier than finding an oil rig in the middle of a gray, swelling sea. I guided the aircraft in and saw Robert and Sarah come out the front door as we approached. With acres of smooth green lawn available, I chose a spot about 50 yards away from the castle and set the jet ranger down softly. The Dunbars walked toward us, and I let the turbine engine wind down and slowed the rotor blades gently with the brake. Sarah greeted me with a hug when I'd climbed out of my seat. She shook her head softly when I asked whether there had been any more news. I walked around to release Edward from his seat first, then Elizabeth. Then I opened the cargo door and placed each of their bags firmly in their hands while I closed the compartments. I joined the other four as they stood back from the helicopter. They'd exchanged quick hugs. Now Robert held out an arm, which he slipped around my shoulders.
"You've met Charlie, our private detective," he announced. "Come inside, everyone. Sarah's got coffee and a coffee cake that looks scrumptious."
The two newcomers sent some daggers my way as Robert steered me toward the castle like a family member.
"Mother, surely you've decided to call the police into this by now?"
Elizabeth said, dropping her bag in the entry hall. She shed her jacket and draped it over the bag on the floor.
"I mean—"
She glanced at me to emphasize her opinion of my capabilities.
"No, dear, absolutely not,"
Sarah said.
"The caller was quite firm. Your father and I feel that we have to follow his instructions on this."
She led us toward the spacious kitchen where she'd made tea for me the first time I'd been here. Ruffy lay on the floor like a dust mop someone had left out. She flapped her tail once at the sight of us.
"Charlie is absolutely qualified,"
Robert said. I started to interrupt with a denial, until I caught the look on Edward's face.
"I also suggested they call the police,"
I said, "just so you understand that this wasn't my idea."
"Father has always been stubborn as a rock,"
Elizabeth murmured to me as Sarah and Robert clattered plates and cups on the far side of the room. I got the feeling she was loosening up a bit toward me.
"I still don't like it,"
Edward said.
"What's been done so far?"
I told him briefly what we'd learned the previous night, while Sarah passed plates of coffee cake covered in a crumbly cinnamon topping. I noticed that neither Elizabeth nor Robert picked up their forks.
"Have you talked to either of the other boys' families?"
I asked the Dunbars. They both shook their heads.
"Then we have to do that. Surely if they'd received ransom calls, they would have already called you. But we have to be sure."
Dread showed clearly on Sarah's face.
"If they have received calls, I'm afraid I have to insist that we call the police into it immediately. All three boys are clearly in danger. If they haven't, and if the boys haven't turned up somewhere else, we're really looking for all three."
Mumbled conversations ran through the room.
"I guess you're right, Charlie,"
Robert finally said.
"Wherever they are, I hope they're together,"
Elizabeth said.
Chapter 16.
They all voted that Robert, with his diplomatic experience, should be the one to make the calls. We all hovered shamelessly as he got Lewis's mother on the line. He queried politely as to her well-being. We tapped our toes. He finally got around to asking whether the boys might have come to their place. A series of nods and one-syllable responses convinced us that Lewis's family hadn't heard from the boys. Robert told her that they'd gone to a teen club last night and hadn't come home. He didn't mention the phone call about Richie's ransom.
"I'll call Alistair's family then,"
he said, ending the call.
"You didn't tell that woman her son might have been kidnapped?"
Edward demanded.
"We don't know that."
Robert's face remained calm.
"We only know that we received a call about Richie. What's the sense in frightening the poor woman to death if it turns out Lewis is perfectly safe somewhere?"
Elizabeth laid a hand on her husband's arm. He stared at it a moment before crossing the room to pour himself another cup of coffee. The second call, to Alistair's home, netted much the same. The boy's father hadn't heard from him.
"Unfortunate lad's one of those who's been shipped off to boarding school to get him out from underfoot,"
Robert reported when he hung up.
"Shame when parents don't want their own children around."
"Now, Father, if that's a remark—"
Elizabeth rose from her stool indignantly. Robert held out a palm to her.
"I meant nothing by it. Richie's attending Greenbrier because it offers the finest education to a young man of his class and standing.
Edward said. Look, everyone, I think we need to focus on what to do about this right now, I said. I certainly had other things to do besides listen to them quibble about old family sore spots. With your permission, Robert, I'll go talk to Janie again, and I'll see if I can get any information at those clubs.
Certainly, Charlie. Do what you need to do.
First, I need to get this aircraft back. I carried my cup to the sink and left them all sitting in the kitchen. In the hall, I noticed that the Campbell's bags had been removed. I wondered briefly what it would be like to go through life with others toting and carrying for me. At the helicopter, I quickly checked hatches and doors and did a mini pre-flight inspection. I glanced up to see Edward crossing the lawn toward me. Sarah had told me he was a successful real estate developer, and I could believe it. His purposeful stride and pushy manner showed his take-charge attitude. I wondered if he thought he would come out here and take charge of me. Edward? I kept my tone cool.
Charlie, a word?
He glanced back at the castle. Certainly. He shoved his hands into his pockets and tamped a small patch of grass with his toe.
I'm not sure how much credence I'd give to Richie's disappearing act.
Act? Is that what you think this is? My mind flashed back to the absolute horror Robert and Sarah had felt after the phone call. He smiled in a conciliatory, almost oily way.
He's done this before.
What? Tried to demand a ransom?
No, not that part. But he's taken off before. Disappeared without a word. Shows up a few days later, after we've been sick out of our wits.
So what are you saying? That we shouldn't worry? That we shouldn't attempt to find him? I felt my blood pressure rise a notch. He studied the perfect shine on his shoes. I can't believe you'd take the risk. How can you take the chance that a ransom call wasn't real? He shrugged.
Talk to that girlfriend of his. I'd bet she knows more than she said.
I'll do that. Now if you'll excuse me. I stepped up into my seat and put on my headset, effectively cutting off anything more he might want to say. I forced myself to blank out Edward and the whole situation with the Campbells and the Dunbars, so I wouldn't miss a crucial step in my flight procedures. Once I was airborne, I allowed myself to ponder. What had I gotten myself into here? Back at the airport, I saw Maggie's familiar tiny white car parked by the office. Good. I landed in my usual spot and shut down. Glad to see you're back, I greeted as I walked into the office. Hi, Charlie. I'm glad to be back. Maggie's dimples showed once again, and I noticed that she'd combed her bangs down to conceal the small bandage covering the 2 stitches in her forehead. Stacks of paper still covered the top of the desk, and 2 of the file drawers gaped open. I'm sorry we left such a mess for you. I had no idea how to put all this back together. It's okay. Looks better than when I left. I was amazed that she was taking the whole incident with such calm. Drake still out? Yeah, but he left a message for you. She rummaged through papers on the desk. I know I wrote it down. What was it about? You're needed at one of the rigs. He said it was urgent, but I can't... What time did he call? Oh, it was maybe an hour. Oh, here's the note. She shoved a yellow slip of paper at me. He wants me to go to platform 6. My least favorite of all the rigs. I wondered if Brankin was on duty today. Did he say why it was urgent? No, I should have asked. It's okay. Get me refueled while I get dressed. With her usual efficiency, Maggie called Fergus to bring out the fuel truck. I made a quick visit to the restroom, then slipped my survival suit on over my regular clothes. As usual, donning the gear reminded me of the dunk test I'd undergone before being allowed to fly over the sea. The sheer terror of being submerged in icy water always floated just below the surface of my consciousness. Fergus finished topping off the tank as I emerged from the office. 30 minutes later, I was over open water, a deep blue today, reflecting the clear sky. Moving along in level flight with my GPS pointing the course, I found my mind flitting back and forth from the situation with Richie Campbell to the battle between the boat operators, the helicopter companies, and the oil company. I couldn't get my thoughts to settle. I spotted the rig in the distance and slowed my airspeed as I approached it. I circled it once before bringing the jet ranger in beside the Eurocopter on the pad. Drake met me before I'd even brought the rotor speed down. His lean face showed worry lines. "Problems?" I shouted over the noise of the turbine engine and the whopping blades.
"Yeah, a breakdown. We're gonna have to leave the other ship here overnight."
Uh-oh. Unguarded and on the unfriendliest rig in the North Atlantic.
"Exactly," he said, reading my mind. "I need you to fly me back to the office. I've been on the phone with the mechanic and he thinks the problem is in the fuel injection system. We've ordered a part overnight from London, and I'll have to bring him out with me to install it."
"So, are you ready to leave now?"
"In a minute. I'll grab my gear and lock things up. Stay running."
He ducked around the nose of the jet ranger and walked to the other ship. Colin Finney, the crew chief, came out of his office, and I immediately saw Brankin approach him. Brankin turned away from me, but his gestures and body language pretty well said it. He was making his point that the helicopter service was unreliable. Barry and Tolliver stood by, a solid little group. Finney looked down at Brankin and took it in. His face remained placid. He let Brankin go on for a couple of minutes, then dismissed him. The three men stomped back to the elevator. Finney crossed to Drake, who had just finished locking the doors and compartments on the Aster. He listened as Drake talked, that same unruffled look on his face. After a short exchange, he gave me a small salute and headed toward his office. Drake came over and stowed his survival gear and flight bag in the cargo compartment.
"Finney says he'll do his best to keep his eye on things until I can get back,"
Drake said once he'd fastened his harness and put on his headset.
"He's not happy about this breakdown."
I rechecked my instruments and brought the engine up to speed again.
"I guess Brankin gave Finney an earful about how unreliable we were. He's really put the pressure on the oil company to cancel their contract with us and let the boat operators handle all the work."
I concentrated for a minute on getting safely off the platform and onto the correct heading for the airport. "Do you think the Union men had anything to do with your breakdown?"
"Probably not. Well, if the problem is what the mechanic thinks it is, they didn't. But you can bet I'll have the guy go over the ship with a fine-tooth comb before I head out over open water again."
He fidgeted in his seat, then rubbed his hands briskly along his pant legs.
"Damn."
"You know, hun," I said, ever the voice of reason, "this really isn't our problem. Maybe you should tell Brian he needs to get back here and run his own business."
"I would, in a heartbeat."
"But his mother's dying and you just don't have the heart to do it." The side of his mouth quirked upward in a little grimace. "No more than I have the heart to tell the Dunbars that I want nothing to do with tracking down Richie." I filled him in on the arrival of Edward and Elizabeth, the calls to the other boys' families, and Edward's revelation that Richie had run off before.
"Do you think that's what's happened?"
"I don't know what to think at this point. That ransom call certainly convinced Robert, and Edward admitted that the scare tactics didn't sound like Richie. I'm going to talk to his girlfriend this afternoon and try to locate someone at one of those clubs who may have seen the boys last night." I paused to make a brief course correction. "That is, if you don't need me."
"No, nothing you can do at this point about the Aster. I'll take this ship and finish shuttling the crews out and back today, and I want to talk to the mechanic. Just be sure he brings enough diagnostic equipment to test the aircraft thoroughly."
We made an uneventful landing and he took over the controls. "Be careful," I said as I got out. I stood at the edge of the tarmac, an uneasy feeling hanging over me as I watched him become a speck in the distance. Chapter 17. Inside, I peeled off my survival suit and asked Maggie if there were any messages. None. She'd done an impressive job of organizing her files, and the place was nearly neat again. I picked up the phone and dialed Dunworthy. Sarah answered. "Any news?" I asked. "Not a thing. The men have gone out to practice their putting on the lawn. Edward reminded us that Richie has run off before, and I think that put Robert's mind at ease quite a bit." "But the ransom call. Richie wouldn't do that, would he?" "Oh, heavens, no. But I just don't know. I mean, what else is there to think?" only the unthinkable. I told her my afternoon plans and gave her a cell phone number in case there were any developments. Instructing Maggie to call me if Drake encountered any problems, I got into the rental car and headed toward town. The Grahams' neat stone house wasn't too hard to find. With my trusty map of Inverness's winding residential streets and my learning to drive on the opposite side of them, I only missed it twice before I negotiated the one-ways correctly and pulled up in exactly the right place.
"Janie, she's at work,"
a short, round man with bristly light brown hair told me. He'd answered the door wearing wrinkled khaki pants and a dingy sleeveless undershirt.
"Upbeat, at the mall. That's a music store. Be there till 6.
I thanked him for the information and declined the beer he offered me. I knew where the mall was. I'd passed it twice on my way. The only trick would be negotiating the one-way streets until I actually got to it. Chin up, Charlie. You can do this. Actually, it only took about 10 minutes. I rode the elevator from the parking garage to the second level and emerged onto the shopping level. Aside from the Celtic patterns in the floor tile, the shiny, bright, fluorescent-lit shops filled with jewelry, clothing, and electronics could be in any mall in the world. I spotted Upbeat about halfway down the main corridor. When I asked for Janie Graham, the clerk at the front of the store pointed to a desk at the back.
"The girl on the telephone,"
he said. I browsed through CDs by everyone from Tim McGraw to the Rolling Stones before Janie ended the call. When she finally appeared to be free, I approached her. "Janie, hi. My name's Charlie Parker. I was with Mr. and Mrs. Dunbar last night when they called you." Her pretty face went blank. "It's about Richie," I explained. I could see where the attraction would be for the gangly 16-year-old boy. Janie's blonde hair had the texture of silk and hung midway down her back. Her body was willowy, although she stood only about 5'3". Her skin was flawless and her makeup tastefully done. "Oh, there was a phone call during the night, wasn't there?" She automatically straightened racks of CDs while we talked. "Richie never did come home last night. His parents and grandparents are awfully worried. Have you heard from him?" Her Wedgwood blue eyes widened. "Look, I have a break in 15 minutes. She checked a chunky blue plastic watch that looked huge on her delicate wrist. "If there's somewhere we can sit down, maybe grab a Coke or something, I can meet you there." She suggested an ice cream place in the mall and pointed the way. I located it 2 doors away from the music store and remembered I'd only eaten half a slice of coffee cake all day. The smell of grilling hot dogs suddenly turned me ravenous. I ordered one, along with chips and a large Coke. My request for ice branded me immediately an American, I felt sure, but I didn't think I could handle another lukewarm soda. I stuffed the last bite of hot dog into my mouth and checked my watch. 15 minutes had passed and no Janie. I stepped to the door just in time to see her leave the music store and turn the opposite direction. "Oh, Janie! Over here!" I shouted. She spun around like she'd been nipped in the flank. I waved her toward me. A look something between despair and dread crossed her face. Her feet dragged her to the ice cream shop, but she clearly didn't want to come. Only an ingrained sense of obligation to obey adults propelled her. Adults. I realized with a mild shock that I was nearly old enough to be her mother. "Can I get you an ice cream or a drink?" I offered, making my voice as gentle as possible. I certainly wasn't going to get any useful information out of her if she was afraid of me. She shook her head. I pushed my fries toward her, but she ignored them. "Janie, this is really important, or I wouldn't be asking." She nodded, but her eyes wouldn't meet mine. "Something may have happened to Richie. We need to know anything you can tell us about where he might be." "I told you the names of the clubs where he hangs out." "I know, and I'm going to check them out. But did you see him last night at all?" Her drooping head went back and forth slowly. A tear rolled down one cheek. I glanced around. We were at the corner table and no one was paying any attention to us. "Janie, what's the matter?" I reached out to stroke her upper arm, but she flinched away from me. "Do you know what's happened to Richie?" A second tear began its trek down her other cheek. Janie, I need to know anything that might help us find him.
No movement whatsoever.
Now. The single word came out more firmly than I'd intended, but it had its effect. A sob escaped beneath a curtain of golden hair that shielded her face. You can't tell anyone. Janie, that depends on what it is. If this has to do with Richie's safety, I may have to. It doesn't. Just tell me.
I wanted to shake her.
I'm Oh, boy. I didn't mean to make it sound so fateful, but it did. Does Richie know? Yes, I told him last week. She picked up one of the fries. I pushed a paper napkin toward her, and she dabbed discreetly at her eyes. She took another fry. Now that the big secret was out, her appetite returned with a vengeance. I let her go at them while I formulated my next few questions. A 16-year-old boy who's just learned he's going to be a father might have reason to think he could avoid the problem by simply running away. I had to admit that I didn't know Richie well at all, but his respectful attitude and demeanor toward me made me think he'd be likely to have a sense of honor about this, too. Do your parents know? Her eyes grew wide. No, and I can't face them alone. I can't. Richie said he'd be here with me, stand by my side, all that. She reached for another potato, but a tear rolled toward her mouth. He said he loved me. I thought we'd be married. Janie, we're going to do everything we can to find him. I reached out to pat her hand, and this time she let me. When we do, I promise you I'll... My cell phone began to chirp away down inside my purse. Drake and Sarah were the only people with a number, and either way, I wasn't sure the news would be good. I answered it with a twist of trepidation in my gut. Charlie, it's Sarah. Alistair and Lewis have just come back. Chapter 18. Don't let them get away. I'll be there in 20 minutes. I clicked off and jammed the phone down into my bag. Janie's china blue eyes watched me, a mix of hope and fear running across her face. Sorry, it's not Richie. Not yet. But it's a good lead. I pulled out my keys and stood up. I'll let you know what I find out. I started to leave but turned back to her. Hang in there, okay? She nodded, her full lower lip quivering. I dashed through the procedure of feeding my parking ticket into the automated payment machine on the wall near the elevators and giving it a few coins, then practically ran through the garage to the car. Now, if I could just get out of town without getting completely turned around. My mind was whirling as I negotiated the roundabout at the edge of town and headed toward Dunworthy. Everyone's in the kitchen, Molly said, letting me in. Kitchens must be the gathering place in every culture, I decided. 3 boys sat on stools at the counter, and for a second, the happy thought hit me that Richie had also come back. But the third young man was a stranger to me. The 4 adults hovered over them, and it seemed that everyone was talking at once, most of it a fast Scottish brogue that I couldn't follow. Ruffy stayed near Sarah's heels. Ah, here's Charlie, Robert said, motioning me in. Let's let her handle the interrogation. I wished he hadn't put it that way. Tea, Charlie? Sarah asked, clearly looking for a way to stay busy. I declined and turned to the boys. Alistair and Lewis were wearing the same clothes they must have worn the previous night. Overlarge black jeans and shirts, a single gold earring each, and an assortment of chains and other little decorator items. The third boy was dressed in everyday jeans and a big Benetton t-shirt. His flame-red hair was gelled into carefully disarranged spikes. Guys,
I interrupted their lively exchange of heavy brogue interspersed with doses of Scots Gaelic.
Can we take a deep breath here? I need you to tell me where Richie is.
We don't know, ma'am.
Alistair, by default, became the spokesman for the group.
Swear, we lost him last night and thought he'd come home.
Tell me everything that happened last night, from the start.
They'd already covered this ground, I could tell, but I made them go through it again.
We left here about 6, went to Waldo Green's.
No,
Lewis interrupted.
The Pelican first.
Right,
Alistair said.
The Pelican first. Not much happening there, so we went to Waldo Green's. It was just a short time later. Richie was driving. I'd let the boys take my car, the white Range Rover.
Robert interrupted.
Okay.
I turned back to the boys. Then?
Van, well, we'd dance with some of the girls we met there. Place was really jumping.
He fidgeted on his seat.
Then, I guess we'd been there a couple of hours. Lewis and I went out to the back for a smoke.
His eyes told me that he really didn't want me to ask what kind of smoke. I didn't.
We came back in and danced some more. After a bit, I realized we hadn't seen Richie in a while. It's after 9 now and the place closes at 10. I figure he's maybe in the loo, maybe taking some girl outside.
He shrugged. No big deal.
I'll have another smoke and I'm feeling kind of tired.
Mellow, you mean?
So, like around 9:45, we get together and really start looking for him, and he's nowhere. I mean, the place is packed, his car's still outside, but he's not there.
And?
So, we still don't find him by the time they announce the last dance. Lewis remembers Billy lives pretty close, so we get some chap to give us a ride and we crash there. Pissed at Richie I was, leaving us like that.
Billy spoke up for the first time.
And I drove him all the way this morning. I ain't even got me petrol money yet. Old man's gonna be after me now. Supposed to be working for him, did I?
Lewis fished out a £5 note and slapped it into Billy's hand.
I think that's all Billy knows,
Robert said.
Ought to let the lad get back to his work.
Billy threw a sharp glance back at the room as he left.
So you never did see Richie again the rest of the evening? I asked.
Told you, he left us there, stuck.
I sensed there was something else they weren't saying, but it was more likely to do with smoking pot or chasing girls. Richie had apparently disappeared from a crowded club without a word to his friends. I caught myself chewing on my lip as I tried to imagine what might have happened to him. Edward, who'd been remarkably quiet since my arrival, pushed his way toward the counter.
Look, you two, if there's anything you're not telling us.
Elizabeth pulled at his arm. Edward's clenched fist relaxed, but only a little.
Threatening them won't solve anything,
Sarah said.
Now, lads, first I think you'd better call your parents and let them know you're back. We'd called them earlier and told them you'd not been home during the night. You'll have some explaining to do.
Lewis looked like he didn't relish making the call at all, while Alistair's face remained passive.
After your calls, you'll want to go up and take showers. Then we can decide whether you're going home or staying here.
Sarah's grandmotherly firmness brought no argument, and the boys shuffled off to do their duty.
I'd like Charlie to drive me down to this place and we'll retrieve the car,
Robert said.
First, I'd better call my assistant in Edinburgh. We're supposed to be in session this morning, and it looks like I'm going to miss my vote on the farm bill.
He scrubbed at his temples with his fingertips.
Well, not much to be done about it.
If I could make a suggestion,
I said, and all eyes turned toward me.
I don't think it's a good idea to simply take the car and bring it back.
Robert gave me a look that said, why not? It's my car.
There could be evidence, fingerprints.
Nonsense. My own prints are all over the thing anyway. Adding one more batch won't change anything. I'm not having my vehicle sit there in that part of town unguarded, subject to vandalism.
The police.
I meant to say that the police wouldn't look too kindly on us removing the vehicle from the scene of the crime, but Edward interrupted me.
No police. That's been decided,
he said. So,
that was that. I continued to argue with Robert as we drove into downtown Inverness, but nothing would change his mind. He seemed to feel that we would get Richie back without having to call the police. But if they came into it, he could deal with them. Apparently politicians here don't have to abide by the rules either. We drove past Waldo Green's, in a basement slot on Derryvale Close, a block off the main street and 3 or 4 blocks away from the train station. It was still early for the club, only a little past noon, but I thought I'd come back and see if I could catch someone who worked there. We found the white Range Rover parked curbside 2 blocks away, with 2 parking tickets under its wipers. Probably the only thing that had saved it from being towed were Robert's special Member Scottish Parliament plates. "I'll have to let you out here," I told Robert. There were no empty parking slots on the whole street. "I'm going to stay and ask a few questions, then I better check in with Drake."
"Right. See you back at the house later. Come for dinner."
Truthfully, I would have preferred a little time alone and dinner with Drake at our own place. "We'll see how things go. I'll call you in a while," I said. I watched him unlock the Range Rover and open the door. He crumpled the 2 tickets and jammed them into his pocket. I'd wanted to take a look inside of the car before he drove it, but wasn't going to get the chance. Already traffic was stacked up behind me, and the occasional horn toot reminded me that I needed to get out of the way. I circled the area but didn't find an open parking spot anywhere. The mall's big parking garage was only about 3 blocks away, so I opted for that. Walking the streets of Inverness gave me a better idea of the layout of the town anyway, taking my time rather than being pushed along by traffic. I passed in front of the train station and Victorian Market and located Derryvale Close again, without difficulty. Descending the few steps to Waldo Green's, as expected, I found the place locked. The 2 narrow windows had been painted black on the inside, so there was no way to tell whether anyone was working. I pounded on the door a couple of times, but wasn't terribly surprised when no one answered. Upstairs, a small jewelry shop was open. One bored-looking, middle-aged clerk sat behind the counter, reading a paperback romance. She hastily shoved it into a drawer when she spotted me. "Actually, I was wondering about the club downstairs," I told her in reply to her friendly, "May I help you?" "I need to talk to the owner or manager. What time does someone usually come in?" "Oh, Bruce comes in about 5, getting ready for the night." Nearly 2 hours away. "But sometimes Tommy's early. I thought I saw him a little while ago." I knocked at the door, but no one answered. "No, Tommy wouldn't. He'd think it was kids wondering if the club was open. He'd be in the back doing paperwork." I fidgeted, impatient with the time I was wasting. "Want me to give him a shout?" the lady offered. I assumed she meant picking up the telephone, something I could have thought to do, but she literally intended to shout. She motioned me to follow her into a back room of the store, where she stomped a heel loudly 3 times on the wooden floor. She opened the back door, which led to a stone step in the alley behind. A man poked his head out the basement door and looked up. "Hey, Tommy! Lady's here wanting to talk to you."
"Yeah? What about?"
His dark eyes narrowed, the heavy brows pulling together. He was tall, over 6 feet, I'd guess, with dark brown hair that had receded beyond the halfway mark. "I'll just take a minute. My name's Charlie Parker. Can I come down?" He fished in his pocket and pulled out a key that unlocked a padlock on the iron gate to the basement's narrow cubbyhole. I followed the steps downward to the back porch, trying to size him up. He didn't look terribly happy to have me interrupting his work, but I didn't sense outright hostility. He instinctively ducked to clear the short doorway, and I followed him into the dimness of a narrow hall. I caught a glimpse of 4 doors lining the hall before the space opened up into a large room, which I assumed was the dance floor. Tommy turned to the first door on the right, a closet of space that held a little battered wooden desk, a 4-drawer file, and a swivel chair. Stacks of credit card receipts and bills littered the top of the desk. He dropped the bundle he'd been carrying into the fray.
"Now, what can I do for you?"
"I'm looking for a 16-year-old boy who disappeared from this club last night. 2 friends were with him, and they lost sight of him about 9 or 9:30. He never made it home." I planned to avoid mention of the ransom call unless I absolutely had to bring it up. "His car was parked on the street all night. We just located it."
And this is unusual? He asked with a grin.
His family is awfully worried.
Sorry, ma'am, but kids come and go as they please from here. We don't allow any alcohol or drugs, and that's about as far as we can go to keep them safe.
I know this boy. Richie Campbell is his name. His grandparents are the Dunbars at Dunworthy.
Maybe I could use their wealth and privilege to my advantage, too.
Richie just doesn't seem like the kind of kid who would do something so irresponsible.
He got a girlfriend?
Tommy asked. Point taken. Richie hadn't acted so responsibly there. He didn't go off with her. We've already confirmed that.
Don't know what I can tell you. A Friday or Saturday night in here, we've got about 200 kids. Boys all wearing black, most with an earring or two, and their hair spiked out every which way. Girls wearing those wee short tops that leave their fat little tummies hanging out, and a skirt that looks like they pulled a wide rubber band around their hips. Whoever decreed that that look is attractive should be shot. I had to stifle a grin because Drake had said nearly the same thing on more than one occasion back at home.
So you don't know Richie Campbell personally?
They all look alike to me.
And you didn't notice a boy who looked like he might have been leaving against his will? Someone forcing him along?
Sorry.
I turned to leave and he followed. At the top of the steps, he reached to relock the iron gate. Is this gate unlocked when the club is open? I remembered Alistair saying that he and Lewis had come out back for a smoke.
Definitely. Fire code. We have to keep both front and back unlocked.
So a person could leave from either door? I asked, looking toward each end of the alley, which curved out of sight.
Oh yeah, the wind here leads out. That way takes you to High Street.
He pointed.
The other way, and you'll come out at Union.
I opted for High Street and followed the winding, cobbled roadway out. Like many European cities that had been walled fortresses at one time, the modern-day towns included many narrow and secretive-looking places that actually teemed with business. I noticed a dental office and 2 boutiques whose main entrances opened onto the narrow wind. Eventually, I emerged on a road that had been blocked off into a walking mall, and I found myself suddenly wanting a break. Alone for the first time in days, I couldn't resist finding a place to sit. I purchased an ice cream cone at a tiny stand and located an unoccupied bench. The cool chocolate slid down my throat, and I allowed myself to forget entirely about everything. No stolen lambs, no burning huts, no missing teens, no irate union workers, no mechanical problems. I wanted nothing more than to enjoy the hanging pots of bright pink and purple petunias and snatches of conversation from passers-by. At the far end of the mall, a kilted piper played the traditional Scotland the Brave on a nasal set of bagpipes, the sound wafting down the road and bouncing off the glass-fronted shops. Beyond him, I caught a glimpse of the red sandstone towers of Inverness Castle. I turned my face toward the sun and wished all the problems would go away, so Drake and I could simply play tourist, visiting castles and museums and eating out in fine seafood restaurants.
Charlie?
The voice snapped me back to the present. I whipped my head toward it and opened my eyes. Chapter 19.
Janie, what are you doing here? Just got off work.
She tipped her head toward the far end of the walkway.
It's just up there.
Oh. Belatedly, I realized that the indoor mall was just at the end of this street.
Is there any word about Richie?
Her lip quivered slightly as she spoke his name.
Nothing yet, I'm afraid.
I watched her shuffle from one foot to the other.
Here, sit down. I really don't have time,
she said, but she sat anyway.
My parents will be wanting me home soon. I watch my younger brother when Mum works.
I meant to ask you how long you've known Richie.
Oh, since primary school. When his parents lived here, that is.
I thought they lived in London.
The last few years, yeah. When Richie and I were little, they lived at Dunworthy, and he attended school here in town. We happened to be in the same class, 4th year, I think it was. Then they moved away.
And you and Richie stayed in touch all that time?
Oh, no. Boys don't write letters all that well. But I'd see him now and again, during the summers. We met again this spring at the Pelican.
That's when the magic happened. We fell in love.
She cast her eyes downward, suddenly shy about having told me all this.
Did your two families know you were getting this serious? Oh, I don't think so. I didn't tell mine anyway.
She glanced at the chunky watch on her wrist.
I really better. Sure. Let his family know if you hear from him.
She strode away, her shapely legs under the short skirt, drawing admiring looks from the males along the way. I had a sudden vision of her in 5 years, alone with 2 or 3 kids from various fathers, struggling to earn a living because she'd never finished high school. The legs would still be shapely, but the body would be 20 pounds heavier. I shook off the image, hoping Janie would make better choices than that. Foot traffic was clearing, and I realized that many of the shops were beginning to close. I pulled my cell phone from my bag and punched in the speed dial number for air-sea helicopters. Maggie answered on the first ring, sounding chipper.
Oh, hi, Charlie. Yes, things are going great. Just about have all the files back in order.
What's Drake up to? Is he in yet?
Radioed in his last flight a few minutes ago, so he should be here in about 45 minutes. Tell him I'm heading home and we'll see him there.
He doesn't need to call me unless he's going to be delayed. By the time Drake landed, got the aircraft ready for the night, filled out his logbooks, and drove to the cottage, I figured I had close to 2 hours on my own yet. I placed a quick call to Dunworthy and learned that there were no new developments. I told Sarah what I had, or rather hadn't, learned at Waldo Green's. I didn't mention running into Janie again. I figured the shit was really going to hit the fan when that little secret came out. I walked the length of Church Street and circled Inverness Castle. As castles go, it wasn't a huge one, probably no bigger than Dunworthy for that matter. An adjacent museum was just closing, and I made a mental note to come back to it someday. I stood on the high ground at the edge of the River Ness and let my eyes travel its length. The water reflected the deep blue of the sky, while the sun, now working its way lower in the west, brought the town's stone buildings into sharp focus. A bridge crossed the river near me, and another, more ornate, crossed a few blocks down. I walked across the near one. At the other end, on a street lined with stone buildings from various periods, a small kilt shop was still open. I ducked inside. The walls were lined with bolts of tartan, and the myriad of color combinations represented each clan. Mannequins modeled traditional Scottish wear, from everyday to formal. But the thing that drew my eye were the glass display cases of knives. From long broadswords to the tiny dirks that Highland men wore in the tops of their knee-high socks, the array was dazzling. I'd seen Drake admiring them in shop windows. I made a spot decision to get him one as a gift. The shop's one clerk was bustling about, getting ready to close for the night, so I quickly chose one of the dirks. Its 4-inch blade had a delicate thistle pattern engraved on it, and was sheathed in black leather that matched the woven leather pattern on the knife's handle. The girl wrapped my purchase in tissue and bagged it while I admired the display of small jewelry items made from heatherwood. I chose a brooch with an intricate heatherwood center and an arrangement of silver thistles circling it. 5 minutes later, transactions complete, I was back out on the street, following the river until I came to the second bridge. Its smooth stone abutments rose, forming a tall square tower at each end. Cables draped in elegant suspension between them, holding the bridge with their strength. A 2-lane road, busy with cars, ran down the center of it, with a sidewalk on one side. As I reached the center of it, I felt the entire bridge vibrate slightly with each passing car. I picked up my pace. By the time I'd retrieved the car and driven back to the cottage, it was nearly time for Drake to be home. I pulled 2 steaks from the freezer and put the microwave to work defrosting them. He walked in while I was figuring out how to use the small gas grill on the veranda.
"Well, hell of a day, huh?"
he said. He twisted 2 knobs on the grill, pressed the igniter button, and a blue flame came to life. "Did your mechanic get there?"
"First thing in the morning. I'll fly him out to the rig and see if I can lend a hand while he works on the problem. I'll need you to bring the Jet Ranger back once we know we have the Astra running."
I handed him a glass of wine. "Sure. For now, let's hope for a few uneventful hours." Over dinner, I filled him in on the return of Alistair and Lewis, my visit to the teen club where Richie'd last been seen, and the little secret Janie was carrying.
Drake did the dishes while I took a shower, and we blissfully fell into bed early after watching only a little TV. The alarm went off much too early. Drake moaned and draped his arm over me.
5 more minutes,
he mumbled into my shoulder. When the snooze timer went off again, he dragged himself away. Am I coming with you now?
Let's wait. You can stay here until we assess the problem and find out how long it'll take to fix.
I love you, I murmured, burrowing into the covers again. I heard the shower go on, then off, heard the bee-like buzz of his electric razor, and somehow in the background, a persistent ringing. I raised my head to get my bearings. The telephone downstairs. A phone ringing before daybreak is never a good thing. I tugged a huge t-shirt on over my head and snatched up a pair of socks I'd worn the day before. The light on the landing nearly blinded me, and it took another full ring for me to stumble down the stairs. Another while I sprinted across the living room, jamming my little toe against a table leg, and grabbed for the phone on the kitchen counter. What? Short for, what the hell do you want at this hour? Sorry, I meant hello? Charlie, I'm sorry. This is terribly rude of me calling so early. Sarah's voice sounded genuinely contrite, but a tiny sob quietly escaped. No, Sarah, that's okay. I pulled the phone off the counter and sat on the floor, squeezing my throbbing toe with my free hand. What's going on? We received a ransom note. Oh my God. Richie's disappearance suddenly seemed so more ominous again. What did it say? How did it arrive? It was placed under our front door. I can't believe it. These evil people have actually come right up to our home. Chapter 20. Sarah, hold tight. I'll be right there. I switched on the kitchen light and examined my little toe, whose severe pain had dulled to merely an aching throb. The nail was split, but otherwise the tiny digit looked fine. I limped back up the stairs to find Drake dressed and heading down.
What was that?
A note about Richie. I told Sarah I'd go right over there.
Why are you limping?
He nearly smiled, but avoided it judiciously at the last second. My ability to bump, bruise, scrape, or sprain things frequently meets with admonitions from him to slow down. Oh, it's nothing.
I'll make the coffee while you get dressed.
Determined not to let him make an issue of the toe, I trimmed the nail and bundled my feet into thick cotton socks and walking shoes. 5 minutes later, dressed and combed, I poured coffee into a travel mug and kissed my hubby goodbye in the driveway. He promised to call my cell phone when the repairs to the Astor were finished and he needed me to fly the Jet Ranger back. Things were aflutter at Dunworthy. As I drove up the lane to the castle, I saw Robert and Edward circling the white Range Rover. Edward held up a phone to his ear, looked impatiently at it, then jammed it into his inside pocket. In the front hall, Sarah paced, a sheet of rumpled paper in her hand. Elizabeth barked an order at Molly, who looked like she was about to cry. She skittered from the room as I turned to close the door. Robert and Edward followed close on my heels.
Can't raise anyone at the bank,
Edward grumbled to his wife. Elizabeth looked at a delicate diamond watch on her wrist. It's only going on 7 o'clock. You twit, seemed to be the unspoken ending. Charlie, I'm so glad you're here, Sarah said. Her chenille robe covered a utilitarian cotton gown, no lace or ruffles for this sturdy countrywoman. Elizabeth, on the other hand, wore a pair of elegant gray slacks, expensive by the cut of them, and a yellow sweater so fluffy it might have been made of baby chicks. Her hair, makeup, nails, and jewelry were all perfect. I was willing to bet she never emerged from her bedroom looking otherwise. Is that the note? I asked, indicating the paper in Sarah's hand. Oh, yes. She smoothed the page against her chenille thigh with both hands. I cringed as I watched any potential evidence being wiped away. Undoubtedly, Robert and Edward had obliterated any footprints that might have been left near the door, and now Sarah had handled our only other clue until it was probably useless too. Didn't these people ever watch crime shows on TV? I took the note. The paper was standard letter size, plain white, probably the stuff that everyone who owns a computer buys by the ream. The lettering was in black ballpoint ink, a deliberate block print, faintly wavy like it was done by a right-handed person with their left hand. Gather 50,000 pounds. We will call at 12 o'clock with delivery instructions. No police or he is dead. It was signed with a reddish-brown X. Blood? It certainly looked like it. This was slipped under your front door?
Yes,
Robert said.
I'd gotten up, planned to meet our foreman at the dairy barn.
I noticed for the first time that he wore a quilted plaid shirt jacket and brown utilitarian twill pants tucked into rubber boots.
We were planning to go over the milk production figures.
Elizabeth shot her father a look that said, "How can you think of business when your grandson is missing?" "Don't you think it's time to bring the police into it now?"
No!
4 voices shouted at me at once.
You read the note, Charlie.
Sarah's no-nonsense tone told me there would be no arguing this point.
That X is made in blood, isn't it?
I nodded.
I'd say that means someone is very serious about this then.
So, what do you plan to do? Edward spoke up.
As soon as I can reach my banker, we'll have the money transferred to Robert's bank here. We'll get the cash and await instructions, just as the note says.
A clock in the hall chimed the half hour. 7:30.
Until then, I think we should all have something to eat,
Sarah said.
It's likely to be a very long day. I couldn't,
Elizabeth began.
Molly has something set up in the small dining room.
We all dutifully followed Sarah. She shot Robert a look as he shed the rubber outdoor boots and slipped into soft leather house shoes before coming into the dining room. Molly had laid out covered chafing dishes of scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage, and broiled tomatoes, buffet style. There were racks of toast and crockery pots of jam, plus a couple of large bowls of fruit and assorted pastries. I'd forgotten that when the Scotts ate breakfast, they meant business. It was obvious that the people of Dunworthy were accustomed to feeding people on a large scale and on short notice. Despite my trepidation about the day and its potential outcome, I found myself filling a plate and eating way too well. Everyone else did too, except Elizabeth, who stuck with her original objection and only managed a few pieces of fruit and some dry toast. It was easy to see where her stick-like figure came from. Edward kept looking at his watch. At 8, he announced that he would try calling the bank again. Apparently he had a private number to an important person's office, because he reached someone and made arrangements for the £50,000 transfer to happen precisely at 9 o'clock.
That should give us ample time to collect the money and arrive back here by noon for the telephone call,
he told Robert, once he'd stashed his cell phone. Well, it sounds like you have things well in hand. Maybe I better—
Oh, don't go, Charlie,
Sarah insisted.
I'd feel so much better if you were here to help us rescue Richie.
Privately, I thought they were going to do things their own way, no matter what I said. I couldn't see that they'd taken a bit of my advice yet. I told her I'd stay, unless Drake called and needed me on business. His safety was of more value to me than Richie's, especially since the family would damn well do what they wanted anyway. I didn't tell her that part. I chewed on one last piece of toast while the rest of them chattered away, hashing and rehashing plans for collecting the money. At 8:40, Robert and Edward decided it was time to go to the bank. I said I'd wait behind with the ladies. Within 15 minutes, though, I was beginning to wish I'd gone along on the ride to town. Elizabeth's constant fretting over Richie's safety and Sarah's pacing were driving me nuts. I longed for a crew of police and Scotland Yard agents to be here, tapping phones or dusting for fingerprints, just to be doing something useful. I think I'll take a walk and look around, I told Sarah finally. My phone's in my pocket if there's an emergency. I pointed to it. Outside, the air was damp. There had been rain during the night, and high clouds remained, sealing the area in a cocoon of gray. I went out by way of the main entry and scanned the ground for signs of footprints leading toward or away from it. The graveled area immediately outside the door showed nothing, and the damp grass farther out had been trampled by several sets of feet, my own included, as I'd arrived at daybreak. Down by the parking area, the ground was muddy, but again too many sets of prints made any type of identification impossible. Then I spotted them. A single set of prints pressed into the wet grass, coming from the orchard. Chapter 21. I picked up the tracks at the edge of the smooth green lawn. Following them with any precision became impossible, because as I stood directly over them, they disappeared. It was only from the angle at a distance that I was able to pick them out over the glistening moisture on the grass. I headed toward the orchard. Under the trees, I picked out the occasional clear print where the damp ground was free of grass and leaves. There was no way to identify a pattern to the prints, but I could tell that they were somewhat larger and quite a lot wider than my own size 8s. Most likely a man's print, or a woman wearing heavy boots. The burned-out crofter's hut immediately came to mind, since this was the same way I'd taken to it before. If the person leaving the note had hidden there before approaching the castle, this is most likely the way they would have come. Only a few people knew of the existence of the hut, someone in the family or those who worked on the grounds. That shot down theories of random strangers abducting Richie from Waldo Green's and spiriting him away to their evil lair. The amount of the ransom demand told me that we weren't dealing with big-time operators either. £50,000 just wasn't that much money, especially to anyone who perceived the Campbells or the Dunbars as wealthy. Ahead stood the blackened stone walls of the crofter's hut. I paused, wondering briefly whether I should be armed, if someone were hiding inside. I listened intently and heard nothing but a few birds twittering in the trees and the occasional drip-drip of water from the leaves. Paying attention to my own footfalls, I approached the small building cautiously. As I'd expected, it was deserted. There were a few partial footprints on the damp, hard-packed earth. They looked relatively fresh, considering last night's rain, but the indentations were fairly plain, and I certainly couldn't make out any identifiable tread marks. I circled the hut, keeping to the grass, finding that the prints were all around the place, inside and out. Could Richie and his friends have made them? I stared down toward the castle. I didn't think so. They'd not been here for nearly 48 hours now, and the overnight rains would have surely done away with the traces that old. My eyes fell on the forest to the south, the other path. I cut back into the orchard, looking for the route I'd taken the other day. At the southern edge of the fruit trees, I spotted it. Plenty of dips and disturbances showed in the gravel, but nothing that could be called a footprint. I walked it slowly. Under the cover of the tall pines, water dripped from a million needles, causing a shower in a microcosm. I hadn't brought an umbrella, and my light jacket certainly wasn't waterproof, and I was quickly becoming damp. I picked up my pace. At the gazebo, I decided to duck under the cover for a minute. I shook some of the water off my hair and sleeves. There at the foot of one of the concrete benches lay a cigarette butt. Had it been here before? I was virtually certain it had not. Instinct told me that the police would view any little scrap as possible evidence until proven otherwise, but I didn't know if it was up to me to decide that. I glanced around the area. I wished I knew more about the habits of the family. It could be that Robert came out here all the time to sneak a smoke. Richie or his friends certainly could have. But those footprints leading across the wet grass this morning made me think that someone outside the family had been around, someone who could have also left this tiny bit that might turn out to be an important lead. And what was I supposed to do about it? Pick it up? Leave it? Report it? In one pocket of my jacket I found a tissue, wadded but clean. I used it to pick up the stump of filter. It was plain white, with a gold-stamped brand name I didn't recognize. I loosely cradled it into the tissue and put it in my pocket. Depending on how this all turned out, surely it would be potentially more useful by my picking it up than one of the gardeners discarding it. I scanned the gazebo, inside and out, but didn't see anything else out of place. Noticing the smaller path, the one that trailed off and eventually came out at the Brody's rented place, I wondered if Ian ever came up here to the gazebo for a little relaxation. I found myself looking for footprints as I followed it, but the trail was so rocky that nothing showed. It was a relief from the constant dripping water when I finally looked down into the clearing behind their cottage. Ramona was coming out of the barn some 50 yards away. I negotiated my way around the rugged hillside boulders until I was on more level ground. She carried a bucket full of nursing bottles, and the 2 lambs and a calf were trailing hopefully behind her. I gave a shout, and she looked in my direction. The hungry babies never took their eyes off the bucket. "Hi, Charlie," she said. "I was hoping you'd come by." "You were?" "Sure. Things get lonely out here sometimes. Ian's been gone for 2 days, and I've run myself ragged keeping the wee ones fed and the others under control." She set the bucket down and handed me 2 bottles. The lambs switched loyalties in a flash, and I had to brace myself as they attacked their breakfast. Ramona held a bottle out to the calf, who flicked its tail in the faces of the 2 puppies, who tried to get in on the action too. "Where's Ian gone?" "Ah, well, his father's taken ill. They've put him in the hospital in Aberdeen." "I hope it's not serious." "Heart attack." She grabbed up another bottle for the calf and tossed the first one aside. "Here, let's get some more. They'll each take 2. I made the switch, but not as neatly as she had. I ended up with 2 good-sized smears of lamb slobber on my leg in the process. "At least he survived it. He'll probably be in the hospital a few more days before he can go home. It's after that we're uncertain about. He'll have to slow down, and that's for sure." "No doubt. So that's left you running everything here." "Yeah." She rolled her blue eyes skyward. "And it's usually a full-time job for 2. The 2 lambs had slowed their aggressive sucking and were now wagging their tails contentedly. I watched their little heads bob happily with the ritual of feeding. I didn't see any tags on their ears. It didn't seem likely that these were the missing lambs from Dunworthy. After all, I doubted the Brodies would want me this close to stolen merchandise. But a nagging doubt lingered. What if Ian had somehow removed their Dunworthy ID tags and brought them from the fields with the story for Ramona that their mother had been killed? She probably wouldn't know any differently. "I've had to suspend the dog shows. I can't put them through their paces the way Ian does. I put a sign down on the gate, 'Let outsiders know we're off for a few days.'" We gathered the empty bottles and put them back in the bucket. "What about the other sheep in the pasture?" "Oh, they do fine. Eat and sleep. That's about all sheep do anyway." She laughed, a sound that was somehow unfamiliar to her normally serious nature. "The dogs go out with them, especially at night. It's good to have them guarding for wolves. I've got a shotgun in case there was a ruckus, but I don't know as I'd want to be using it." We reached the barn now, and the puppies were becoming increasingly vocal. "Think you could get them some food while I run down to the pasture and check on things?" Before I could answer, she thrust the dog's large, flat feeding pan into my hands. She pulled a small plastic whistle on a cord from her neck of her shirt. Giving 2 quick bursts with it, she grabbed the attention of 3 adult dogs who trotted with her toward the pasture. I carried the puppy's dish into the barn, where I set the bucket full of empty nursing bottles on a shelf. 7 tiny black and white bodies swarmed around my feet. "Okay, you guys, now where was that food?" I remembered the large bins against the wall and fumbled through them until I found the one with the small nuggets. Adding milk, as I'd seen Ramona do, I swirled the mixture and set it down. I couldn't help but smile as all 7 of them crowded around into the pan. I glanced around, wondering if there was something else I could be doing to help Ramona. Against one wall of the barn, I noticed a large, deep sink, so I carried the used milk bottles to it and ran water over them. There was just a single cold water tap, but if Ramona wanted them taken into the house for a better cleaning, she could let me know. A couple of the feed bins stood open, so I closed the lids and stacked some buckets, attempting to tidy the place a bit. The puppies were now wandering away, except for one who still sprawled inside the food pan, licking furiously at the corners, and another who pawed at the edge of the pan, wanting to tip it over and dislodge his smaller brother. "Okay, you guys are done, I think. Let's pick this up now." I just reached for the metal dish when a bright fleck of white caught my eye near the wheel of an old wooden wagon that sat jammed into a corner of a big wooden structure. Letting the puppies have their fun a little longer, I walked toward the wagon. The white fleck was a cigarette butt. I knelt down to get a closer look. It looked identical to the one I'd just picked up at the gazebo. I was pretty sure Ramona didn't smoke. I'd never smelled it on her, but Ian did. Were these the same brand? And did that mean he'd been out at the Dunbars' gazebo recently? Why? I reached for the little stub of filter and picked it up gingerly. I slipped it into my pocket just as the door to the barn opened. Chapter 22. Well, things look all right out there, Ramona said. She gave me a questioning look, clearly wondering what I was doing kneeling on the ground near the old wagon. This looks like an interesting antique, I sputtered. Is it yours? No, it was here in the barn, she said, still looking at me crossways. Had she seen me stick my hand in my pocket, I almost got the feeling she'd caught me stealing. Oh, look at these guys. They're all finished. I put the other milk bottles in that sink over there. I hope that was the right thing. Ramona relaxed a bit. Yes. Oh, thanks for doing that. Here, I'll just add the puppy bowl to the stack and I'll wash them up later. She carried the pan to the sink, losing her wariness as she slipped back into doing the familiar. Want to come in for tea? I think I'm due a break by now. I'd love to, but I really should be getting back. Drake has a mechanic out working on one of the helicopters right now, and he'll probably be calling me soon to come out and do my share of the flying. Ah, well then. That must be pretty exciting work. It has its moments, I had to admit. Not all of them fun. She looked like she was about to say something sympathetic. But most of them are, and like you, I enjoy working with my husband. Ian can be... Her voice trailed off, and I wondered what she was about to say. Something she decided against, since her face clicked into another mode almost immediately. But I love him. He's got big plans, you know. Says we'll make a lot more money this season, more than we ever have. Like 50,000 pounds more? Was Ian that angry at the Dunbars? I felt a rock thud to the pit of my stomach. Charlie, are you all right? I gave myself a little mental shake and willed the blood to flow back into my lips. Oh, yeah, fine. You know, that tea does sound good. All right, then. She led the way toward the cottage. I get those little mid-morning sinking spells myself. Tea'll be just the thing. I walked behind her, letting her chatter on. 100 questions raced through my mind. If Ian had indeed kidnapped Richie, where had he taken the boy? Ramona seemed genuine. I couldn't imagine her being in on it and staying this calm toward me. Surely she wouldn't be inviting me inside. Unless... I made myself stop. Just keep your eyes and ears open, Charlie. Sometime? Ramona turned to me. Apparently she had just asked a question. I jerked back to reality. I'm sorry, I got a little ways behind you and didn't hear the last part. I was just asking whether you'd like to go into town for some shopping sometime. I guess women who don't work on farms do that. Girls' day out, that sort of thing? Sure. I forced a smile. That'd be nice. If I haven't found enough evidence by then to throw your husband in the slammer. I followed her into the cottage, my eyes darting to every spot inside, while she went directly into the kitchen and filled the kettle. Can I use your bathroom? Oh, sure. The door on the left, she said, indicating the 2 closed doors beyond the living room. I purposely went to the door on the right and opened it. In one quick glance, I could tell that it was a bedroom, bed neatly made, dresser top covered with framed photos, and a few items of clothing draped over a chair. No teenage boy bound and gagged. Oops, the other left, I said, quickly backing out and heading toward the real bathroom door. I closed it behind me and pondered what, if anything, I should do next. If Ian were involved, I didn't think Ramona knew it. The way she talked about his great plan for making more money than ever before, I didn't get the sense that she knew anything about the plan herself. If Ian had given his father's heart attack as a reason for being gone a while, then I imagined that was all she knew. He was operating on his own, or at least without his wife's help, I felt sure. The heart attack story would be easy enough to verify. For now, I'd see if I could get any more information from Ramona. I flushed the toilet for authenticity and rinsed my hands at the sink. That was quite a rain we had last night, I said, striving for a topic that wouldn't allow my face to give away my inner thoughts. Yes, it was. Here, the tea's just about ready. I'm afraid I don't have anything much to offer with it. Haven't been to the store in a while. Some toast, maybe? No, actually, I don't think I could hold a bite. The heavy Scottish breakfast would easily anchor my butt to my chair. Just the tea would be wonderful. It's a bit chilly out. Do you have a way to get to the store? I asked once she'd set the cups on the table and taken her own seat. It just now hit me that Ian probably took your vehicle to, was it Aberdeen? Yes, he did. I've been walking down to the wee market at the crossroads. It's got nearly everything. I remembered the bitterness in Ian's voice the day I'd overheard him in that same market. Perhaps his hatred for Robert Dunbar and his position in Parliament went to the extreme. I get the feeling Ian doesn't like the Dunbars much, I ventured. What? She gave me a puzzled look. Well... Oh, great, Charlie. Blow it right at the beginning. I realized the question must have come completely out of left field. I struggled for a segue, but could only come up with the truth. The first time I met Ian was just outside our cottage. I heard voices arguing and learned that they were he and Robert Dunbar. Ramona chewed her lower lip. I would imagine there are a lot of people who don't care for him, I added, backpedaling to gain her confidence again. Some of his votes haven't been the most popular choices, have they? She twisted the corner of a paper napkin into a point. Or so I've heard. I took a sip of tea. Look, I guess local politics isn't really any of my business. She put the napkin aside and picked up her mug. I know you didn't mean anything by it, Charlie. I try to stay out of it myself. Plenty to do around here without getting into all that as well. She blew on the tea gently, then took a sip. Ian usually stays out of politics himself. It's just the issue of the wool prices. Affects us so deeply, you know. We can't get away from it. For the first time, her face folded into worry lines, and she aged 10 years. In 20, she'd be a hard-edged, middle-aged farm woman. The perky blonde ponytail and functional, stylish denim overalls would give way to saggy tweeds and gray hair pulled into a tight bun. Knowing that her current existence would never change had to be disheartening. The temptation to grab for the brass ring, if one came available, would be nearly overwhelming. I drained my mug and set it down. Look, I didn't mean to bring down the mood, she said, although her smile lit up. Her blue eyes were just the tiniest bit too bright. Oh, you didn't. I shouldn't have brought up the subject. I apologize. Probably do Ian some good to be away for a few days, even if it's not under the best of circumstances. I said goodbye a few minutes later and set out for the castle, feeling a mixture of pity for the shepherd's plight and horror at the idea that one of them might have taken revenge to this extent. About halfway down the path to the gazebo, my cell phone rang. I jumped with the suddenness of it, my heart going into double time. I groped in my jacket for it, and the little tissue bundle fell to the ground. Hello? I leaned over trying to retrieve my little evidence packet and jammed it back into the pocket. Hi, hon. How are things? Drake's voice came through a little too loudly. Can you hear me okay? Yes, fine. In fact, a bit loud. Sorry. Is that better? He said at normal volume. I wasn't sure what kind of signal we'd get out here. You at the rig? Yeah, mechanic's got the fuel line fixed. He's checking over the rest of the ship now. So you need me to come out there soon? Not real soon. A couple hours, maybe. I shoved my sleeve up to look at my watch. That would also be about the time the Dunbars would be waiting at home for the noon call. I told him, let's play it by ear. Somehow I need to get both ships off this rig before tonight. Now what? I thought as we hung up. I saw myself being pulled in two directions. Sarah had already told me Robert expected me to go along when the ransom call came, help make the delivery and get Richie back safely. I thought about making one more plea with them to get the authorities to handle this, but I knew it was probably futile. And Drake couldn't very well pilot 2 helicopters at once. My duty was to him, and I'd have to tell the Dunbars so. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to prove quite so simple. Chapter 23. Robert and Edward were just pulling up in the Bentley when I rounded the corner of the castle. I walked over to the driver's door. Did everything go all right at the bank? Edward stepped out the passenger door and pulled a large valise from the back seat. He leaned vaguely sideways to counterbalance the weight of it as he carried it to the front door. Just as they asked.
£50,000. Didn't say if they wanted small bills, but I got them anyway.
Robert puffed a little as they slid out of the big old luxury car.
Banker raised a bit of an eyebrow. Man's known me 40 years. Was thinking he'd never seen me do anything like this before. I know he was.
Do you think he'll report it to the authorities?
No, doubt it.
A tiny crease divided his forehead.
Don't care anyway. Another couple of hours and we'll have Richie back. It'll all be over with.
I hoped so, but didn't quite feel his optimism. There was still a lot of things that could go wrong. Robert and I walked together into the castle, where I noticed that Edward had casually dropped the valise in the entryway, the same way he'd done with his travel bag the other day. Robert hung his jacket on a peg, but I opted to keep mine on. Voices came from the kitchen and we followed them. Edward and Elizabeth stood on opposite sides of the butcher block island, and the air between them was thick with electricity. I took in the scene and knew we'd interrupted some kind of heated exchange.
"Where's Sarah?"
Robert asked, not noticing his daughter's flushed face. Elizabeth turned away, facing the sink now. "Dressing. She should be down in a few minutes." The three of us looked at a large clock that hung above the built-in china hutch. 3 minutes to 11. I might as well broach the subject none of them wanted to hear. "Robert," I said, "depending on when the police call comes and what the instructions are, I may not be able to go with you."
"Nonsense, Charlie. We need you."
As if everything in the whole world revolved around them. I felt my blood pressure rising. I jammed my hands into my pockets so my balled-up fists wouldn't be obvious. I swallowed and forced my voice a few notes lower. "My husband also needs me. There are 2 helicopters and potentially several lives at stake out there, too." "Stay calm, Charlie." "I've repeatedly suggested that you let the police handle this situation with Richie, but no one will listen. If Drake calls, I have to go." My self-coaching wasn't working. Becoming hotter by the minute, I walked out. I brushed past Alistair and Lewis in the corridor, their eyes wide and scared, and headed for the front door. Outside on the stone steps, I paused and took a deep breath. Why was I letting this affect me so? I knew these people were completely self-centered. They would obviously expect everyone else to put their own lives on hold as long as there was a family crisis here. But that's just it, Charlie. It is a crisis. Richie's gone. We don't know where or who he's with or how desperate those people might be. I ran each point of logic through my head. On the other hand, Drake's situation could easily become a crisis too. If those men on the rig were intent on getting rid of the helicopter operators, it wouldn't take much. The aircraft looked large and whirling and deadly in motion, but they were quite fragile when it came to their hundreds of moving parts. A simple act of sabotage could send $1 million aircraft and as many as 6 lives into the sea. I sank to one of the stone benches that flanked either side of the door, unmindful of the moisture soaking into my jeans, and propped my forehead in my hands. The sun was beginning to show, and I let it warm my back.
"Charlie?"
Robert's voice sounded subdued as he sank down on the bench beside me.
"I'll apologize if I sounded abrupt in there. Didn't realize you had so much on your mind right now."
"It's okay. I hadn't told you about the problems we faced trying to keep Brian Swinney's helicopter business going out there." I recapped a couple of the incidents where the Union boat operators had openly opposed us. "Your family has enough to think about at the moment."
"Wish there was something I could do."
"Well, if you mean pulling some strings in Parliament, I guess you could vote for Brian's mother to get well, so he'd come back and run his own business. I'd sure rather be sightseeing, and I know Drake wouldn't mind hitting a couple of those distillery tours." I worked up a smile. "Otherwise, I guess we just wait and see how everything plays out." He patted my knee in a fatherly way.
"It will, I'm afraid,"
he said, his mouth grim.
"It will."
He stood and walked toward the Bentley, hands jammed in pockets, head bent. I kept my seat on the bench until he rounded the corner of the castle, then decided I better do something. Waiting isn't one of my stronger suits. Here I was, in the midst of 2 serious situations, unable to do anything about either one until a call came. I paced the length of the castle twice, then spotted Sarah's rock garden on the other side of about 2 acres of lawn. I headed for that, thinking the extra walk would burn off some of my nervous energy. The tranquil spot should have calmed my nerves, but I couldn't seem to make it happen. I climbed a narrow winding path, created to lead to the top of a small waterfall, which cascaded softly over a series of dark rocks, to a serene pond below. Lily pads dotted the dark water, and I half expected to see a tiny frog leap into one and begin croaking out a little tune. At the top of the rock outcropping, I noticed an area where the tall grass lay flattened in a circular spot, about a foot in diameter, the way a wild animal will leave an indent where it has slept. Odd. Other than squirrels, rabbits, and pheasant, I hadn't heard anyone mention many wild animals here on this part of the grounds. A larger animal, like a deer or elk, would have a much bigger print anyway. A human butt had probably made this. I wondered for a moment if this was a spot Sarah would have come to sit. Undoubtedly it was, except that this very place didn't offer any particular amenities. The ground was too rocky for comfort, and the jutting rocks hid views of either the castle or the pond below. A flash of blue caught my eye. A candy wrapper. That pretty well confirmed that Sarah wasn't the person who'd sat here. So, who was? I crouched on the matted grass for a moment. I could see the castle's turrets clearly, and a short stretch of the lane leading in and out. By rising to my knees and peering around the rocks, I could observe the parking area and the main door. Someone who wanted to spy on comings and goings at the castle could easily do it from here without being seen. My thoughts leapt to Ian Brody. But why would Ian need to watch the Dunbars, unless he'd formulated the plan to take Richie and wanted to know when the boys left? It might have been a feat to dash to a concealed vehicle somewhere and follow them, but surely it wasn't impossible. Movement below caught my eye. Sarah had stepped out the front door. "Robert!" she called, her voice carried clearly to me. Robert, his head ducked into the trunk of the Bentley, hadn't heard. She called his name again and began walking toward the cars. She was halfway there before she got his attention. He snapped to attention and bumped his head on the lid of the trunk. I heard his expletive clearly. This indeed was the perfect spot for spying. "Where's Charlie?" she asked him. "It's nearly time for the phone call."
"Well, she was out here somewhere, just on the bench over there," Robert said.
They both looked at the bench.
"Probably went back inside."
They turned and went into the castle. I felt like a real snoop watching the whole scenario, but it confirmed how easily sound could travel up the little hill, letting someone know what was going on. I pocketed the candy bar wrapper and followed the narrow trail down the other side of the rocks, making a complete circle around the pond. Beside it, there was a stone bench. This spot was clearly Sarah's haven when she came to visit the pond. I made my way through the rest of the carefully arranged rocks and plantings and crossed the wide expanse of open lawn. "Charlie! Oh, I was just wondering where you were," Sarah said as I entered the kitchen. "Out walking, trying to clear my mind for a few minutes." I glanced at Robert, and he sent an encouraging look my way. "It's nearly noon," Sarah said. Edward and Elizabeth sat at the counter, leaning forward on their stools, clutching mugs of coffee in their hands. Louis had taken a seat on one of the other stools, one he'd pulled into a corner away from the others. Alistair wasn't in the room. A portable phone sat in the middle of the large butcher block island, with all eyes fixed to it. "Is everything ready?" I asked. Robert and Edward nodded. Elizabeth's knuckles whitened around her mug. Louis's face looked white and pinched, his soft freckles standing out like cinnamon on whipped cream. I blew out a breath, unable to take the tense silence. "Could I get some water?" I asked Sarah. She nodded and pointed me toward the cupboard with the glasses. I drew a glassful from the sink and drank it in tiny sips. 12 o'clock inched by, 1 minute after, 2 minutes after. "I'm going to scream if that thing doesn't ring," Elizabeth said through clenched teeth. At 5 after, the tension in the room had reached the breaking point. By 10 after, an edgy weariness began to show on everyone's faces. By 12:30, people were beginning to slump in their seats, weary of the wait. "They're not calling, are they?" Elizabeth asked. "The bloody bast—" The phone on the counter shrilled. A collective start bolted through the room. 6 pairs of eyes stared at the innocent-looking white instrument. It rang again. "Robert!" Sarah's voice was as close to hysterical as I'd ever heard it. He snatched up the handset, pressed the button, and listened.
"Yes."
His voice sounded over-loud in the dead silence of the room, where not a breath interrupted the quiet.
"Yes, I understand. I will."
He held the phone in front of him with both hands for a few seconds before pressing the button that turned it off. "What?" Edward's voice captured the word that nearly whooshed out of everyone else's mouth as we all began breathing again.
"They want Lewis to come."
"What? That's ridiculous," Edward sputtered. "A teenager can't take this on." We all stared at Lewis, who cringed into his corner. If his face had been white before, it was pure alabaster now. But sir," he said with a wobbly voice, "I can't drive. I don't have a license."
"That's right. Stupid idea,"
Edward contributed. "Drive what? Which car?"
"Depends on how far."
The voices continued to pile upon one another until I couldn't make sense of any of them. Alistair came in, looking like he wondered what the hell was going on. After about 2 minutes of the cacophony, I stepped forward and waved my hands, settling them into a time-out T. Folks, time out a minute here," I said, working to keep the calm in my voice. "Can we take a minute to analyze this?" "Yes," Sarah said. "Charlie's the professional here. Let's let her handle this." I groaned inwardly. Edward shot me a look that said he wasn't at all convinced of my professional abilities. "I don't want to handle it, but let's see if we can organize ourselves a bit," I said. "Now, Robert, what were the exact instructions?"
"We're to send the money with Lewis. He's to go to the Culloden battlefield. He's to walk out onto the field, follow the path to the area where the clan graves are, and put the bag behind the marker on the clan MacDougall grave. He's to walk on to the clan Fraser grave and meditate there a moment. Richie will join him there."
"I can—" Lewis piped up, but I shushed him with a hand signal. "And how long do we have?" I asked Robert.
"They didn't say."
His face looked stricken as he realized what he was telling us. "Didn't give you a time for the rendezvous? That's crazy," I said. Voices and pandemonium broke out again. My mind whirled around a dozen possibilities. After a couple of minutes, things quieted and I found everyone staring at me again. "Okay, then we better get started now." I eyed the rest of them. "Lewis, what were you starting to say?"
"I can go to the battlefield. We went on a school trip once. I know the arrangement of the graves." "Maybe the kidnappers didn't mean that Lewis must come absolutely alone. Maybe he's just to approach the graves alone," Alistair suggested. "I could drive him to the battlefield." "That's a big tourist attraction," Robert said. "Surely no one will be able to watch the car park and the graves too."
"I think we're forgetting the most important thing here," I said. "We can't just send 2 boys in by themselves. The kidnappers could be waiting for the perfect chance to snatch them as well. In fact, why else would they ask for Lewis to come alone, if not to grab him?" Silence greeted that observation. Edward squirmed, and I got the idea that he didn't really care that the other 2 boys might be in danger, if it meant a chance to get his son back. Alistair and Lewis exchanged a glance, probably trying to build each other's confidence. Finally, Robert cleared his throat and spoke.
"What do you suggest, Charlie?"
"Aside from the fact that if the police were handling this, they would have some unknown faces to send in as guards. If it has to be us, I'm thinking we split up and cover as many bases as we can." I quickly outlined the rest of my plan. Chapter 24. Communication is going to be critical, I said, beginning to feel some of the authority they'd conveyed upon me. Does each group have a cell phone? At their affirmative nods, I instructed them to pass all messages through Robert. Two-way radios would have worked better, where we could have kept everyone in touch on the same frequency, but we didn't have them. If all went smoothly, we shouldn't need them. We exchanged numbers, and 5 minutes later, Edward and Elizabeth left in Sarah's Land Rover. They would go to the battlefield and become two of the few hundred tourists who would be milling about the place. We gave them a 10-minute lead. Lewis, you and Alistair will take the white Range Rover. Park where you can see the Land Rover, but not right next to it, I told them. Lewis, take the bag of money. Alistair, you wait in the car. The two boys nodded. I watched Lewis lift the money bag from the floor and my heart sank. He could barely pick it up. How was he ever going to walk inconspicuously through a crowd of people with it? I can manage, he huffed. Just need to get me legs under me better. He hiked up the bag to his waist and managed to get his arms under it. See? At least he could walk, and without too much of a strained look on his face. Robert and Sarah would follow in the Bentley. Not exactly an inconspicuous vehicle, but they would keep the boys in sight until they arrived in the parking area at Culloden. I leaned in through the open window of the Bentley. If Lewis looks too awkward carrying the bag, pretend to be a kindly stranger and offer to carry it for him, I suggested. Nothing like having the museum people question him before he ever gets into the place. If they allow bags in there at all.
Right.
Robert acknowledged the plan and drew himself up.
See you there.
I watched the two vehicles drive away. I would follow alone in my car, and I made it clear that I'd be peeling off and heading for the airport if Drake called. I glanced up at the rock garden once before getting into my rented Vector. If someone were regularly watching the place, they knew every move we'd just made. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the parking area for the Culloden Battlefield and Museum. I spotted the white Range Rover, with Alistair behind the wheel. His head swiveled back and forth, nervously watching the other cars. Don't be so conspicuous, kid, I thought as I drove past him and parked 2 rows away. The Bentley, empty, sat 5 cars away from the Range Rover. Sarah's Land Rover, also empty, had found a spot near the entrance. I stuffed my few scraps of evidence, the 2 cigarette butts and the candy wrapper, into the glove compartment and locked it, making sure that my cell phone was easily accessible in a jacket pocket. I locked the car and headed toward the visitor center. Overhead the clouds had fractured, leaving almost equal patches of blue and gray, and the wind had picked up considerably. A steady, damp-feeling breeze rushed off the surrounding low hills and swept across the open field. Set at wide distances, I could see the flags marking the positions of the 2 opposing armies back in 1746. The poor Highlanders had never stood a chance, losing 1,200 men to the King's 300 on that bitter April day. It had all been over in 40 minutes. I hurried through the lobby of the museum and paid my entry fee. A docent tried to offer me the chance to view a film, see a reenactment of battle conditions in a field hospital, or tour the exhibits in 2 large rooms. I waved her off and went straight out the doors leading to the battlefield itself. The wind whipped my hair across my face, and I started up the path. A winding trail led the visitor around the perimeter of the entire field, but I headed right for the middle where a sign pointed the way to the clan graves. It was impossible to see any great distance. Tall shrubs and grasses forced the path to curve around small hillocks. I finally came to a gate where I passed into the area where the majority of the clans had fallen. Killed as they attacked, entire families had been slain in groups. Transporting the bodies back to their home ground in spring's often blizzard conditions over distances that could take weeks in good weather would have been impossible. Clans were gathered together and buried together, the frozen ground too impenetrable for adequate digging. Now, more than 250 years later, earthen heaps marked each spot. A single rough-cut stone stood near each, naming the family of clansmen it contained. The stones were spread widely and randomly, and much of the area was surrounded by low trees and heavy shrubbery. I glanced at each, watching for McDougal or Fraser. McDougal was the first one I spotted. It was one of the larger stones, before one of the larger mounds. I saw the black bag behind it, and only let my eyes stay on it a split second. Acting as casually as I could, I paused and pulled a tissue from my pocket and blew my nose. In the damp, bitter wind, the act wasn't merely for show. I caught sight of Robert and Sarah looking down at a grave marker on the opposite side of the path, about 30 feet farther up. As planned, they were to make sure no tourist walked away with the bag. We didn't acknowledge each other. I hurried along to the next marker, pausing again, wanting to blend in with the dozen or so other tourists in the area. At a bend in the path, I glanced back at Robert. He'd moved a little farther away from me, but was still within view of the McDougal stone. As I followed the bend, I saw Edward and Elizabeth in the distance. Elizabeth's blonde hair had given up its style, and she finally looked like everyone else, wind-blown and mildly disheveled. I paused where I was and read some more markers. They slowly worked their way toward me.
"Nothing yet,"
Edward said under his breath, as they passed on the opposite side of the path. "It's still there," I said. We passed without another word. Another path cut away behind me, at a right angle to this one. It led to a large stone monument with a big brass plaque on its face. No one else was near it, so I headed that way. Circling it to be sure I was alone, I stood on the leeward side and pulled out my cell phone. I hit the button to speed dial the number of Robert. "Have you seen anyone you recognize?" I asked, keeping my voice low in the rush of the wind.
"No. You?"
Unfortunately, I hadn't. I wondered where Lewis was. I disconnected the call as another couple walked into view. Farther down the main trail, I spotted Lewis standing in front of a marker. He stood with head bowed, hands clasped in front, looking meditative as per instructions. I kept my slow pace, pausing at each grave, reading markers, until I stood at the same one with him. I muttered the same question I'd posed to Robert, and he shook his head. His face looked miserable, and I noticed that his hand shook. I wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but couldn't be sure who might be watching from the shrubbery. "It'll be okay," I murmured. I had to move on as the other couple caught up with me once more. Beyond the Fraser grave, the path circled back over the main battlefield. Not wanting to get too far from the rest of the team or the money, I retraced my steps. Lewis remained at the Fraser grave, and Robert was hanging pretty close to the McDougal. The others were milling about, looking uncertain. I kept my distance and stole a peek at my watch. It was nearly 2 o'clock. I thought we were all starting to get the same sickening feeling. Nothing was going to happen. Chapter 25. At the moment, there were no other people in sight but our small group. I motioned them together. "I don't think it's going to happen," I mumbled. "Either we've been spotted or this was a wild goose chase from the start."
"I agree."
Robert's voice sounded like it was about to crack.
"What do you want me to do?"
"It's getting late and I need to get back to Drake. Let's make a show of rounding up everyone and leaving. It probably wasn't a good idea to bring this many people anyway." Heads nodded, but only Edward's look was accusatory. I turned back to Robert. "If you want to keep trying, I'd suggest that you have Lewis remain at the Fraser Stone, as per instructions. Everyone else go home."
"I want to catch this criminal,"
Robert said.
"I want Richie back, but it's not right that he can simply get away with this. I want to catch him taking the money."
My cell phone rang. "Yes?" It was Drake. "Time for me to go," I announced to the group. "Do whatever you want. My original suggestion still holds." I met each of their eyes, but didn't get much of a feeling for what they would decide. I walked away. Out in the parking area, I glanced toward the white Range Rover. No sign of Alistair. Now what was he up to? Dealing with these people was like trying to herd kittens. I threw up my hands in frustration and climbed into the Vector. Drake had called from 15 minutes out. He'd left the mechanic at the platform to keep watch on the Jet Ranger. He would pick me up at the airport and take me immediately back to the rig so we could shuttle both aircraft home safely. Fortunately, Culloden wasn't far from the airport, and I sped into the parking lot just as Drake circled on final. By the time he'd sat down, I dashed into the office and grabbed my survival suit. I shuffled awkwardly into it while getting a quick briefing from Maggie. No phone messages, and yes, we would each be bringing back a full crew of workers from the rig. Drake was jotting entries in his meticulous writing into his logbook when I climbed into the other front seat in the Aster. He pushed his mic aside and gave me a quick kiss. I buckled in and adjusted my headset while he radioed the tower and got clearance for takeoff.
"So, how was your day?"
he asked, not knowing anything beyond the early morning phone from Sarah. By the time I'd filled him in on the second ransom note, the clues I'd found, the visit to Ramona's, the ransom drop phone call, and the abortive attempt to deliver it to Culloden, we had the rig in sight on the horizon. "So, yes, it's been quite a day," I said. "I think I'm tired already."
"It's almost over. At least everything seems to be working fine on this baby now, and I put Joe on security detail with yours until we get back. I told him, no coffee breaks, no pit stops, nothing. Not to let that ship out of his sight for an instant. He'll be fine getting her back home."
"Any trouble from Brankin or his men?"
"Not a peep. I got a couple of dirty looks, but nobody said anything."
Drake guided the helicopter directly toward the south face of the platform, to the rig's helipad. He set the Aster gently onto its spot beside the waiting Jet Ranger. Joe, the mechanic, moved from his sentry post at the head of it and walked toward us. He came to my side of the ship and opened my door for me. 8 men waited in an orderly queue for their ride home at the end of their shifts, none from Brankin's inner circle.
"Crank up and we'll check our communications before I leave,"
Drake instructed me before I took off the headset and handed it over to Joe. I ducked around the front of the Aster and unlocked the other ship. Drake waited, watching the area, as Joe and I assisted our passengers. I went through the startup procedure, adjusted my headset, and radioed him.
"All clear, Delta Delta Alpha Bravo. Go ahead. We'll be right behind you."
His level voice came through clearly. I pulled pitch and lifted slowly off the platform. Sweeping to my left, I made a wide berth for Drake. In another 2 minutes, he'd taken off, and he soon caught up with me, the two of us becoming a mini flight formation inbound, with our tails to the rig. I liked the symbolism of it. I watched Drake at the controls of his aircraft and was reminded of the powerful attraction I'd felt the first time we'd met. He at the helm, and I, a tourist out for a view of the beautiful island of Kauai. Now here I was, flying beside him. How far we'd come in these years. I caught him watching me and knew a very similar thought was going through his mind. We often do that. He raised his fingers to his lips and blew me a kiss. I hung on to my little inner glow for the rest of the flight. It would have been nice to keep it for a few more days and pretend we were honeymooners again. But I knew Drake needed to contact Brian Swinney and bring him up to date on his operations. And I really should check in at Dunworthy and find out where things stood with them. We both landed outside the hangar, and the crewmen dispersed quickly. Joe gathered his things and said goodbye. He had a train to catch and hoped to be home in time for dinner. Drake and I agreed that he would wind things up here, finishing paperwork and calling Brian, while I stopped at the Dunbars. All the vehicles were parked outside when I drove up to Dunworthy. I crossed my fingers that this was a good sign, that they'd gotten Richie back and now were inside having a cheery family reunion. I knew the instant I rapped the heavy door knocker that it wasn't to be. Molly pulled the heavy door open before I'd hardly lowered my hand. "Oh, Miss Parker, ma'am, they'll be so glad to see you." Her full young mouth settled back into the long lines it wore before she spoke. "Is there any news?" I asked. "Nothing good, I'm afraid." I followed her to the drawing room where the men clenched whiskey glasses and the women cradled glasses of sherry. I accepted one without question. "What's happened since the battlefield?" I asked Robert. He ran a weathered hand over his brow, emitting a low groan. "Actually, quite a lot has happened," Sarah said. She rose from her seat near the fireplace and came toward me. "We were just doing as you'd suggested, leaving Culloden, when another call came on the cell phone. The man directed us to another place."
"A park, actually. on the grounds of Inverness Castle," Robert said.
This time, he wanted Robert to bring the money.
"And come alone," Robert added.
"We did exactly as he asked," Sarah said. Moisture welled in her eyes. "But you don't have Richie back, obviously," I said. Edward slammed his glass down on a table, jerking my attention to the other side of the room.
"I've had it with these people and their wild chases. If I catch this man, I swear, I'll kill him."
Elizabeth didn't react. She'd sat in one position on an ottoman since I'd entered the room. Her elbows rested on her knees, and her eyes bored at a spot on the carpet somewhere in the middle of the floor.
"This is ridiculous," Edward ranted. "I can't believe the idiot, thinking he can put us through our paces this way." "Clearly he is, Edward," Robert said. "So you may as well settle down."
Edward picked up his glass and drained it in one swig.
"I'll be in the library. I've got paperwork."
He set his glass down, none too gently, and stomped out of the room. I wondered at the kind of man who would think to bring paperwork with him when his son had been kidnapped, but the others didn't look terribly surprised. "So," I said, turning to Robert, "you gave up and brought the money back, I guess?"
"Well, I certainly wasn't going to leave it unguarded in a public place, not unless I had Richie safely in my care again. The bag is here."
He pointed to a spot beside a small oval table. "Not much we can do until we hear from them again," Sarah said, picking up the sherry bottle and offering refills. Robert poured himself another generous shot of Glenlivet and turned to me.
"How's the progress of our other mystery, then?"
I went blank for a second. "Oh, the missing lambs? I can't report much there either, I'm afraid. I looked again at the two Ian and Ramona have, and there are no tags or distinguishing marks on either lamb."
"You went to Brodie's place?"
"Twice now. I've only noticed 2 lambs, but—"
"What did Brodie say about them?"
"He's not there right now. Gone for a few days to Aberdeen." Robert's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"Quite the coincidence, isn't it? Him leaving right when Richie's missing."
I glanced at Sarah. Her face had gone about 3 shades paler. I was afraid to voice my own suspicions about Ian. "His wife told me Ian's father had a heart attack and Ian had to go help with their farm." I suddenly felt torn about whether to mention the cigarette butts I'd found or the candy wrapper. The cigarettes only indicated that Ian had come as close as the gazebo, and that in itself was certainly no crime. Not to mention that they certainly weren't proof. No doubt millions of people smoked that same brand.
"Heart attack. That's a bit convenient, isn't it?"
Robert said. His voice rose ominously.
"Maybe 2 lambs weren't enough for the man. Had to really prove his point by coming for my own grandson."
Chapter 26. Sarah uttered a faint whimper and sank down to the ottoman beside Elizabeth. "You don't honestly think—" "I don't know what to think," I said. After all, I'd had my own suspicions about Ian. "He really doesn't seem like the kind of man who would go this far." I thought of Ian working with his dogs, his brief tirade against the government policies on wool prices. He was angry, but I still saw him as a simple, hard-working man who just wanted to get a little bit ahead in this world.
"But, since there's a but in there someplace,"
Robert said. Literally. "I did find a couple of little indicators that someone may have been watching the house," I told them. "But without fingerprints or DNA evidence, they certainly aren't proof that the person was Ian."
"Come on, Charlie. Who else could it be?"
"I don't know." I fought against letting my voice become too sharp. "You haven't given me much to go on here. You don't seem to feel you have any enemies, and I don't have the manpower to go out and canvass the neighborhood to find out otherwise. I only found out about the bad blood between you and Ian Brodie because I overheard an argument outside my window one morning." I took a deep breath and forced myself to speak more slowly. "I've repeatedly asked you to call in the authorities. They would have the manpower to investigate properly." Sarah and Elizabeth stared at me, their eyes growing wider. Robert stomped across the room and picked up the telephone.
Well, now that we know it's Brody, maybe I will call them. Let them.
The portable phone rang in his hand, startling all of us.
Oh, bother,
he said, hitting the button to answer the call.
Yes, what is it?
He listened intently, the anger draining from his face.
Yes, I've got it,
he finally said, hanging up. While it's fresh, repeat every word they said, I told him.
He said, You failed the first test, idiot, but did much better on the second one. This will be your last chance, and you'd better get this one right. Come alone. Go down Route B862 for exactly 1.5 miles beyond the sign that says Loch Ness Trail. At that point, there's a turnout on the left. Stop there and put the money into the waste bin. Then he said, Have the money in a trash sack, not that stupid black valise you've been using.
So our moves had been watched. What about Richie? I asked.
Coming to that, he said, Drive exactly 2 more miles in the same direction and stop at the next turnout. Richie will be waiting there. That's all he said.
Nothing about leaving the police out of it?
I don't think we dare. They've obviously been watching everything we've done so far, and it's our last chance, he said.
Unfortunately, I think you're right about that. Was it the same voice as before?
Pretty certain it was.
He laid the phone on a table and rubbed his face with both hands. The stress of the day showed.
I'd better get moving. Sarah, find me a trash bag, will you?
She rose automatically from her seat and went toward the kitchen. I'm glad they left Lewis out of it this time. I never was comfortable with the idea of sending him in there alone. Robert knelt on the floor and scooped stacks of cash out of the valise. He transferred them to the black garbage bag when Sarah brought it a minute later.
Dark soon,
Robert said.
I'm sure they're counting on that.
Perhaps Edward should follow in another car, just in case you need him, Sarah said. I watched conflicting emotions cross Robert's face. He wanted to catch Ian Brody in the act of taking the money, I knew, but he couldn't put his grandson's life at risk in the process. I wished we knew for certain that there was only one kidnapper involved in it, but we didn't, and I didn't think we could take the chance that someone else wouldn't be watching the house to see how many of us left. Robert better walk out there alone, get into the car, and leave. The rest of the cars, including mine, should stay here, I said. I'll call Drake and let him know why I'm not home. Robert pulled on a jacket and retrieved the keys to Sarah's Land Rover off the pegs near the door. Take your cell phone, I suggested. At least you can keep us posted that way.
Good idea. That road's pretty remote. 1 lane and you take your chances with the oncoming traffic.
Just be careful, love, Sarah said, stretching to peck a kiss on his cheek. Edward had emerged from the library, catching some of the commotion from the rest of us in the corridor. We watched somberly as Robert picked up the trash bag and headed out. I need to make a call, I told Sarah. Certainly, dear. Just find yourself a quiet corner anywhere. She waved vaguely down the corridor. Movement on the stairs at the far end of the hall caught my eye. Lewis and Alistair came loping down in that gangly way only teenagers can negotiate stairs. The house was so large I'd forgotten about the two of them. May we take the Range Rover, Mum? Lewis politely addressed Sarah. No, sorry, not tonight, boys. Alistair's face tightened into an instant, petulant scowl. Lewis fidgeted in his shoes.
But, Mom, Alistair argued, we've got plans with some of the boys from school.
I think you may want to stay here. We've just received another call about Richie. Mr. Dunbar's gone off to fetch him home. The two boys exchanged a pained look. A variety of arguments flickered across their faces. We can't take the chance of letting anyone else drive away. The kidnappers may be watching the house, and we can't let anyone's movements foul up the plan. Right, Sarah pulled all the other vehicle keys from their pegs and jammed them firmly into the slash pockets in her twill slacks.
Everyone's in for the night. You want to be here when Richie gets home anyway, won't you?
Elizabeth asked. It was the first thing she'd said all evening. Louis glanced up at the taller boy. Alistair smiled and spoke for both of them.
Sure, we'll be here.
They turned and went back upstairs.
Not the most sociable young lads,
Sarah muttered as she turned toward the kitchen.
Can't figure them out. Asked them this morning if they'd rather go home, and they said no. They wanted to be here for Richie. Now, they don't seem to care.
Kids, we just don't know what makes them tick, do we? I said. I excused myself to make my call and went into the library, since everyone else seemed to have headed for the kitchen. Drake wasn't thrilled that I was captive in the castle for a while, but said he'd make the best of it by raiding the fridge for some dinner. We talked a few more minutes, since we'd not exactly spent any time together all day. I wandered around the room, glancing at books on the shelves and bric-a-brac that probably predated the founding of America. On one lower bookshelf, I spotted a surprisingly modern collection of telephone directories. Idly fingering through them, I realized they covered most of northern Scotland, probably Robert's parliamentary constituency. An idea flickered to life. Let's hope Robert and Richie come back within the hour and I'm safely home by bedtime, I said to Drake. If not, I'll give you another call to keep you posted. As we were saying goodbye, I pulled the directory for Aberdeen from the stack. The Yellow Pages section looked pretty much like ours at home, and I quickly found 2 hospitals listed in Aberdeen. I'd like to inquire about the condition of Mr. Brodie, I said to the elderly female voice that answered the first information number.
Are you a family member, dear?
No, a close friend of his son's. I prayed that she wouldn't ask Mr. Brodie's first name, because that would definitely give away the fact that I wasn't all that close.
I'll put you through to the nurse's station,
she said. The extension rang 4 times before a harried-sounding voice picked up. I repeated my question and was told that Mr. Brodie's recovery was coming along as expected, and he would probably be released in a few more days.
Would you like to be connected to his room?
The nurse asked.
Oh, that's all right. I'll let him rest.
So Ian's story was true. Although I didn't have absolute proof that Ian was at his father's bedside, it didn't seem likely that he could have counted on a heart attack to provide him with an alibi. So if Ian wasn't the kidnapper, who was? And where was Richie right now? Chapter 27. I looked at my watch, imagining a very long evening ahead. I wanted to go home. I just jammed the directory for Aberdeen back onto the shelf when I spotted Molly standing in the doorway.
Sorry, ma'am,
she said.
Mrs. Dunbar said to tell you that we've put a cold buffet out in the dining room in case anyone's hungry. You're to help yourself if you'd like something.
Thanks, Molly. She gave a quick nod and bustled off down the hallway. I couldn't remember if I'd eaten anything since the early breakfast, and the mention of food made me realize I was starving. I stuffed my cell phone into my pocket and followed the long corridor to the family dining room. The sideboard contained platters of cold cuts and cheeses, plates of sliced fruit, and a mixed green salad in a large bowl. I made myself a quick sandwich and heaped my plate with salad and fruit. No one else had touched anything, and I found myself setting my plate down at an otherwise empty table. Again, I wished for the comforts of home, Drake and myself with TV trays in front of the news channel, and Rusty watching with liquid brown eyes for that one morsel that might fall to the floor. My throat tightened. It would be weeks yet before I'd realize that little scenario. Meanwhile, castle life would have to do. I took a deep breath and stabbed at my salad with a fork.
Don't you dare say!
The loud whisper was immediately cut off as the speaker pushed through the swinging door at the end of the room. Alistair and Louis gave me startled looks.
Say what?
I asked, pinning them with my eyes. Alistair recovered first.
Say to Mrs. Dunbar that he's homesick,
he said, jerking his thumb back toward Louis.
Little crybaby wants to go home.
Lewis's face flushed.
Do not! I just said...
He stopped abruptly at a look from the taller boy. His eyes glistened. "Hey, it's okay," I said. "I was just having the same thoughts myself. This is a pretty nice place, but it just isn't the same, is it?" Alistair headed for the buffet, making himself a sandwich that featured at least 6 layers of alternating ham and cheese, and a generous slab of mustard. He wrapped it in a napkin and completely skipped the salads. Lewis put 6 strawberries on a plate and brought it to the table. He sat at the opposite end from me.
"I'm taking my sandwich back to the room,"
Alistair announced. He gave Lewis a direct look and mouthed the word, "Cry, baby." The younger boy turned away, eyes firmly affixed to the business of carving each strawberry into 4 pieces and forking them into his mouth. "Lewis, it's okay. Don't let him get you down." He shrugged, but was saved from having to answer when Edward and Sarah walked in. Edward looked at his watch, apparently calculating whether Robert would have had time yet to reach the drop point. With a half shrug, he headed for the food and proceeded to pile a plateful. Sarah quietly crossed the cushy oriental rug and laid her arm around Lewis's shoulders. With a grandmother's sense of what a kid needs, she gave him one strong squeeze but didn't say a word. She looked up at me. "See you found something to eat. Everything all right?" "It's great. Sorry I didn't wait for everyone else." No, that was the point. Each of us can eat when we're ready." She turned to Lewis. "Did Alistair get something?" When he nodded, she turned to the buffet herself. As she placed a few items on her plate, Edward sat down, his plate heaping. I noticed Lewis was taking stock of the food and saw a little of his appetite come back. Without Alistair's taunting influence, Lewis got up and made a second pass at the sideboard. This time, I was pleased to see, he made a decent sandwich for himself. "I can't help wondering where Robert is right now," Sarah said, taking a seat next to me. "Just can't get the whole subject out of my mind." "I doubt any of us can, not until we see Richie safely back home." Lewis stood, squirming beside the table. "Is it all right, ma'am, if I take this to my room?" "Oh, certainly, Lewis." She waved him on his way. "He's certainly more well-mannered than Alistair," I told her. "Oh, yes, those 3. What a team they've been over the years. Richie and Alistair vying for ringleader, and little Lewis tagging along with the group. Remember, Edward, the time they took an entire batch of freshly baked biscuits out to give to the ducks?" Edward, with his mouth bulging, shrugged vaguely. I sensed he wasn't exactly the kind of man who was home to witness all the kids' antics. "And one summer, Richie convinced the other 2 that his grandfather wouldn't mind if they drove the lawn tractor. Got the thing stuck in a ditch, and they had some answering to do when it turned out grandfather did mind." She chuckled at the memory. "One year, we had no renters in that cottage where the young couple are, the ones with the sheep. The boys decided they'd camp out in the barn. Woke up in the night to discover mice in their sleeping bags. They've not been much on camping out since then." Her mention of the Brodies reminded me of something that had crossed my mind earlier. I wanted to ask Ramona if she needed help with the animals tomorrow. By getting inside again, I hoped to verify a couple of things. I excused myself, placing my empty plate on a side table as Elizabeth came into the room. Her soft blonde hair had a tangle in the back, as if she'd just gotten up from a nap. I padded back to the library on the soft runner that went up the corridor and pulled my cell phone from my pocket. Somewhere, I knew I'd written down the phone number Ramona had given me, but I couldn't find it. Back to my purse, which I'd left hanging on one of the pegs by the front door. I took it back to the library with me and rummaged through the bits and scraps inside, finally coming up with it. Ramona answered on the first ring. "Oh, Charlie, I'm glad you called." "I heard Ian's father was doing better," I said. I hoped she wouldn't question exactly how I knew this. "Yes, it's good news, isn't it? Ian was certainly glad to be home again." "Home? At his parents' house?" "Oh, no," she laughed. "Home here, with me. Wherever we are, I guess that's how we think of it." Ian's back here. When did he get in? I pictured his alibi suddenly being shot to pieces. I'd say about mid-afternoon. Oh, well, I won't disturb your evening together then, I said quickly. I envisioned Ian listening to the other end of this conversation and wondering who was grilling his wife. Well, he's not here at the moment. Ian's a true rancher, I guess. Had to get out right away and check on the flock. Out there in the dark now he is, he and the dogs. Dinner's waiting, but it'll be cold before he gets any, I'm sure. I just called because I thought you might need to help with the animals tomorrow, I said, watching my reason for getting back into their house float away. Oh, Charlie, that's so nice of you. But I guess we're fine now. You won't have to worry yourself with it. She gushed a little more about my being such a good friend, while I felt like a rat for sneaking around gathering evidence against her husband. We hung up with vague talk of shopping or a movie together sometime. I sank into one of the library's cushy chairs. Was Ian really out tending the sheep in the dark? Or was he more likely driving down the Loch Ness Trail to meet Robert and collect 50,000 pounds? And what about Richie? Where had he been all this time? Voices nearby indicated that the family had finished their dinner and were beginning to gather in the drawing room next to the library. It was a little after 8. How many more hours would we have to wait for news? I stretched and wished for Drake. Maybe, even if someone were watching the place, it would be okay for one car to leave. Mine. Maybe I should feel like a selfish shit for thinking of myself instead of worrying myself sick over Richie's safety. Somehow, from the tone of the ransom notes, I had the feeling that this whole thing was more about the money than it was about harming the boy. I hoped I was right. I strolled toward the drawing room, where at least the smell of coffee held some appeal. Sarah held a tray full of ornate silver service pieces, while Molly stood slightly behind her, bearing another with cups and saucers. "Push those magazines aside, will you?" Sarah asked the room at large. I reached forward at the same moment Elizabeth did. We cleared a spot, and Sarah proceeded to pour and distribute cups. "So, nothing new?" I asked, settling onto a large ottoman with my cream-laced coffee. "Not a word." Sarah's face was losing some of its perpetual good cheer. She looked tired. Edward and Elizabeth were barely speaking, and the 2 boys had just disappeared again. I was just thinking what a dismal group we were when the phone rang. Cups rattled, then heads swiveled until Sarah discovered where the phone had been left. She picked it up cautiously. "Robert!" She released a breath she must have been holding for 15 minutes. "Do you have Richie?" Chapter 28. We all held our breaths, watching for a signal, a word. Oh. When it came, the word didn't sound positive. Sarah's normally cheerful face drooped. "Here, love. Tell Charlie." She handed the receiver to me. "Robert, what's happening?" I asked.
"Nothing. I'm back in town. Couldn't get a cell signal out there. Too many hills around the loch, I guess. I thought I'd better call in case you've heard anything."
"No, not a thing. We're sitting here alternating between boredom and worry, wondering how it's been going with you."
"I put the money in the waste bin, as the instructions said. I went to the next turnout and Richie wasn't there. Waited a half hour. Searched a bit in the woods around, but it's pretty dark. Moonlight doesn't make it through those trees very well. And I bloody well forgot to bring a torch with me."
He took a noisy breath.
"Only traffic out here all night's been 2 or 3 cars that whizzed right by."
"So you've decided to come back?"
"Don't know what to do. Expect I better go back to the first turnout and collect the money. Someone will be along by morning if I don't."
"Let me think about this," I said. If Robert's cell phone had been out of range, what if the kidnappers had tried to reach him and couldn't? That didn't make any sense. We would have received another call here. "Is the money sack still in the trash can?"
"Was 10 minutes ago when I went by there. First thing I checked, by God."
"I don't know, Robert. It sounds like for some reason they just aren't going to make the rendezvous. What do you think?"
"Don't know. Just can't give up on Richie, though. Poor lad. Cold, scared, I know he is.
Maybe I can come out there and help you watch. Let's do this. You go back to the money drop and make sure it's there. Be visible, pace around, look perplexed.
That won't be so difficult.
I'll leave here. If someone's watching the house, that won't look too odd. I'll pretend to go home, but I'll take a roundabout route and come back down there. Once you see my car, you go down to the place where they said they'd leave Richie. Let's see if we can't get that boy home tonight. My little pep talk, along with the hope that we were taking some action, seemed to perk those up in the room as well. I went back to the library and gathered my purse and cell phone. I placed a quick call to Drake and told him what we were doing. He insisted that I pick him up on the way. 5 minutes later, I was walking out the front door of the castle, making a show of thanking Sarah for dinner and telling her to call me at the cottage if she received any news. My eyes strayed to the rock garden as I approached my car, wondering whether a spy lurked there. I couldn't see anything in the shadows cast by the half-moon. I stopped at the cottage, where I went inside, again making a show of getting out of the car and seeming to be in for the night. Drake and I went around the place, turning on the bedroom lights and turning off the ones downstairs. We brought 2 flashlights and warm jackets, careful not to make noise as we left the cottage. We tiptoed out to the car and kept the headlights off until we were ready to pull out of our lane onto the main blacktop. I could only hope that the kidnappers didn't have enough manpower to watch every place at once. Traffic was light through Inverness. I drove and Drake brought out the map, finding us a way that would take us through a myriad of residential streets before catching B862 again. It was after 9:30 by the time we hit the Loch Ness Trail. Thick forest lined both sides of the road. I watched the odometer and slowed slightly as we approached the first turnout. Robert's dark Land Rover sat there in the small space. He stood beside it, anxiously smoking a cigarette. He tossed it on the ground and stepped on it as I passed. That was the signal that he knew it was me.
What's going on?
Drake asked in a muffled voice. We'd agreed that he would ride ducked out of sight as soon as we began to approach this point. We just passed Robert. Our spot should be coming up. Robert had told me that he'd noticed another turnout, larger than most, on the right side of the road. It would be just right for our needs. I found it about a quarter mile beyond the money drop site, but still well away from Robert's post, where he should be picking up Richie. I pulled into the turnout and nosed the vector into the brush as far as I dared. With the curve in the road, oncoming drivers shouldn't notice it. Even if someone got suspicious, they'd find out the car was a rental and would think some dumb tourists were out there looking for Nessie. Okay, we're ready, I told Drake. We zipped into our warm jackets and each grabbed a flashlight. Between the thick trees, we caught occasional glimpses of the lake, with silver moonlight glinting off its surface. We crossed the one-lane black-topped road and ducked into the woods on the other side. A vehicle approached and we squatted behind a rock. Robert's Range Rover sped past. Once we were safely out of view of any potential traffic, we switched on our lights and headed into the forest. We stayed parallel to the road as well as possible through the thick growth and jutting boulders. It was impossible to be completely quiet. Twigs snapped and branches brushed against us, dampening our jackets with dew. In about 10 minutes, I spotted the smooth ground of the turnout and caught the gleam of moonlight off the edges of the metal waste bin there. I signaled Drake to slow up. We shone our lights around the area, looking for trampled grass, broken branches, or other signs of human occupancy. No one had been there. Now what? I whispered. I just knew someone would have been watching this spot, waiting for us to screw up with the money drop or something.
Hard to figure why they'd go to all this trouble, the notes and calls and all, and then not show up for their money.
A car drove slowly by and we ducked. It didn't pause at our location, nor did the driver look our direction. I held my breath until its engine noise faded into the distance.
Maybe it's got something to do with the witching hour of midnight,
Drake suggested.
It's not quite 11. Better get comfortable.
We found a spot where the ground wasn't as rocky, and a cushion of leaves added some extra padding. Switching off the flashlights, we settled in. In a whispered voice, I told Drake about my calls to the hospital in Aberdeen and to Ramona. Don't you find it odd that Ian would come home after several days' absence and go out to his pasture after dark?
Well, I know when I'm away from you, outside is the last place I'd want to spend my first night back home.
He reached out and squeezed my hand. Yeah, exactly. Ian and Ramona are young. They should still have the hots for each other. But she didn't even seem that upset by his being out.
I sighed.
I don't know. It just seems weird to me.
So you think Ian could be the kidnapper?
He's certainly angry toward Robert Dunbar because of his position in Parliament. I heard him ranting on that subject several times.